Kick in. Good luck.
Okay, let me know when we are live.
I think you are live.
Hello, everyone. I think we are live. 10 a.m. Now, Bangkok time. Thank you very much for your attendance. My name is Jose Barbosa, and we are starting the .NET Conf Thailand. Yay! Thank you very much. This first talk is not really a technical talk. I will only a few minutes of your time. I would like to set up the expectation for the conference. The .NET Conf Thailand is we are back for the third year in row, and this is the first time we do it online. So it's a lot of new process and it's a lot different from the last year from the conference Thailand. So I will use these first minutes to explain how the conference is going to work and to give you a broad introduction what we are going to talk today and how the event is going to be. I would like to start presenting myself. My name is Jose Barbosa. I'm from Brazil, but currently I'm living in Thailand. I live in Thailand for 3 years already. So I'm a software developer. Currently, I work for a consultants company called ThoughtWorks, and I really like my job. I really like work with .NET and participate with the events. And ThoughtWorks is a company that supports me in all these things. I also I'm one of the organizers of the .NET Conf Thailand, and I also help to organize the .NET Meetup. Uh, you also will eventually find me coffee shops in some coffee shops in Bangkok, or also in some meetups around Bangkok. Even that .NET is my main language, I use day by day. I work with .NET, but here in Thailand, in Bangkok, we have a very broad and live community, and I use it to attend a lot in meetups for Ruby, Python, and JavaScript. Okay, so if you see me around in Bangkok, just say me a hi. Let's talk. Let's have a quick chat. You also can find me on my networks looking for Kitchenko. Okay, so I would like to I would like to start and tell you a little bit about the story of the .NET Conf. I'm very proud of all the team and all the work that we are pushing to make this event happen. With all the problems that we had in the last year, I also would like to say a sorry for all the attendance. For we had to reschedule the event last year because some problems with the COVID, and in the end of December, Thailand got hit again by the second wave of COVID, and we decided instead reschedule move the event to online. So today is the great day. I would like to say thank you for everyone from the team, from the organization team, from the .NET Foundation team that helped the conference be real. Okay, so I would like to talk about the. I believe I'm sharing my screen. Yes. Okay. So, sorry for the interruption. I would like to talk about the evolution of the .NET conference in Thailand and the impact that we have been creating in the life of people here, and also in the .NET community. So the first .NET conference was really something was a kind of very playful. It starts with a play, it starts with a game. Only some people in the current company I was used to work, we saw the banners about the local event about .NET Conf, and we noticed that we don't have a .NET conference in Thailand. And for me, that moment I was like, oh my God, what should I do now? There is no .NET conference in Thailand, in Bangkok. So on that time, I paired with a friend of mine, two friends of mine from my previous company, Aaron and Pla, and we sit down and the idea of the conference born there in the moment we say like, okay, let's try to do a .NET conference in Bangkok. And we our initial target was doing a kind of meetup for 20 people, something like that, some very very small events. uh, Through the preparation in these 2 months, all the organizers learned how to manage an event, how to manage a community, and then we start refining our ways of working. And from 20 attendants, we increased it for 50. From 50, increased for 75. From 75, we increased it by 100. And we see that maybe we have like a good niche here in Thailand for people. Maybe there is a community waiting to be born in Thailand, and was in this context that the .NET Conference Thailand born. Something that started with a simple something we didn't thought were going to be so important in the .NET community in Thailand. It started so simple, and it started growing over the time, and I'm very, very proud of that. And I would like to say thank you very much for everyone that pushed work and make this conference happen. So we are a free event. For the first conference, we have 112 tickets sold. Was a very amazing event and was only the first test for us to see if we have people, if the community in Thailand are interested to receive us and host the community. Uh, and I remember on that time we started very very small, and on that moment we even do not have we don't have a Facebook, we don't have a website, we don't have ways to contact people from the conference. We have nothing, and we also do not have budget because all the community was bootstrapped. And we started meetups, we started a few events, and I'm happy because some companies started to help us to support the events and sponsoring the conference. But in the first year, the event was completely bootstrapped, and we even used GitHub pages as our official website. And in the end of the conference 2018, we noticed that what was nice, everyone liked it, everyone got very happy with the results. We used it to get some feedbacks, and we get a lot of feedbacks, good feedbacks from people. They like it, the events, and they would like to have the conference again in the following year. And was in this context that the .NET Conf 2019 started. Uh, and this was the second conference in Thailand for .NET. We got very, very happy. It was, I believe, a lot better than the first conference. We used all what we learned from the previous experience to improve the conference. Microsoft helped us a lot hosting the place. This picture that you see here in the first slide is from 2019 on the Microsoft Office in Bangkok. Everyone with the purple T-shirt is organization team and staff team that made it happen. And I'm very, very impressed by the work of everyone. And so we managed to do the .NET Conf bigger, better for everyone. and this is amazing. These amazing ways. And I would like to do an invite for you. If you want to create a community, just go for it. You can see here for a real story. You don't need too much resource to start your community. And after that, if you are experienced managing the community, you are going to learn how to do a better and better event. No one will learn how to host an event or a meetup from day to night. Is a very very hard job, and normally all of these events they are free, so volunteer people are helping you to learn for free. So when you feel ready and you want to create your own community or own event, don't think twice, just go for it. uh, we have the .NET Conf 2019, a lot bigger. Oh my God, we grow almost 300 times. We really validated there is a demand for .NET developers here in Bangkok. The ecosystem was not so well developed, and we tried again 2019, make it bigger, better, and the feedback from people was very very nice, and we used some money of the sponsoring to buy the website for the company for the conference. So now we have .NET Conf TH. It's something like give a look for the conference, a lot more stylish, in my opinion. And so this was the conference from 2019. And we are all here today from the conference of 2020. And I really would like to say thank you for the organization team. I am part of the organization team, but I could do it alone. And I really would like to say thank you for my peers. Special thanks for Pla. Aaron, he dropped the organization team from last year. So we changed Giorgio Joyous for the organization team for this year, and all the work that we pushed together will not be possible without the work of these people. So I would like to say thank you very much for you guys. Okay. Follow up. Look, the .NET conference is not mine, is not from Pla, is not from Georgia. The .NET conference Thailand is from the community, for the community. We are looking for organizers to help us for the next conference and also for the next events. So feel free to join us. Don't You don't need to be developer. You don't need to be full time working for the conference. You can work. Just catch up with us. You can help in your available time to make the impact of the conference even bigger, and try to cause a real impact in the life of people. Transforming the life of people using education is a very nice thing to do. So if you would like to join the volunteering group, please go for it. These are really invite for you. Go for it. We also host the .NET Meetup in Bangkok. Uh, During the COVID, we didn't have too much meetups for this year. But I would like to say thank you as well for some of few companies that hosted us hosting meetups, especially Seven Peaks. They was very crucial this year for the software community in Bangkok. And I would like to do a recap after releasing the story from the conference. I would like to do a recap from the conference from 2019. So from 2019, after the conference, we run a feedback to people to see how much the conference makes sense for them and if it's a good fit for them. And we use a lot of this feedback to improve ourselves and make the conference welcome for everyone. So I believe we got a feedback very very good about the content about the conference. This is especially for the speakers. The content is also useful to adapt for the work. Is very A conference become a lot more richer when you come and enjoy the session, and you see that you can use your knowledge that you learned to apply your work. Uh, so we have a very nice feedback from that, and thank you guys very much. Uh, the service and location in the previous years we had we have full service, we had coffee break and lunch. This is one of the points that I believe for the next years we could improve a lot. And I really would like to say sorry for the vegetarian people, because we did a mistake to don't have enough vegan food for the people. But believe me, this will not happen again. We are being super mindful about you in the next time. Okay. Uh, about the topics, right? We saw a big spike and a big difference from the conference in 2018 for 2019. Blazor got to the podium. Is the fourth technology more interesting that you would like us to cover in the conference. .NET and C Sharp a lot as well. I'm a little bit sad here for F Sharp. Uh, we don't have too many people in Bangkok with the F Sharp community. I really, or if you use F Sharp and if you would like to be speaking in the next conference, in the next event, to represent the F Sharp language, is an amazing language. Uh, I will be very happy to have you on the event. I'm happy to see Blazor here. C Sharp always strong as always. .NET Core, now we have the .NET 5. This is very nice. Now is the complete unification of the platform. Very interesting. And why I am telling you this, right? Why I think is important for the audience and know this information, because last year everyone attended the conference and give this feedback for us, and I would like to share back the feedback and say for you that we listen your feedbacks, and based on uh, your topics that you would like us to cover, uh, we built the schedule for the conference. So for the .NET Conference 2020, what we are going to have today, we have our keynote. Our keynote, Steve Carroll, come directly from Microsoft back in United States. He's going to talk about us what's new in .NET 5. Is a very amazing talk. I was taking a look on the slides on the backstage, and it's very nice talk. And so if you like .NET, if you like .NET 5, if you are excited for the talk, go for the keyboard. I want to see the hashtag .NET 5 on the comments. Everyone going. I want to see the .NET team now. Hashtag .NET 5. So Steven is going to be our keynote. So after that, we have Will Fuka with what's new in C Sharp. So if you are from the C Sharp team, smash this keyboard with C Sharp 9. His talk is going to be 11 to 11:30. Will is a longer speaker from the .NET conference, and we have him again. And he's also Will is also one of the best developers I ever met in my entire career. You really, you don't want to lose this talk. It's going to be very good, very amazing. So follow up with that. We have developing and debugging ASP.NET Core Web APIs. Oh my God, ASP.NET Core Web APIs on Kubernetes with Microsoft Bridge with Kubernetes. Have you ever felt that pain about developing a container and you edit your code and then you have to restart the container, wait a few minutes, shut down your Docker, start again your Docker. CDNAT is going to tell us a very easy way to improve your workflow of development with the bridge for Kubernetes. It's going to be amazing. So after that, we are going to have a break. It's actually at noon. To Ginkau Aloy Mac. So we are going to come back at 1 p.m. with Joel Dixon from Agoda. He's going to talk about GitHub Actions beyond the CI. GitHub Actions in action beyond the CI. If you like GitHub, smash this keyboard. Smash this keyboard with hashtag GitHub. Let's go. Let's go. GitHub is amazing, really, really, really. I really love GitHub. Oh my god, I can't imagine using Git anymore without GitHub. Uh, if you use Bitbucket, who here use Bitbucket or GitLab? Uh, Microsoft Team Foundation Server, TFS. So go to the keyboard, drop some comments for us. We would like to see our audience feedback. Um, okay, so after that, we have DevOps and Identity Manager with Azure. The speaker is Georgia. Georgia also helped us with the organization team. And he is going to give us, drop us this talk. So if you like Azure, if you use Azure, hashtag Azure. Okay, let's go. Next one, we are going to have Azure Static Web Apps with GitHub Actions. Whoa, GitHub is very, very hot this season, huh? So we are going to have this talk by Vodapat, also known as Guy. We worked together before, and I would like to say thank you for Guy to be giving this talk again, and I'm sure it's going to be amazing. So follow up, we have gRPC. Oh my God, gRPC. We have a talk only about the gRPC. What's new about gRPC? Why to use gRPC with .NET? This talk is going to be by Russian High Performance Service with gRPC. I definitely will not lose this talk. It's amazing. Follow up representing the Thai language. We have one talk in the Thai language, securing Blazor WebAssembly by Sudasuk. Sudasuk is MVP in Thailand, in Bangkok, and he helped us with the conference in the previous years, and will be amazing having him again. His talk is going to be 3 p.m. After that, we have Entity Framework Core 5. Entity Framework Core 5. Oh my God, a very amazing jump. And now everything is .NET 5. There is no core anymore. The unification of .NET. And now we have Entity Framework Core 5. The next generation for data access is going to be by Aaron. If you use Entity Framework, don't lose this talk. It's going to be very, very good. Okay, Unix, yay! Who here is game developer? Hashtag game on YouTube. Hashtag game. Comment. Give your like. Send the hashtag game on YouTube if you like games. If you have used Unit. If you want to join this talk, Unit RX. Unit, but reactive programming for games. Is going to be Geekyat. Is going to be the speaker, and I'm really looking for this talk. I was showing the demo for KitKat, and is really really amazing. It is a real game. You are going to see how he was able to build a game using Unity and RX, reactive programming, reactive extensions. So following up, we have TerraSesh, introduction to Azure from Form Recognizer. I don't believe I have heard about the Form Recognizer before. I'm very curious for this talk. I know it's a new service from Azure, and I want to learn where I can fit this service on my architecture. What are the problems that I can solve using this new service? So if you have the same questions as I have, I really invite you to attend at this talk at 4:30 by TerraSesh, Introduction to Azure Form Recognizer. Whoa. So we have one more speaker from Agoda, Breaking the Monolith with Batsushov. Uh, Vlad works in Agoda, and he was telling us how you can break your monolith. Oh my God, is your monolith hard to do? Have you ever, are you with problems of scalability? This talk is for you. See how can you break your monolith. And the last talk of the day, we have Nicholas Pearson from Seven Peaks as well. He's going to talk about serverless application with API first approach. Oh my God, serverless is the new hype. Is growing a lot. So if you want to learn serverless, if you want to improve your knowledge about serverless, don't don't miss this talk. If you want to be a speaker in the next event, please drop us a message. Go to .NET Conf, contact us. We are looking for you. Here are here. This slide is a summary about all the communities that we have here in Thailand involved with the .NET community or the .NET conference. So I would like to do an invite for you to join all these communities and keep in touch with us. Let's make the .NET community amazing in Thailand. I also would like to get a few minutes to say thank you for all our sponsors. This conference will not be able, will not be possible without any one of them. Thank you very much for all of you folks to sponsor us in these years or in the previous years. We have a new sponsors this year's ThoughtWorks, and also we have Seven Peaks heavily helping us heavily this year. We also have the Code Sanuk page with Aaron helping us a lot this year. So I really would like to say a thank you. Kapunaka. So after the conference in 2018, after the conference in 2019, I would like to say welcome for the .NET Conf Thailand 2020! Yay! This is of my talk. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the day.
Hello, everybody. Do you want me to get going, Jose, or?
Hello. Now I would like to bring you here the next speaker, Steve Carroll. Steve is with you now. Good luck.
Sure, great. Can't get my, hey, I better start my own talk, huh? Let me get going here. Toss that up there. Let me make sure I'm sending you the right signal. And where'd I put y'all? Looks great. Okay. Hi, everybody. So my name is Steve Carroll. I am the Director of Development for the .NET Platform. So I have been at Microsoft for about 17 years now. I've spent that entire time working on languages and developer tools. So right now, the .NET Platform team that I run is about 130 developers. We have everything from the lowest levels of the stack, like the runtimes and the libraries that you call, all the way up to ASP.NET and EF Core. And in recent years, we've even taken on things like the Mono runtime. And so, basically, it's the lowest layers of the platform, I'd say. So the goal of my talk today is, in the 30 minutes that we have, I want to give you a broad overview of these latest releases with a little bit of a focus, because I'm the director of development, on maybe a little bit more advanced features that advanced developers might find interesting. So there's no way in 30 minutes I can tell you about every single thing that is in .NET 5 and Visual Studio for .NET developers. So instead, my goal is going to be to make sure you know where to go to find out more about all of the high-level areas I'm going to cover. This talk is going to be only going to have like a few small, tiny demos in them, but there's going to be lots of call outs on the best place to go learn more information. So I'm coming to you, we're about 2 months after .NET 5 launch. And so there's actually a whole wealth of information out there. My goal is to sort of give you a whirlwind tour that helps you find the best stuff from it. This slide is just a quick reminder of our broad mission for .NET. We are built for skill transfer. When you learn a language, C#, F#, learn some frameworks and learn some tools, and then be able to build any kind of app. Our job, as we look at it, is to continually add the cool new things that you want to build. And .NET enables developers to be more productive, building feature-rich applications of any type for any device with great platform. So, I just want to take a quick moment and talk about our momentum. I want to leave this talk with a strong understanding that like the skills that you're building in .NET as you go and you learn today will continue to be useful to you in the future. I basically want you to take away from this graph that we are seeing significant growth here. C# moved from 7th to 5th in the TIOBE language index from 2020. We've got over 1.5 million .NET Core developers. This slide's actually a little out of date. We're getting closer to 2 million. We won, one of the ones I'm most proud of, what our team was able to do was winning the most loved framework for both 2019 and 2020 on the Stack Overflow survey. One of the top 5 languages. We have a true open source project in both .NET and ASP.NET. They are high velocity open source projects with lots of community contributions that don't just come from our own teams. And I'm happy to say that .NET Core 5 is the fastest adopted version of .NET ever, as far as we can tell. So yeah, looking at this more broadly, there are now 5 million .NET developers. That's when you add in the old full framework developers, as well as the people focused on the .NET Core or .NET itself in the 5 thing. So yes, we've added 1 million new users in the past year. Core itself has added 600K new users. And now we've got 2 million users on Linux. 2 million developers have published to Linux from Visual Studio, which we're really excited about. As of 2 months ago, there's now 2 in-support versions of .NET. One is .NET Core 3.1 LTS, which you can get at the URL below. And there's .NET 5, which GA'd in November. I want to just take one quick second and clear up confusion that we see all the time. We want to make sure that people understand that when we say it's an LTS release, that means long-term servicing. That means that you can keep this thing that it'll stay in servicing for a longer period of time, whereas the 5 release will go out of support when 6.0 releases. So I want to make sure that we just stress the fact that both of these are battle-tested, full quality releases that are running in production at Microsoft today. We'll talk a little bit more about how many different services we have running inside of Microsoft on top of .NET. And I want to just stress that we're ready for you today. If you can, come along on the most recent version. One of the things we've been really excited about in terms of its reception is how many developers who have Windows forms have brought them to .NET Core. It's already past 100K users on .NET Core, so people taking their Windows Forms applications from the old world and bringing them to the new. And I'm excited to say that now that the designer is fully available inside of Visual Studio, third-party controls are coming online as we speak. And so if you do have a Windows Form application and you are waiting for Visual Studio support to jump in, I'm very happy to invite you into our release now. We're ready for you. As we saw, Blazor is growing. This is our big, really one of our fastest growing workloads. We're seeing Blazor adopting new users all the time. And in the 3.1 wave, like basically right after 3.1 shipped, we shipped Blazor WebAssembly for the first time. This allows you, it's a refresher for those of you who haven't followed. Blazor is your full stack solution for building web UI with .NET and C# instead of JavaScript. So support for building Blazor applications originally shipped with .NET Core 3.0 using a server hosted model that we call Blazor Server, where all UI interactions are handled over a real-time connection with the browser. And now with Blazor WebAssembly, you can run your Blazor applications purely client-side using WebAssembly-based .NET runtime. Blazor WebAssembly enables you to run .NET standard libraries directly in the browser using just open web standards. There's no browser plugins. There's no transpilation required. It's very real .NET running in the browser. And so we're very excited about that. The great thing that we've seen about Blazor is that it creates a really lovely ecosystem because it has a nice plugin model. So we're seeing lots of vendors jumping in to sell Blazor controls. We have partners releasing support for Blazor, WinForms, and WPF on .NET Core in their tools and controls today. Here's a few of the people who we'd like to thank for their support of our new models. As well as there is a growing open source ecosystem around this. So if you're looking for some places to go and see cool Blazor sites, cool samples that you can look for inspiration or incorporation into your own projects, this is the first place where I'm going to give you a link to go off and investigate. If you go to https://aka.ms, that's our sort of reforwarder. So a lot of these links that you're going to see are going to start with aka.ms. Awesome Blazor. There is all sorts of resources there, samples and other things for you to use to build your own great Blazor application. But in .NET 5, we added .NET 5's version of Blazor WebAssembly. It's been about a half a year for us to do a whole bunch of changes in the WebAssembly version. The biggest change is the unification of the full .NET 5 libraries with Blazor, and some tools for helping you identify the small cases where WASM might affect you in terms of compatibility tooling, as well as we made a big push on performance. So as you can see here on the right, we've improved significantly the performance when handling JSON. You can see we cut it half when we have to parse the number of milliseconds required for doing a 1 kilobyte JSON payload. And on the bottom, what I want you to take away from that bottom graph is that you can really put together sophisticated UX on Blazor WebAssembly. And so what we're showing you here is a 20 by 200 grid. So with very sophisticated UX and still having good performance at runtime when you do that in .NET 5 Blazor WebAssembly. We've added component virtualization. It's a big request for our customers, CSS isolation and lazy loading, as well as a bunch of tooling enhancements. So definitely Blazor WebAssembly, growing fast, and please check it out. All right, so let's go into some of the breadth of what we've added in .NET 5. I'm going to stick with my main theme, and I want to say how we continue our investments in performance. So we did work from the top to the bottom and across the surface area. But on this slide, I'm covering our improvements to core web performance and modern microservice performance factors. That's what we really focused our energy on in .NET 5. So you can see here, we've gotten a 30% socket performance improvement on Linux over .NET Core 3.1. This is another theme you're going to hear from me multiple times today. We really want to make sure that people who are targeting Linux with .NET feel just as much a member of the family as our loyal Windows users. We really do want that parity, and we want to have great performance. And I think we're really achieving that in .NET 5. JSON serialization is just critical, the performance of this for any modern web workload. So we've seen a 19% improvement over the improvements that we'd previously gotten in .NET Core 3.1. Serialization for large collections and arrays are 3x, and we continue our push inside of our libraries and runtime to make it so that more and more operations do not allocate memory, which is one of the real keys to getting great scalability on .NET applications. And finally, before we get off this slide, I saw many of you pounding the keyboard for hashtag gRPC later. gRPC was a big focus of our energy in .NET 5. And as you can see, I'm not going to go into too much details on this because we've got a lot of stuff and not so much time. But in significant wins over the old gRPC library that was .NET, and we're even seeing places where we are beating Go in performance for gRPC performance in .NET 5. So, it's very real. We're here for microservices, and we're here to do modern cloud-native technologies at scale. Focus on improving perf for large cloud scale services at Microsoft. I want to assure you that we spend a lot of time making sure that .NET 5 runs at scale by getting it early into production, cloud scale applications inside of Microsoft. Everything from Bing to Exchange to the one I wanted to just take a quick moment and jump over to a blog post we just posted this week. AAD is Azure Active Directory Gateway. They just made the move to .NET 5, and let me show you, if you can spot inside this picture the time when .NET Core was deployed on their servers. This is 3.1 actually. They're about to move to 5 as well. We expect them to get even further. And as you can see, it literally cut their utilization in half, and they were able to take that, and then as soon as they were confident of the win, they were able to take the number of cores they were using from their service down from 40,000 down to 20,000. They basically cut their core count in half just by moving from full framework to .NET Core. So I'm hopeful that somebody out there can use this blog post that we posted up on the .NET blog this week to convince their boss that the time has come to modernize. The performance is out there, and it's going to cause you real COGS savings that will pay for the effort. So yeah, we're very excited about that. Another AKAMS link that I want you to look at, especially if you are passionate about becoming more of a performance expert in the .NET universe, we have a blog post at net5-perf on AKAMS that details all of the things that our team did as well as the community did in terms of public PRs submitted to the .NET 5 development. And it walks you through not only what those wins were, but also how they were found, what the techniques we used, so that then you can learn from that report and then go apply it in your own work to go get those wins and be the hero at work. And now I'm going to show you a really quick demo of a feature I am super excited about this year, which is we have now added automated analyzers that do build time checking, actually run source editing time checking of performance suggestions inside your code base in Visual Studio. So let me show you those here. First things first, you have to turn these on. This is I think this is 16.8 I have running here, but this is in the most recent version of .NET. I'm just always running the pre-release version because I am a good dog fooder. All you have to do is come in and turn on enable .NET analyzers and set analysis level to latest in your project under code analysis. Then I want to stress that all I did was load this solution. I did not build it. It just automatically detects by running Rosalind analyzers a bunch of places in your code where you are making performance errors. And so, for instance, here you can see I'm getting a flag. You can see I have, how many is it? 17 different warnings about places where I'm I'm committing every foul we know. Here is this example. I'm calling process.getCurrentProcess.id, and as you can see, if I hover over the error, it says it provides that I should be using environment.process.id instead of process.getCurrentProcess.id, and that's especially if you were doing that frequently inside your application. So the beauty of this is that it also comes with automatic fixers. So all I have to do is click this button and it applies the suggestion. I think that's available in almost all of the ones in this entire file. You can see it's everything from, changes to which API to use to reduce allocations to, other sorts of warnings and statics and et cetera. So this is a very, again, actionable thing. Download Visual Studio, turn on that setting I just showed you, and hopefully, you'll immediately find some good perf wins that you can go be a hero in your team. Okay, C#9. I had slides here. I'm not going to give these slides because I know that Will is going to give a talk about this right after this, so I'm going to skip it for now. that because I am the dev manager or dev director, I guess now, of the .NET team, I will say that one of the things I'm particularly excited about is all of the traction around the source generators feature. Hope that's in Will's talk. If not, it's a way of being able to do things that you would normally do with reflection at runtime, but putting them at compile time. We're seeing lots of people investing in this, a lot of community work of people building new and interesting applications of source generators. We've got a whole bunch of plans to use it ourselves in .NET 6. More on that later. So yeah, please, by all means, right after I'm done, check out Will's talk. I want to talk about libraries. In .NET 3, we started nullable annotating base class libraries. So basically, these are annotations that we've added to the libraries that convert runtime null pointer exception errors into compile time warnings. So basically, stopping you from putting into deployment any missing checks for nulls, et cetera, et cetera. This is, if you've never heard this before, the inventor of the null pointer has convinced himself that this is a $1 billion design mistake that he added to all of these languages that are derived from the original null. And so we're at 90% nullable annotated now. What this means is that if you happen to be in the audience and you own a .NET library, it would really be great if you could go and annotate your own things. Now the libraries will pass to you, and then if you can fix yours and annotate your own, it's few bugs for the rest of the users all over. Any work done here makes life better for everybody. We've continued to expand system.text JSON APIs for highly requested scenarios. I'll take a second here and say our goal with system.text.json is to create a high performance, high scale JSON reader. Our goal is not to add every feature that is in Newtonsoft version of system.net, the Newtonsoft JSON reader. We add the ones that are needed, but we will not violate our principle of high performance and high scale. System.text.json must be fast. Okay, off my soapbox. We've done significant investments in HTTP2 and gRPC. In particular, we added multiple connection support for HTTP2. The thing I want you to take away from this is we continue to invest in modern standards, and we will even accelerate the rate of our web standards in .NET 6. We've added better localization control and customization. I've been delighted at the reception that this has had. This is I think the third international .NET Conf, and of course, especially for folks in countries that do not use English, this is absolutely great because you can get more consistency. So we now use ICU everywhere, and we allow you to customize ICU to be the way you want it to be. HTTP client convenience APIs. If you see that little snippet of code, and I think it speaks for itself. It is very beautiful. It's clean code. It's nice to look at, but also it makes it way harder to make several common errors. So I'm a real huge fan of that new syntax. Okay, cloud native. We want .NET 5 to be your place for cloud native investments. So we've made all sorts of investments here. So there's 3 big categories: platform updates, new middleware, and new tooling. So let's get started with the platform updates. We've increased our integration with the OpenAPI ecosystem. We make it easier than ever to flow your APIs to Azure API management, which is a great way of making it so you can hook these things up. We improved gRPC, as we discussed, made it easier, the tooling too on this. And we also made some changes that we'll talk about in a second to put the micro in microservices. In the middleware category, we have created a high-performance reverse proxy. We call it YARP, which is yet another reverse proxy. It is open source. You can go take a look at it today. It was based on a cloud scale reverse proxy being used inside of Microsoft. We took it, we cleaned it up, we made it even better for .NET developers, and now we are rolling it out across various services at Microsoft. It's great, it's fast, it is very customizable. So if you're looking for a reverse proxy that you can use in your application and value things like easy customization using .NET development, this is definitely the thing for you. And I'd encourage you to check it out. Again, I've got a GitHub link up here. And we'll get to more tooling in a minute. So single file and trimming is very exciting. This is our, we have the IL linker. The IL linker, it trims out unnecessary, unreferenced code. So our goal here was to really improve the capabilities of .NET for building small, self-contained exes that allow you to create a microservice that's really just a very small single file exe. So we've made it much easier to customize the trimmer. As if you look at this big chart in front of you, you can see the smallest one using member trimming and single file on Windows 10 x64. You can see that I believe that this is the .NET new API is what we are using as the code here. We got that down to 10 megabytes, no framework install required. Yeah, so really, really useful. New diagnostic tools. Okay, big area. Let's start talking about tools and VS. It's easier than ever to get the data that you need and analyze it where you want it. So for instance, .NET GC dump and GC dumps more regularly can be analyzed inside Visual Studio now. So you can go grab a GC dump using the command line tools and then open that dump up inside of Visual Studio to do analysis on it. Likewise, we made cross-platform dump debugging available after 16.8. This is exciting because no longer do you have to worry about trying to match up your Visual Studio and the dump that you're trying to open. We can just use the same debugger to debug all of them. .NET Trace has brought back assembly load diagnostics, which is really useful when you're trying to figure out why, say, a process has failed to start because of an assembly load failure. And finally, I want to talk just a little bit about .NET Monitor, which is a new generic tool, command line tool for collecting logs, traces, and process dumps using a simple REST API. It's a global tool. You can use it from the CLI. But for the first time, what we're really doing is creating a sidecar container that is available from the Microsoft Container Registry so that you can actually, after you've deployed, you can lay this sidecar container next to it and then enable .NET monitoring for post-deployment analysis of your problems in production. And finally, a big chunk here is we put a lot of energy into improving .NET's being able to use the open telemetry ecosystem for your .NET applications. This is a CNCF project. It defines a vendor-neutral specification for distributed tracing. And so we've added implementation to this to the base class libraries. We have now fully instrumented ASP.NET Core and HTTP clients to actually spit out the telemetry. And we're asking that library authors now consider instrumenting their own libraries so that we can sort of get a great end-to-end story together for all .NET developers on OpenTelemetry. This works in .NET 5. And for those of you who are still hanging out in 4.8 land, this one actually works for you too. Okay, so how am I doing on time? I have 7 minutes left, and I want to make sure I leave some time for questions and answers. So I'm going to very quickly show you some places with some really great new productivity features in Visual Studio for .NET developers. I'm going to show you some real fun ones. But before we do that, I do want to stress that what I'm about to show you, and I guess I'll switch over while we're talking here, is this is productivity features. This is a GitHub link, which I'll put back up in a second, that Kendra Havens, who is a PM on our team, she maintains this. And if you see here in the solution, there's update 15.8, 16.0, 16.1. These are all of the features that were added for productivity features in Visual Studio to play with. Every time we release a new release, she updates the solution with quick demos that you can use. So what I always like to tell people whenever I give any speech that includes a Visual Studio demo is this productivity feature open source repo is a fantastic way to give a brown bag to your coworkers where you show them all the cool new features in Visual Studio. We've got it all laid out here for you so that you can, as you'll see, so that you can then show them all the new stuff in here. Because frankly, as you can see in these 11 different updates worth. I couldn't tell you all the names of these features in here. It's my team. So there's lots and lots of goodies in here. It's a great discovery thing. So I'll give you an example. Here's the first one. This file, as you can see, does not have a consistent file header. But if you've opted into using editor config, which we highly recommend because it makes lots of things cool in the IDE, you can click on this light bulb and then automatically add your file header as defined in that editor config file. So that one's really cool. Here's another example of how this works. So as you can see, string literals, if I click here and again bring up the, I can actually do a convert to verbatim string automatically. So rather than having that completely unreadable monstrosity, it just lays it out like that, which is perfectly valid. Nice, beautiful one there. I wanted to come over here and show you a few nice helper features. IntelliSense date time, if you come in here and you type a question or a quotation mark, you can see we now give you help on the sort of, okay, if I type G, and then if I type G, it'll give me the date formatted this way. So we're just making it easier for you to write your code and spend less time having to remember obscure facts. Likewise, my personal favorite in this whole file is this new formatting we do. This is called inline parameter name hints. And so what this does is it simply detects that this is the path. And so now, rather than just have 5 strings in a row, like up here in the annotations is a good way, you can see it labels this one as the category and this one as the check ID. And it just does that right in line. I think it makes reading unfamiliar code so much easier. Okay, so I don't want to go into a deep dive here. I wanted you to be aware of the fact that this exists. And now I will switch back over and give you just a couple that I think are personally pretty cool. And now I'll make sure that I leave this up here for a minute. I'll try to drop this in the chat later. But yeah, github.com/KendraHaven/productivity features, and then go read the rest of those files and learn all sorts of new tricks to become more productive inside Visual Studio. And remember, that gets updated every time, I guess we're shipping every 2 to 3 months, a new Visual Studio update. Okay, .NET schedule, just as a reminder, we shipped in 2020. The next one, .NET 6, is coming in 2021. That will be a long-term servicing release. And so therefore will be available, I think it's 3 years. And so, we're trying to get very predictable here. Minor releases, we might add them as necessary. But by all means, try out .NET 5 today. It's battle hardened and running all over Microsoft and saving us money. So yes, thank you very much, and please let me know if you have any questions. And I'm going to bring up my so I should switch over to YouTube at this point, yeah? Oh, look at this. .NET Foundation's been dropping all these links in here. Oh, nice. Can you use this on Mac OS? That's a good question. I suspect the analyzers can be done from MS Build on Mac OS. Yeah. Oh, okay. Questions. What can I answer for you? I will toss one more thing up there while I wait for a question. Of course, I want you to be excited about what I gave you today. But something that we're doing that's new, that's pretty fun is, did the screen stop updating? I don't see it on YouTube yet. Maybe it just hasn't updated yet. Oh, there you go. Yeah. So here at https://themes.net, we're actually taking feedback from the community and trying to do much more openness and transparency around our planning efforts. Yes, and then you can do that. So if you're interested in what we're doing for .NET 6, you can see what's proposed and committed. We're actually in the middle of closing down our planning activity. And so you can see what we're up to if that is what is of interest to you, if you want to contribute, especially. We love more open source community committers. We are really trying our best to try to make .NET a really warm and open place for people who are trying to join open source Many of my leaders are working on making it much easier to find good places to get started. So parameter prompts, let's go back to that. Magic. So I will show you not just where that is, and let's hope I can find them, but I will show you in general how to find these things. This is how I do this. Usually if you type experimental in here, or advanced, I think this one is called, is it in general? Advanced. Here they are. I found them. Yay. Okay. Inline hints. So there's actually a bunch of them, and actually time keeps going forward. So you can hints for literals, inline type hints. So like for instance, there's also, it'll do that for var, which is really cool. I'm really excited about that. Yeah. So when in doubt, come into tools options, go into advanced, and start messing about in there. There's all sorts of cool things. Okay. Visual Studio on Linux. No Visual Studio on Linux plans. By all means, Visual Studio Code runs quite well on Linux. For a beginner to learn .NET, what do we need to do? That is another important area for us to do that. We have been doing a lot of work. Let me see if I can find it for you. If we go in here and we do learn, MS Learn, C#, let's hope we can get that. Yeah. So we have been doing a lot of refresher work on our beginner content. And as you saw, I just went to Bing. You can use Google if you must. And did MS Learn C#, and it was the first link. So this is the aforementioned Kendra Havens and Mr. Hanselman here from our team, and they will walk you through so much stuff. We are putting more stuff up all the time, trying to make it as easy as possible to learn C#. Yes. What else did I miss? Single file trimming, lots of excitement there. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess I'm out of time. And so, yeah, I'm happy to hand over to Will at this point. Thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate it.
All right. Hello, everyone. So thank you for coming to .NET Conf, the virtual edition. My name is Will Fuqua, and I work at Jet Abroad, Thailand. Today, we're going to be talking about what's new in C#. And I need to apologize to Steve. I'm not planning on covering source generators, but if I have time at the end, I'll definitely try to give those a plug. They are
They're awesome.
So let's go ahead and get started. So C# 9.0 was released about 2 months ago or so, alongside .NET 5.0. And it has a bunch of new features. And the best way to get access to these C# 9.0 features is to upgrade your project to .NET 5.0. I recognize not everyone might be in a position to do that, but it really is recommended to get these features. At the end of this talk, we'll have a little bit of an experiment. We can see how we can enable some C# 9.0 features on older frameworks, but really the supported version of C# 9.0 is .NET 5.0. So even if you upgrade a project to .NET 5.0, you might not know all the features that are part of C# 9.0. There are a lot of features released in C# 9.0. These are the list of features here, sort of in this cloud. And you can see there are a ton. And I only have about 30 minutes today, so there's no way I'm going to be able to get into all these features. So what I've done is I've created a Jupyter notebook here that will demonstrate some of the features. We're going to sort of walk through these together and play around with them. And then at the end of this presentation, I'll post the Jupyter notebook online on GitHub, so you can download it yourself and play around with these features. So this is using .NET Interactive. It's a Jupyter notebook that can run C#. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started on these features. So we're going to cover these features in the notebook today. Then at the end, we're going to talk about C# 9.0 on older .NET projects. And then if I can swing it, we'll try to get some source generator goodness in this talk as well. So for top level statements, it's actually a little bit more impactful if we go to Visual Studio. So I'm going to switch over to Visual Studio right here. And we're going to start talking about top level statements. So this is a .NET 5.0 project. It's just a hello world, right? I can run it as normal. It prints out hello world. But if you think about it, it's kind of a lot of boilerplate. We have 12 lines of code here to sort of print out hello world. And really the only one that's really special for what we're doing is this line right here, line number 9, where we print out hello world. So if you think back to when you were learning C#, learning .NET, right? There is just a lot of stuff to memorize and just sort of commit to memory, right? Namespace, hello world, static class program. You have the good old incantation, static void main string args, right? It's a lot of sort of boilerplate that most of us probably just have memorized by now, but when you're starting out, it's like a pretty big deal. So with C# 9.0 and top level statements, for our entry point, we can just get rid of the boilerplate. So this is hello world in C# 9.0. Of course, the old one continues to work just fine, as we saw, right? But you can change to this way and just have your top level statements for your main method. You could even, if you wanted, you could get it down to a one-liner by not prefixing, or by prefixing the console with the system namespace. And so I run this, and there we see hello world. So this is hello world in C# 9.0. So the way this works, it's specific for your main method, right? You can't just go do this to any file. This is really just as a way to get for your entry point to be a little bit more terse and not have a whole bunch of boilerplate. So the way that it works is it's going to go and look at all these statements and then actually generate a main method for you. And we can put functions here, for example. Maybe we want to say string, say hi, and that's going to be a function that returns hi. And then we can call it in there, right? And that still just works, right? So we can do our function definitions, right? We could define a class here if we wanted, say do a class person, right? And this all still works. Right now I'm not using this person class, but if I execute it, we'll see it says hi. All right. So the way that this is working is it's going to take all of these statements up until you start getting to your class declarations, and it's going to put that in the main method. So this function right here is actually going to turn into a local function. There's a previous version of C# that introduced local functions. So it's going to put this into a main method, make this a local function. And we can see that Visual Studio even recognizes this as a local function. I don't know if you can see there, it says make local function static, for example, right? You could do something like that. But this is going to be a local function. So this sort of way that it turns it into a main method, it does mean that you need to put your statements first and then any sort of type declarations afterwards. So if I try to move this type declaration maybe up above my statements, that's not going to work. We're going to get a compile error, and it's going to give us a nice error message saying top level statements must precede namespace and type declarations. So there we have that. So that's top level statements. Really, I anticipate this being like very useful for people new to C#. They don't have to go memorize 12 lines of code just to print out hello world. And even for people that are more sort of experienced C# developers, it is nice just to have, if you have a very simple entry point, right, you can just sort of put your code here and then it can call into your other classes, your other files as normal. So that is C# top level statements. Okay. Next, we're going to be talking about init-only setters. This is a really nice feature, and it sort of has, it fixes sort of maybe a bit of a conflict between sort of two other features of C#. So we like object initializers, right? Just to review what an object initializer is, if we have some class here, we have a money class where this money can represent some money amount, maybe 100 Thai baht or something like that. We have the amount, which would be 100. Currency code, which would be maybe THB, something like that for Thai baht. And this is the object initializer syntax, right? So we can say new money, and then we can initialize the properties here. And actually, this is our paycheck. Let's go ahead and add a few more zeros to our paycheck while we're here. All right. So we have our paycheck object, and we like this object initializer syntax. But there's something a little bit bad about this. In order to use this object initializer syntax, we need to make our classes mutable, right? We need to have this set here. If I got rid of this set, the object initializer syntax stops working. And so we need this set here to get the object initializer syntax. So that means we need to make our classes mutable. So anything can change them at any time, right? We pass our paycheck object to some other method. That method could go do something, mutate our paycheck object, right? It gets a lot harder to sort of reason about what is the state of an object when we have everything mutable like this. And so it's a little bit lame that we want to use this nicer syntax here, but we need to make stuff mutable. If we go look at immutability, right, this is sort of an immutable object pattern, right? We have our properties here. We've removed the set. And then because we've removed the set, now we're initializing it in the constructor here. And so when we have a property, we need to repeat it in, what, 4 times, right? We have a currency code here. We need to add the currency code parameter. Then we need to assign it here. So you end up referencing that property name or variable name 4 times. So there's a bit of a boilerplate for immutable objects. On top of that, you lose out on this object initializer syntax. So that's really a little bit of a trade-off there. You want to use the nicer syntax, but then you need to sort of compromise on your immutability. And so this is what this feature of C# 9.0 init-only setters, this is what it fixes. So let's go ahead and make this use init-only setters here. I'm going to delete my constructor. I'm going to add a new keyword, init. That. Now, when I want to make a paycheck object, for example, like that, right? Now I can use this nice syntax. So if I'm going to print this object out, right? We can see here, this paycheck object contains, let's see where paycheck's, what, 500,000 type bot? That's pretty nice. And then we've initialized this object with this object initializer syntax. But then the nice thing is, if we have our paycheck, and I try to go decrease our paycheck down to 0, right? We get a compiler error, right? We now have an immutable object with a lot less boilerplate. We don't need a constructor. We don't need to sort of duplicate and like reference our properties just to initialize them. And we get this nice object initializer syntax. So this is what init-only setters are all about. Okay. And somewhat related to init-only setter, we have records. Now records, they're a huge feature in C# 9.0, probably the headline feature in C# 9.0. And this could really change how you represent your code, how you type in your code, the different design decisions that you need to make. So here again, I have public class money again, right? It's a mutable object. And down here, I'm using it, right? So I have an amount 1, which is 2,500 Thai baht, amount 2, which is also 2,500 Thai baht. And then I print out my amount, and then I see if they're equal. I run this, and we see maybe we didn't quite get what we expected, right? We printed out our amount 1, and we just got some sort of representation of our object that's not super useful, right? It has a type name in there, but it doesn't have any of like the values. And then when I say, is amount 1 equal to amount 2, even though they're logically equal, right, we get false here. And that's because they're different references, right? These objects are in different objects in memory. And so by default with these objects, it's going to be doing a reference equals. It's going to say false, they're not equal. If you think about how this might work with like an int or a double or some primitive type, that works a little bit different, right? If I were to print out, say, 5, right, and then I was going to do some comparison, right? We get 5 printed out. It's not just some sort of memory location or something like that. And then they're equal there. And so it's a little bit different than our amount 1 type. That being said, we could still make our types work like this just fine, right? If we want to get a nice representation, right, we could just override toString, implement toString, right? If we want to sort of support this equals equals syntax and make it compare the values, you can do that too. To this class, you could implement equals. And then, of course, you probably want to also implement get hash code because you usually do this in pairs. Then you have to ask yourself, should I implement IEquatable? Probably in this case, if we're wanting to treat our money as more of a value, like something like a primitive, right? We might want to do IEquatable. Then we might want to override the equals equals, not equals operators as well. And there's all sorts of other design decisions we might want to make, right? Do we want to, for example, deconstruct? Do we want to do something like this? Amount currency equals amount 1. Do we want to sort of use this syntax with our money type? Maybe in this case, you might want to. Then there's all sorts of other questions about cloning and updates, right? So there's all these sort of questions. And if you answered yes, that you want this sort of behavior, you want money to behave like a value type, you're going to end up with a lot of code. It's going to be hundreds of lines of code, really, to implement all these features. And it's not interesting code, right? Like it's just sort of boilerplate that you need to write. Maybe you need to look up somewhere, right? Or memorize. It's really just a lot of boring code, takes a lot of time, and you're not actually trying to solve like the real problem. You're just typing in all this boilerplate. So this is what records help solve. So I'm going to change this money type over to a record. And actually, I'm just going to do it like this. I'm going to use a new keyword, record. I'm going to define my properties, decimal amount, string, currency code. I can get rid of all that, and I'm done, right? Now, when I print this out, when I run this code, we can see that this record type has a nice toString, right? It prints out something meaningful. It also handled the value equality. And you can see that this destructuring, this deconstructing also worked as well, right? So I can print out amount and I can print out currency, right? It deconstructed this amount1 into a separate amount and currency variables. So this record under the hood is not like a new feature of the CLR or anything like that. Under the hood, a record is just a class, but it's a class where the C# compiler has gone through and generated a lot of code for us. It's implemented all those properties, all those interfaces or overrides that we were looking at before in terms of a toString, the deconstruct, the value equality, hash code. It implemented all that stuff for us. But the important thing to realize is this is just a class under the hood. It's not some new type, not some new type of type, I suppose you could say. And here, this is just a class. So if we really wanted to, we could add methods here, right? If I want to say public, something here, it returns a currency code, for example. You can add methods, right? You could even add mutable properties here if you really wanted. But this is just a normal class, but you get this sort of nice syntax. And you get all this sort of functionality for free, which is really useful when you're needing types that act as values. Now, these money types, these records are by default immutable, right? So if I have a money type that's 2500 Thai baht, we have this instance here, right? And I try to go update the amount to 0, that's going to be a compiler error, right? This money type is immutable. So then whenever you start dealing with immutable types, often you do need some way of like updating. You might not want to update it in place. And so we can do what's called a non-destructive update, which is basically just a clone. And then that clone has the updated properties. You may have seen this pattern elsewhere in C#. You might see like .with methods on some types where you can say something like amount.with, right? Like, and then some new properties. So C# has some new syntax for dealing with that. Let's make an amount3, and that's going to be amount2. I'm going to use a with statement here. And what do we want to do? Let's just take the amount and we'll increase it to 3,000. Semicolon. And now we're going to print that out. Just for clarity, let's comment out our right lines. You can see here, this with statement is copying our amount2, and then it updates the amount to 3,000. So we end up with our amount3 has 3,000 Thai baht, right? It got this Thai baht from amount2. And if I go take a look at amount2 as well, still have amount2 set to 2,500, right? Amount2 is immutable. It didn't change its value, but we now have amount2 and amount3 with an updated value. So this is how you could maybe do updates with an immutable object. And we have this sort of pattern in C# before we had records. You'd see this sort of pattern with immutable types being updated via like a with method or something like that. And now it's built into the language, sort of taking this pattern and actually making it a real part of the language with special syntax. And now we have this sort of immutable update. This can be really useful if you have any types in your existing C# that you really want to treat as values, right? You want to say that this type is completely defined by its properties. Okay, so that's records. I mean, we could have an entire presentation on records, really, but in the interest of moving on and covering some other features, we'll leave it at that for now. If you have any questions, type them in the chat, and if we don't have time to cover them, I'll cover them outside the presentation. I'm happy to sort of post stuff on GitHub, have more conversation about that. All right, now let's talk about pattern matching enhancements. So pattern matching has been something that's been added in previous versions of C#, and then every version of C#, it just gets better and better. So C# 9.0 is no different. We have more features of pattern matching. So here I'm doing a null check in C#. This is not a C# 9 feature. This is, I think, a previous version of C# released this sort of pattern matching here. I can say it is null. So here, if I print out result, I just get a Boolean, right? So I have the string name. Is name null? False. It's not null. And so this is a very simple pattern. Now, what would happen if we wanted to check that name is not null? There's a couple different ways to do it. You could just use the logical sort of not operator here, the bang, right? Then you could just invert it, and that's okay, right? You could also use this pattern like this, right? This is also another way to do a null check, but this isn't super readable, right? Like it's not super clear what this is doing, right? This is saying, is name an object? And by being an object, it's sort of implying it's not null. But that's not super readable either, right? So with C# 9, we have negation in patterns. And now I can negate like this. So now this not operator is not a replacement for what we were looking at before, the exclamation point, right? This is specific to patterns. When you have a pattern here, for example, a conditional or a switch case statement or expression, right? All these sort of places we can use patterns in the past. Now we can use this not and have pattern negation. So you don't need to have your pattern check for the opposite of what you want and then negate it outside the pattern like that, right? We can keep everything in the pattern and use this not syntax like that. Another feature that we have in pattern matching is these greater than, less than patterns, and then additionally, and. So for example, I have my n here, which is int 3, and I want to check if it's greater than 5 or less than 7. And again, let me print out my result, right? And in this case, it's not. I could say, maybe I can change my and to an or, right? Is it greater than 5 or less than 7? You can see C# here actually gives us a really nice warning saying, hey, you've just asked if your integer greater than 5 or less than 7. Well, that's true for all integers, right? So we have this nice sort of linting for us. So let's go ahead and change that back to and. We have greater than, right? We can also say greater than or equal to 5 or less than or equal to 7, right? Run that. Let's go ahead and set this equal to 5 maybe. And we have this sort of pattern. So this is very nice for range checks. And then in addition, you could potentially, chain these conditions, right? You could say, or, I don't know, n is greater than 5. Maybe in this case, this specific pattern doesn't really make sense, right? What is it saying? Greater than 7. I don't need to repeat n here, right? The pattern itself is this. There we go. Sorry, that's what it is. We don't need the is or the n repeated, right? This is the actual pattern. So by using this and or, right, we can join patterns and we can put parentheses to say operator precedence, stuff like that. All right, how are we doing on time? About 10 minutes left. Okay, I think we should be able to get through them. Target types new expressions. This is a really neat feature. So this is related to sort of like type inference, right? In C#, we have the var keyword, which is for type inference. So we say var x equals 5, for example. Actually, we just had that up here maybe, right? You could say var n equals 5, right? It's going to know, it's going to infer that this n is int based on the right-hand side. But we can't use var in all the places we might like to. For example, say we had this field, right? We can't use var as the field here, right? We need to use a specific type. We need to use an explicit type here. So with target typed new expressions, right, instead of having to repeat ourselves here, right, there's some repetition here. We can actually just drop the type on the right-hand side and say that. And now what this will do is this will initialize our friends field with a list of person, right? It's basically just going to look at the left-hand side and copy that to the right-hand side. And so there are some constraints here, right? Like, for example, say we wanted to type this as an I list, for example, right? That's a compilation error because you can't instantiate an interface, right? It is just looking at the left-hand side and constructing that on the right-hand side. So we need to say list of friends here equals new. And it's not just for fields that we can use it. For example, let's go ahead and instantiate our person. I could do it like this, var p equals new person, or I could also do it like this, person p equals new. Either way works in C# 9.0. Then I'm going to call my meet friends function that takes a date time, and then it just says prints out a string or returns a string. So I'm going to say p dot meet friends. I need to pass in a date time, and now it's obvious what the type of this parameter is, right? We've declared it to be a date time. So this is another place we could potentially use the target typed new expression. I could say 2020. Let's go in the future 10/31, for example, right? And now that's going to know that the date time is here as the parameter type. So I don't need to put that constructor again, and I can pass in constructor parameters here. That would also work up here. For example, maybe we want the list to have an initial capacity, right? Some initial capacity, for example. You can pass in constructor parameters here. So this is going to call the list constructor with just its int capacity. You need to be a little bit careful here. You probably don't want to just go to every single place where you can and apply this new operator. You need to think a little bit about readability. Some people might argue that this is not entirely readable, or maybe if you had a whole bunch of different parameters, right, it's not going to be super readable. Maybe some of the features that we saw in Visual Studio in the previous session will help out with that. But you at least have the option now, right? You have the option of inferring this type with the target typed new expression. All right, static lambdas and anonymous functions. Okay, so with static lambdas and anonymous functions, let's see what those are. So we have this int array, right? This list of numbers 1 through 10. And let's say we wanted to filter it. Maybe we want to filter only to odd numbers or even numbers, something like that, right? So we're going to take our number mod2 equals 0, run it. Oh, what happened? It's empty. That's not right. What happened? It had a typo here, right? We have our I, but we accidentally said N here. What is this N? Where'd this N come from? Oh, that N is this N up here in some previous example, right? And this is the root of the issue, that in a lambda, you can accidentally refer to variables outside the scope, right? This lambda has access to all the variables that are in scope. And in this case, where we're just testing for, what we're doing, testing to see if the number is even, we can totally define that inside this lambda. We don't need access to any outer scope. So here, we can put the static keyword on our lambda. So now this is saying this is a static lambda. It also works with anonymous functions like delegates. We can say static I, and now you see we actually have a compile error. Now this doesn't compile, saying, hey, there's N is not defined, right? Like it doesn't have access to it. There, now we can avoid accidentally pulling stuff into scope. If we think that it should be just pure, it should be totally a function of its inputs, we can use the static to declare that and make that more obvious to the readers of the code as well, in addition to getting the safety. So now you can see if I execute this, now I'm only getting these even numbers as the values, right? So I'm filtering these numbers down to the even values here. All right, covariant return types. So for covariant return types, this is a really interesting feature in .NET. In C# 9. So say we had an abstract class, which was a pet. This pet can do various things. It can eat food. It can die, unfortunately, very sad. It can also have a baby, which returns a pet object. So say we had a cat instance and a dog instance as well. So we need to override this pet have baby and return a new cat and a new dog. So now I try to call it. So we're going to have a cat kitten equals cat dot add baby. And this does not compile, right? It does not compile. We know it's a cat, right? We can see it's a cat here, right? We know it's a cat here, but C# doesn't, right? C# is saying, hey, this is a pet, right? Like you have to make it a pet because you need to override the base class method. In C# 9.0, you have covariant return types. So you can return a subclass of the pet here, right? So a cat can return, or a cat can return a cat, a dog, return a dog, and this will sort of fulfill this contract, right? Because this is a base type of pet, C# 9 knows what we mean, and now this compiles without any sort of ugly casts or anything like that. And so this will be really useful, I think, for sort of like if you have some abstract factory or you have some sort of factory pattern going on, this will be really nice. You can get rid of these casts. You can have a little bit more safety, right, in this way. All right. Target typed conditional expressions. We're going to go through this super quick. I think we're running a little bit out of time, just about 2 or 3 minutes left. So in C# 9, say we had some condition here, some ternary operator, and we're storing it in an int. So we can either return 100 or null. Looks pretty straightforward, right? But in previous versions of C#, this would not compile, right? C# would not know how to convert a 100, an int, to a null, right? Say, hey, there's no conversion there. But now C# 9 can look at the left-hand side, right? The target typed. And it can say, oh, there's an implicit conversion between int and nullable int and null and nullable int. So I know how to do that, right? And then it passes. That also works with IEnumerable. For example, maybe we have an immutable list and a list, right? Those can both be converted to IEnumerable. Before, this would not work. You would have to add some sort of cast, right? You have to say, make that an int like that, right? Or maybe make it a, int here or something like that, right? So you'll see when you upgrade to C# 9, a lot of stuff that you sort of had to hack around with cast and stuff like that now disappear, and the C# compiler is smart enough to figure it out. Okay. Finally, so those are all the C# features we're going to cover today. And I want to just have a quick note about enabling C# 9.0 in older .NET projects. So this is not officially supported, right? Really, to get C# 9.0, you're supposed to use .NET 5.0. And then all this stuff just works out of the box and it's fine. It is possible to enable C# 9.0 in older projects. For example, you can enable C# 9.0 in .NET Core 3.1, or .NET Standard if you have a library. You can even enable it in .NET Framework as well. Although, again, it's not super supported, right? But you can do it. And so the way that you do this, let me just switch over back to Visual Studio again. Here, I have 2 projects. I have a Hello World written in .NET Core 3.1. So, for example, if I go here in .NET Core 3.1, and I try to use that first feature that we saw, right, which was the top-level statements, we're going to get a compiler, right, saying, hey, this feature top-level statement is not available in C# 8. .NET Core 3.1 uses C# 8 by default. So if we want to change that, we can go into our project file. You can say lang version latest, or you can specify a version here as well. And now this works. So now we've enabled C# 9 in .NET Core 3.1. There's one more step we might want to do. If we wanted to use records, for example, say we have our, let's see, our money record, right? We have our money record here. Even though we're running C# 9, right, we need to do one more step to enable this. And that's to set is external init. So if we define this class in our project, that will make this record syntax work. Even in versions, even in .NET Framework, I believe, you can get this sort of record syntax in older versions of .NET. Okay, so I'm about out of time right now. I've just hit 30 minutes. So I'm going to go back real quick. I'm just going to try to squeeze in source generators. Okay, real quick, source generators, it's basically compile time code generation is sort of what you can think about it, right? You can implement this I source generator, and then based on, during the compilation process, you can actually emit C# code, whether it's strings or the Roslyn APIs, right? And you basically, as you compile, you can do C# code generation. So I'm going to stop sharing now. So that's all the features of C# 9. I think I'm basically out of time right now. What do we want to do about questions? Let's see. Jose, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you, Will. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question for you here from the chat. This one is customers equal customer is null using the expressions,
Mm-hmm.
and
Right.
which one is quicker?
Right. Oh, that's a really good question. So with that, they're not completely identical statements. So it's not even just a matter of which executes quicker or which one's faster. It's actually what are they doing under the hood. So in those two examples, you have customer equals null, and you have customer is null. The customer equals null is actually, you could view it as less safe as the customer is null, because the customer equals null, that will go use the operator that's implemented in that type, right? So if you're saying you have some customer object, right, you say customer equals null, that'll actually call that operator overload, the equals that you can add to your customer type. And so if it's a third-party type or just some different type, it might not actually be comparing null. Customer is null is actually always going to do a call to check if it's null. It's going to bypass the equals operator. So I would say they're not exactly identical. In terms of the performance, I don't actually know offhand which one's more performant. Probably what I would do is I'd go chuck that into the sharplab.io, see what it sort of compiles down to, and then we could check. But I'd say before you even start thinking about performance, they're different in what they do. So first you want to look at correctness before. So I would always use customer is null. And I think that's the official recommendation since C# 7 or 8 is to always say is null rather than equals null, because you're not at the mercy of that type implementing equals correctly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you
everyone.
much. Okay, everyone. Now we are going to follow up with I'll bring his screen on.
Okay.
Okay, can you share your screen at the moment that you feel free? I will be dropping from the call.
Okay, I share already.
Okay. Thank you very much. The stage is yours.
Can I start now?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Yeah. Okay, today I'm gonna talk about develop or debug.NET Core with Microsoft Bit to Kubernetes. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Srinat Papathiti. I'm a co-founder at Cube of Skill. At Cube of Skill, we provide training, consulting, solution involving in Kubernetes transformation. I also got certified Kubernetes application developer, certified Kubernetes administrator from CNCF. Okay, before I'm gonna talk about Microsoft Bit to Kubernetes, I will walk through you the development process of .NET Core. Okay, I will use the pointer. Let's say we have application source code and we would like to create a container instance. We would need to build the application to container image first. We would need Docker file and we will use Docker command to bundle it to container image and the image will be stored on local registry and we can put it to container registry. Container registry such as ghcr.io, GitHub Container Registry, or ACR, Azure Container Registry. Okay, we put the container image to container registry already. We can create a Kubernetes deployment on Kubernetes cluster, and the deployment will create a pod will fetch the image from container registry and start the .NET application on Kubernetes cluster. The application also fetch the config from config map, which would be produced from our customized config file. Customize will help you to convert configuration in .NET Core, such as accessing.json to config map. Okay, I will deep dive you step by step. The first one is customize. Customize will help you to convert .NET Core configuration such as accessing.json to config map, and you can define bit file and config map name in declarative customization config. Next, if you have .NET Core configuration already, we can define the Docker file. Docker file has two states. The first one is it build state. The second one is run state. The build state you can use .NET resource to download .NET Core dependency, and the runtime state you can use .NET to run the binary that would be produced from the build state. Next, we have Docker file already. We can decide the step to install the .NET Core on Kubernetes, and we can build it to container image that will be stored on local registry, and we can tag and put to container registry. Next, if we have container image on container registry already, we can create container instance that will fetch the container image and create the .NET Core application runtime on Kubernetes cluster. Then the application also fetch the config map from Kubernetes cluster. Okay, I already explained the process of the development process of .NET Core on Kubernetes. Next, I will introduce you Microsoft Bit to Kubernetes to simplify the development process. Microsoft Bit to Kubernetes has two modes. The first one is non-isolate mode. The second one is isolate mode. Non-isolate mode mean if you have the real Kubernetes deployment on Kubernetes cluster, the Microsoft Bit to Kubernetes will sync your source code from IDE such as VS Code, Visual Studio, and sync the source code to the real Kubernetes deployment. With you don't need to worry about Docker file, worry about configuration. The Microsoft bit to Kubernetes just sync your source code to cluster, just that one step. But for non-isolate mode, the deployment will interact with the real user. That would be impact sometime if you sync the source code from your IDE to the real deployment on Kubernetes cluster. Microsoft Bit to Kubernetes also provide isolate mode. isolate mode mean the Microsoft bit to create will copy the deployment information and create another deployment with prefix your username. And the tab and you can debug code on this port instead of the real deployment that avoid to impact author developer and author end user. Okay, let's demo together. For demo, everyone can load the source code from github.com and follow the step by readme. But we will do together. Okay, let's say I code the source code already. Okay, you can see .NET Core Web API and Docker file appsetting.json and manifest Qt deployment config. Okay, if you would like to integrate it with Microsoft bit to Qt, you would need to deploy it to Qt cluster first. Okay, I will demo with my minikube. I will start my minikube first. I run command minikube start. Okay, and I use kubectl get port to verify if minikube is working correctly. Okay, I will change namespace to demo port to demo Microsoft bit to Qt. Okay, if I use kubectl get port. Okay, I would not found any resource. Okay, to integrate the source code to Microsoft bit to hit to simplify the development process. The first one you would need to deploy the app to Qt first. Okay, I already have deployment.yaml and service.yaml. So if I would like to deploy, I will use command kubectl apply logf manifest and if I would like to apply config map, I would use command kubectl apply logk because I use customization to convert appsetting.json to config map. Okay, I will use kubectl get port. Okay, waiting the application to start. Okay, the app is running already. Okay, if you would like to integrate it with Microsoft bit2 you can use command shift plus p and select bit2 config and select the service. Select the and input the port of service. That is for my service is 8090. Enter and .NET Core launch web. Enter and plugin will ask your question. No or yes. No is non-isolate mode. Yes is isolate mode. I would demo about no option first for non-isolate mode. Okay. Once I click no, I can indicate to Microsoft Bit Toolkit by click arrow. Click continue and input password. Okay, I will open another terminal to monitor the process of deployment. Okay, it's running already. Okay, we can bounce to 127.0.0.0. That is loopback IP colon 6090. We will got the result that we can mark the breakpoint in C# application file. Let's say I mark the breakpoint at line 15 and I refresh again. VS Code will break at with line 15 and we can use continue step over, step info, step out at the normal debug process. Okay, I will continue first. Okay, it will return the result. Okay, you can debug the .NET Core directly on Qt Cutter right now because by process Microsoft Bit Toolkit will sync your source code to this one and forward the port to your local and you can bounce to local port and mark the breakpoint. That is simplify the event process. You don't need to worry about Docker. You don't need to worry about configuration. Okay, I will simulate if the real traffic route to this port. Okay, I use kubectl get service first and I use kubectl port forward service name xt address the container port because xt90 used already, so I increase by one and to forward to any host kubectl. Okay, need to forward port, not service. Okay, you bound to the same address but change the port. Okay, the VS Code will break you at line 15 or so. Because it indicate VS Code to the real Qt cutter already. This is also problem is the Qt deployment used by many user. It will impact the end user and other developer. Okay, I would introduce you another option. to mitigate this. The other option is hit isolate mode. Isolate mode. If you would like to config isolate mode, you use command shift P again and bit to create config service input port and call web and select yes. Okay, you run again. I use the same command to monitor. Okay, you will see that the bit to hit will copy the deployment information from this to create another one with my prefix username. And we can also debug into this. Okay, about to this again. The same IP, same port. Bitcode will break you at line 15. Okay, you click continue. Okay, I will simulate if the real traffic route to the real deployment, the other developer, other end user would not be impacted by this option. Okay, I use group CTL get port first, and I use group CTL port forward. And the real deployment that interfacing with user and port. Okay, I bow again. Okay, the BS code not don't break you at line 15 because you use isolate mode that would not impact the other developer. But if you use port 9080 that allow to this, you can also debug. Okay, you can debug now. I will click continue to forward. That all for this demo. Anyone have any question? Hello?
Hello. Yeah, I was mute. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. Anyone has any question? If you has any question, please drop your questions.
Can the bit 2KX work with Rider? I never test yet.
So this one, can the bridge work if right? You never tried.
Never try. I just try with ASP.NET.
Okay, okay. Any other question? Okay, sounds no question. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Uh, we really like it. It's very interesting to see how can we connect Kubernetes and Docker and all the container things for we have a very nice developer experience. Thank you very much. Uh, okay, everyone. Now it's time for our break. We are going to do a 1 hour break. Okay. So we are going to return. We should return at 1 p.m. Thailand time. Hope see you soon then. See you. Bye bye. See you at 1. Hello, everyone. We are back from our break. Let's continue with the second part of the conference. I would like to bring Joel Dixon from Agoda. Hello,
Hi.
Joel. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello, everyone. We are back. Oh, sorry. Okay, so the stage is yours. Good luck, Joe.
All right, cool. Share my screen. There. Cool. All right. So I'm going to be talking today about GitHub Actions. We've recently started using GitHub Actions in my area. It's pretty cool, so I wanted to talk about it today. It's not really C# or .NET specific. It is CI, which is kind of relates to a lot of things, but I do have some examples in PowerShell. So just a little bit about me. I'm a senior development manager at Agoda. I'm also an open source contributor. I work on NUnit. It's one of the projects I work on. I've been coming to Thailand for over 10 years for business now. I'm originally from Australia. I live in Bangkok these days, and I like beer and sport. So what I'm going to talk about today is, for those of you that don't know what GitHub Actions is, just a little bit of a primer of what it is, how you can use it. I'm going to look at a classic CI example, but also some work automation examples, and look at creating your own actions. So I'll start with what it is. We think it's pretty cool. That's why I'm talking about it today. So GitHub Actions is an event-driven workflow automation system that can be used for CI. Some people get the wrong impression that it's just for CI. But what I want to talk about today is some of the uses beyond CI that we've used it for, where we've actually got some real good benefits out of it. So to give you guys a bit more detail about what it exactly is, it's YAML-based builders code. So you can see here's an example of a YAML file where we put in some. We're building one of our actions. The cool thing about the builders code concept is, because it's a file in your Git repo, if you want to change things that run in your CI process on your pull request pipeline, for example, you can do that on a pull request and have it reviewed on a pull request. So your build definitions follow your code and all your code processes, hence the term that we use, builders code. It's got a visual component. So for those of you that use GitHub, you've probably seen the Actions tab that's come in the last year or so. So there's a whole graphical UI component that you can use to visualize what's going on under the bonnet. And it's packaged with both GitHub.com and GitHub Enterprise Server if you're a user of GitHub Enterprise. It's been in beta for GitHub Enterprise since late last year. And it's going full release for GitHub Enterprise, I think this month or next month with the 3.0 release. So that's a bit about what it is. Now what we want to talk about is how you use this. So you can use it in GitHub.com. So it's available for use if you use GitHub.com for any of your projects now. So this is a basic use example that I'll talk about. So basically, to use it, all you do is create a YAML file in the /GitHub/workflows folder. You then prepare in the YAML an event that you want it to run on using the on definition in YAML. So in this example, we're saying it runs on pull requests that are created to branch master or main. We don't use master anymore. And then you specify, based on this event, this is the jobs that will run. So in here, we're just specifying that we're going to run a job that all it does is echo some text back as an example. So it's as easy as that to use. You just create a YAML file and away you go. You can create multiple YAML files in this folder, each with their own events, job lists, and things that go on. So the runners, so for those of you like me that have a background in TeamCity, we call them agents in GitHub and also GitLab CI, they call them runners. So runners are basically machines that will run your jobs. The GitHub provide cloud runners that you can use in the cloud if you're running on it. You can also create your own runners with both and register them in github.com and also GitHub Enterprise if you're running that. The advantage of running your own is they're free. Runners can be created at enterprise-wide level or at server-wide level if you're using on-premise GitHub, org-wide, so you can register them in an org in GitHub, and then all of the repos in that org can use the same runners, or you can register on single repos if you've got like purpose-built runners that you need to build things. And we've also published some of our cloud init scripts that we use. If any of you guys are interested in getting into runners, our scripts we produce them on OpenStack, but they'll run on AWS and ARM as well. If you're interested in learning a bit about how to spin them up, but I won't go too much into the runners today. So how can you use it? So the cloud runners, if you want to use them in the cloud, they do cost money. It's based on your plan, how much you'll pay per minute. One of the things I do want to just put a little bit of a warning in where some of our guys went a bit wrong is that they started running a lot of stuff on Macs, and it was later that we realized that 1 Mac minute is actually worth 10 normal minutes of billing time. So it's something to watch out for. We prefer, though, to use the on-premise runners because they're free. Yeah, so that's a bit about how you use it. So I'm going to have a look at a bit of a classic example in CI. So this is from one of Agoda's open source projects, and it should explain a little bit how these things are put together. So one of the things you'll notice in some of this YAML is some of the things are quite easy and you'll be familiar with. So if we take, for example, this YAML here, you can see that what we're doing is this run command, and it's running .NET Restore, which we're all familiar with. And then the next one down runs a .NET build with configuration release and no restore. So that's something that we're familiar with, right? We're just telling the CI system, here's the command lines and go run it. And that's, if you're used to things like AppVeyor and Travis, it's pretty much how they're driven. But we've got this part up the top here, which is a little bit different. So this YAML, you can see here, it's got this users, and the users statement says action/setup.net at 1. And then it's got with and some variables that it's passing in. So this is an action, this customized YAML part. And what it's basically doing is this users is an actual repo on github.com. So we can browse to, you see it's action/setup.net. This is actually a repo on github.com, action/setup.net. And the @v1 is a tag. So we could go in here. If I wasn't zoomed in, I could probably get the tags option. If we have a look at the tags, and we can see the v1 is a tag on here. So this is how the actions in GitHub are built. And what it's basically doing is it's telling the GitHub Actions platform to go to this repo and get the code out of there, and that defines what will execute. So in theory, it's meant to make it quite easy for you to easily share around code that you've built for your actions. So I'll take an example of just a classic CI example to begin with. This is the Agoda IOC project that we have. So if any of you are interested in it, you can come have a look at it another time. I won't go into too much about what this project is today, but you can see here this is kind of like a classic CI example for how we would build a GitHub action. So we run it on pushes to the main branch, or master branch, and also pull request pushes. So if someone's got a pull request created against that goes to the main branch, and you push on the branch on that pull request, then it will trigger this action. So that's the on statement that triggers it. We also, just to be neat, we generally define our parameters at the top. So these are things that will get reused, say, for example, the solution file location throughout the steps. So we just specify them once in case they need to change. So if we go down here, you can see, like I said, the more familiar YAML-based systems that that use these kind of run this command line. And this is us injecting our solution file variable. And you can see here your .NET Run. But then also we've got these custom actions. So say, for example, the git checkout itself is an action. So we specify that happens. And then we've got the setup.NET action. And then we've got this lovely unit test action that we run that does some custom stuff with reporting for our unit tests that we use. So, yeah. Okay. One thing to point out, though, is that if you are using this with open source projects, that your build, like I mentioned before about the build changes, you can't test out your build changes on forks by default. So this is a security feature to stop people basically injecting code onto your forks that may be malicious. So that's a basic CI example. Actually, I should also take a look at what it looks like when it runs, so you guys can see that. So we've got our actions tab here, and we can see on some of the previous runs. Yeah, here's our build packages step and our deploy step. So this is basically, it's just a library. So it's just building a NuGet package and publishing it to NuGet.org. So it's a pretty simple one. But you can see that the YAML that we've created has some relationships in it, and they map back to here. So I'm going to get a bit more deep in the next example, though. Just come back here. So what I was talking about before, though, is like GitHub Actions it's more of an automation system that can do CI. So where you can really get power out of it is where you're using it for things that aren't CI. And I've got some examples that I want to show from just around Agoda, where guys have come up with some ideas about where they could use GitHub Actions in their general workflow. So one of these examples that I want to share is just a simple one to start with. So we do a lot of communication on Slack. We also support other tech teams with code reviews and issues, etc., with our systems. And we have a daily on-call rotation with some of our teams. So it's hard at times to know who's on call, what are the current issues are. And as a user, I want to know who to reach out to and maybe some basic info. So a little basic action that we set up was something like this. It's you can see this action here. It's runs on a schedule. So you can see the on directive there says a schedule, and then you've got a cron declaration there. So it sends Monday to Friday once a day. And there's some code down here that actually sends the message using a custom action. And it basically just, it reads from an on-call roster that we have. Also reads some markdown for a basic wiki. And they just post a message into Slack with the person who's on call, what their phone number is in our on-call and support channels. So everyone's clear on who's on call and who they need to reach out to and things like that. So it was just a really basic thing that we set up, right? But it really helps us out day to day. Another one that we had that I want to share as well is expensive tests. This is probably a really common one. You may have things like load tests that you sometimes run on an application, and you don't want to do them on every pull request. You mainly want to do them on risky pull requests and things like that. In our case, we had a benchmark. It was using benchmark.net, and it was quite a long test that would take like 30 minutes to run all the benchmarks. And we only really wanted to run it if the reviewer said, hey, this may affect performance. We should run the benchmarks. So the solution we came up with is we created a label called run benchmark. And then we created an action where that fired on the pull request labeled event. So this is basically when a label is added or removed from a pull request. And then what we do is you can add if conditions in here. So you can see our if condition here in the job part checks the context of the event, and it checks for the label name. And we check if the label name is the run benchmark label. And then if that's true, then we run the job. So we're able to give the users this nice feature of they just go and add a label, say run benchmark, and then they can go make a coffee, come back 30 minutes later, and then the benchmarks finish and we post a bunch of markdown to the pull request with a bit of report. It's there for historically, and then the code review can go on and discuss about the benchmark results. And then if further changes are done, we can re-add the run benchmark label, and later on it will run another benchmark and again post the results if we want to work on something. And it gives us a nice history there on the PR if we need to refer back to any issues. So the other one that I want to mention, we've found this to be a bit of a common one, especially because we have a lot of internal contribution from other teams. And I don't know if any of you guys have this, but maybe you do. It's when a nice innocent guy comes into the channel and he says, hey guys, can you help me out with a code review on your system? And he's contributing to your system, which is great. We love external contribution. And he just wants to get his things merged. But maybe he hasn't spoken to the team. And when you open up this innocent looking pull request link, what you find is it's kind of a big pull request. And it's going to take you a long time to review, and maybe they should have spoken to you a bit sooner. So we don't have this happen all the time, but when it does, it always causes a lot of back and forth. And yeah, so one of our guys came up with a solution for this, which was actually one of the challenges about doing this is that normally we look at running a lot of our automation on pull requests, but the one of the issues here is that people would create a branch and their branch would get big even before they open the pull request. So what we actually need to do is put automation on the branch push to check for size and on the diff. So what one of our guys did is this. It's something that runs on an event on push. It calls back to GitHub to check the diff and see how big the branch is compared to master or main. And we're also able to reuse the logic for the on-call checking and tag that person just to alert them and say, hey guys, someone's working on a really big PR and maybe we should reach out to them and have a chat with them before it gets too big. So these are just some examples, right, of where we've used this. And you aren't really limited to these. And the cool thing about these too is that you can easily put them into an action and share them, and then other people can use them online as well, or use them between projects. So and this is just an example that I wanted to point out. The list there is the amount of objects that you can trigger events on. And then the event types, you can see there what I've done is I've just drilled into the issues there. On the right-hand side there, where's my mouse? So these guys here are all of the events that are just available for this one object. And so you can see what we can run events on to automate things as a part of GitHub Actions is huge. You run them on forks, the project cards, pull requests, releases, release creating events, push to any branch, even things like deployments, which is pretty new. The one that I want to point out though, which was really weird to me when I first saw this list, and I wonder if anyone's picked up on this looking at the list already, was this guy. So there's an object that you can trigger events on in GitHub Actions called Golem. So it's not Lord of the Rings though. It's not related to that. Actually, the wiki system that they use in GitHub is called Golem. So the Golem events are actually wiki events. But I've got the link there if any of you guys want to check it out. It's a full list of everything you can trigger on, and it's pretty massive. So I'll talk a little bit about making actions. And how easy or hard that is. So the cool thing about making your own actions is there's two kinds of actions that you can make right now. There is Docker-based actions, which is really flexible. You can basically write it in any language. Anything that runs in a Docker container can be an action. And then there's Node.js actions. Now these ones run natively on the the runner that you run on, and they have very powerful library support. So if you want to do something that's pretty complex, the Node.js actions is a good example, but you can pretty much do everything in Docker actions as well. So the Docker actions, like you can write, like I said, it's really flexible. I'm going to show an example of a Docker action today that we built, but you can write them in anything like Haskell, Erlang, even Fish. For those that know what the Fish language is, you can write GitHub actions in this. So I'm going to give an example of one that we published. This solved the problem that we had sometimes. So everyone here works on .NET projects, so you probably had this issue too. So this is just a basic action that checks your solution file and then walks through all your CS proj files and looks if you've got references to pre-release NuGet packages. And if you do, it explodes, failing the build. So I should put a bit of a clarification on this though. We didn't make this because we think our developers like to do bad things. We do it because sometimes people are playing around, they forget, and it gets missed in a code review and ends up in production. So we're trying to help people with this. So you can see this is a custom action. It's also got a little bit in the README here about this is how you use it. So we've got users, a go-to-com, NuGet alpha detection v1. Again, we make a tag that we bind it to. Using the tag is very good practice because if, for example, someone releases a v2 and you're pointing at master branch, suddenly everything could break. So definitely use a tag. You can also use other references here too. And then you just give it your solution path. So we'll have a look at how this is put together. So to create an action, you start with an action YAML that goes in the root. And this just gives a bit of metadata. It also defines what inputs that you have. So this defines what parameters are available in the YAML if someone wants to reuse this action somewhere else. And then the runs declaration. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying my action is a Docker action. And the image, you go get it from a Docker file. And then these are arguments that we pass. So the args will be command line arguments that it passes to the Docker action when it runs it. So then we have a look at our Docker file here. So you can see the Docker file is pretty simple. It just basically copies in the entry point PowerShell file, and the entry point is a PowerShell. And then those args that we saw before will get passed as arguments. So if you've got multiple arguments, they just get appended to the end of the entry point when it runs the Docker action. And then if we go into our entry point PS1, we can see here that we've got, don't forget this guy at the top. And then this is basically just, we can see here the args. So the first argument in the command line is the solution file path. And then if you guys are interested in the details of how we walk through a solution file and all of the YAML files, you can welcome to read through this later. And then down the end here, we output some things to say, hey, there's a pre-release version of a NuGet package in your CS proj files, and exit 1. So we fail the command line output. So just quickly show you guys where we're using this as an example. So here's a samples project where we're using it. So we can see it does a bunch of stuff. There's a bit of test script in there, sorry. Then we can see we're using it here. So after we do the checkout event, so this does our git checkout, we then go uses our actions. This is the one that we've published, and we say, hey, here's our solution file. And then the PowerShell script will grab the solution file, use that to find out where your CS proj files are, walk through all of them looking for the XML and all of them looking for things. And we can see in our example repo that we actually have a reference to Serialog pre-release package, which is a no-no. And so if we have a look at one of the builds, we can see down the bottom here, it said, hey, you've got a pre-release version of the NuGet package, and it's come up with an error. So I don't have colorization. I actually raised a pull request to the GitHub Action Runner this week because I found a bug that prevents PowerShell from displaying the colors. But the cool thing about a lot of this stuff, GitHub is starting to open source a lot of this stuff. The core of github.com has always been closed source. But with a lot of these new things that they're adding, like actions and things like that, it's all becoming open source. So I was able to go in, send them a pull request to fix it so we could get colorization support on PowerShell. And hopefully it should be merged in the next week. Cool. So that was our Docker action. Now I want to talk a little bit about the JavaScript or Node.js actions. I think this is really cool that they're using Node.js as the primary platform. When I first started at Agoda many years ago, I set up TeamCity, and I was working a lot with the mobile guys when I was working in the web section, and we would have meetups about how we're going and the new things we're building in the CI platform. And I would always come and say, look at these amazing PowerShell scripts. And the Android guy would say, look at all my awesome Python scripts. And then the iOS guy would say, look at all my awesome Ruby scripts. And we could never really share too much because we're all passionate about different languages that we loved, right? It used to be funny because like I'm not a huge fan of Ruby. And so when I saw these Ruby scripts, I'm like, no, I think I'll just write my own in PowerShell. And it was funny. But one of the things I always joke with the guys about was that we'll never have one language that we all love equally, but we will have a language that we all hate equally. And I'm sure that we'll end up all writing in that language. And I think that language is JavaScript. I'm sorry if there's any JavaScript fans out there. But you can see here the JavaScript support they've got is really powerful. If we have a look at the Actions toolkit, for example, we've got a bunch of libraries in here that allow you to interact with the command line. They also have interacting with IO, so copy, move, the tool cache, so you can cache command line tools and share them around the agents. There's also an OctoKit client. OctoKit, for those that don't know, is a library that interacts with the GitHub APIs and just wraps them for easy access. And that's an example I want to quickly show. Also interacting with artifacts, the caching system, which backs to the S3 blob storage. So it's very powerful what you can do here with this. For those that don't know what OctoKit is, there's actually an OctoKit for most major languages. I use the C# one a lot before I started getting into GitHub Actions. But you can see here that it's this is the documentation for it. And it's very comprehensive. Basically, everything in the GitHub APIs is wrapped, and you can see here if we want to get a milestone or create an issue, something like that. You just go OctoKit issues, create, pass it some parameters, and away you're going. And here it's got like all the parameters that you can use. Very comprehensive and very powerful. You can see just a basic example here. Now, the cool thing is with GitHub Actions, when you start using OctoKit, there's usually some boilerplate that you have to do, like register your tokens and things like that. With the libraries, a lot of that's taken care of, so you can just basically get an OctoKit client straight away that has all your authentication baked in, and then you can just start using it. As long as you're only authenticating against the repo that the action is running in, you can pretty much access everything in that repo. So you can see here I'm using OctoKit to get a list of issues and then just returning, mapping back to return a list of owners of all the issues in a repo, something similar like that. But you can see it's quite fluent. It's easy to understand, and you can pretty much like do a lot of automation about checking something and validating something, updating something back, labeling your pull requests and whatnot. It's all quite easy in this format. So if you're starting to use something like this, think about repetitive tasks that you do, what you do that you could automate, and those are the sort of things that you get value out of turning into actions, in my opinion. Like holistically moving your CI over to actions, like we've done that with a few of our projects. We don't get a lot of advantage until we actually look at the process automation and the workflow automation. So where are we going with this? I just want to leave you guys today with one last thing, which is something that I think is really cool. And it's kind of where we're going with this, I think, ultimately, is things like this. This was an Instagram post that some of you may have seen about a year or two ago. This guy commented that this just happened. A bot found a vulnerability in a dependency. A bot sent a pull request to fix it. The CI verified the pull request, a bot merged it, and then the bot celebrated with a GIF. This is awesome. You know, this is the kind of mundane day-to-day task that we can automate with things like this, and you can still be cool about it too. So there's no limits. Keep going and happy automating, guys. Thank you. And if we've got any time left, I'll open it up to questions.
Hello, Joe. Yes, we have a question. We have 1 minute for a question. There is a question for Tiagaj. How can we migrate Azure pipelines to GitHub Actions?
Oh, how can we migrate? That's an interesting one, actually. They're both YAML-based systems. So yeah, I think at the moment though, you can run 2 CI systems on one platform. Migrate. Yeah. So if you want to use them in parallel while you slowly migrate over, you can. Because everything should map back to your status commits. But it's GitHub Actions hasn't caught pipelines yet in terms of features. I heard a rumor that I can neither confirm nor deny that the GitHub Actions, that some of the GitHub Actions teams are actually still using Azure pipelines for their CI system, which is funny. But yeah, like they're both YAML-based systems, so I think that you should be able to move them over pretty easily. I haven't seen any automated tools for doing it though. Any other questions, guys?
There is one other question. How to use GitHub?
How to use GitHub? If you're after how to use GitHub, I'd recommend there's a GitHub learning site. I think it's like github.com/learning or something, where they have a lot of tutorials on how to use it, and they've got this little the automation around issues that they update and walk you through doing things, and as you do things update and help you.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, so the next one is Giorgio. I am bringing Giorgio to the call. Hello, Giorgio. Can you
Hi,
listen?
guys.
Hello. Okay, Giorgio, the stage is yours.
Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much, sir. Thank you. Okay, let me share the screen. Okay. And I hope that is okay, is visible. Ciao, guys. I am Giorgio Desideri, and here I work in 7 Peaks in Bangkok as a tech lead of the cloud solution. This is a short introduction about myself. You can find the QR code for my website, where is more or less everything about my life and professional profile. I am also a Udemy instructor and start as an online trainer. This is my 2 big achievement as Azure Solution Architect Expert certification, and for the AWS, the Solution Architect Associate level. Okay, we start to enter in the discussion of today. I give the definition of what is the DevOps and what is the Azure Identity Platform. More or less, everyone know about that, or should. The DevOps is a set of practice that combine the software quality development and the IT operations. The Azure Identity Platform is an authentication service plus open source library plus the application management tool. All is unified by Azure to be one single service. Okay, we start with the possible problem that you face with your DevOps and how the Azure identity platform can help you. The most of the problem, because it's not a problem, this is the problem. Create a stable solution to deploy and integrate the projects, programs, or portfolios that you have. And anyone can say that this is the Holy Grail, especially the Dr. Jones. Why is it so unstable? First main reason, there is a dev and ops and not a DevOps. All the teams, especially in the enterprise company, but also when a small company started to scale up into a medium or a big or large company, there is the practice to divide the company into the teams. And a lot of time they are logically and physically separated. Now I want to recall you a practice that the impostor Steve Jobs apply in the Apple. When he planned the configuration of the office, he put the bathroom along the office or where there is the open space of the several team. Why? Because everyone in our life need to use the bathroom, and during the path to go to have your needs, the people start to speak about their problem or their situation, and he knows that when the people start to speak together, the solution come easily. So about that, there is the communication. There is the try to unify the communication of these teams as a possible collaboration way between these two. As communication here, I mean of the amount of valuable information and knowledge that each one can share. Maybe this is a weird concept, but this is the main for we in DevOps. We don't speak about tools or what is the best way, what is the silver bullet that solve any problem. The base of the DevOps belongs to the human that work in these two teams. So try to solve this issue on this level. We try to have everything. As Joel said before, there is the Python. Someone want to apply the Python, his Python script. Joel has his one. There is another team that want to apply that. Can be all good solution. But if the people doesn't speak, it doesn't say, okay, I have my script. The people, I guess that the final and the stable solution cannot be achieved. Okay. This we enter in the part of the identity and not the DevOps. Sometimes the identity part is treated as human to machine and not machine to machine. Sometimes we have episode of the credential weaknesses. Admin, user password is the most common password. In my age, when I start, there is two common pattern. Dinosaurs that speak with the earthquake. So this is the one of the possible issues that you can encounter into the management of the identity. And as last, the at least privileges adoption. Give to the user the minimum amount of permission to do what he or she need to do. In our case, it. Unify this adoption in every environment: dev, test, UAT, pre-production, production, and so on. Sometimes happen that in development, this is one simple example. In dev, the developer have the administrator privileges into the database. There is the DevOps that is planned according this permission. In test or UAT, the user lose these privileges, nothing works. And this is the first symptoms of instability. Okay, there is the third aspect that I resume into this expression, pecunia sonant. This means is an old Latin expression, old Latin language expression. That means literally the money sounds. The meaning is the sound of the money. Why? Because when this solution is pretty unstable, we need to start to consider the cost of the resource that we spend into this solution, hardware and software. As a software, I didn't refer myself to the software in IT. Software is also the human resource. It's something that is not belongs to the hardware. Make complex this area. What I mean that network storage, the compute infrastructure is based on infrastructure as a service or on-premise infrastructure. There is a slow migration between this kind of solution into the platform as a service, or at least a solution as a service. And here, the SARS-CoV-2 helps a lot. During last year, there is a boost of the company using the cloud services, distribution, and so on. This is only the one of the for in our business, in our area, is one of the benefits that we receive from this virus. The performances that I mentioned as now about the distribution and the scalability. Maybe sometimes there is the manual work to apply, or need to create a new VM or a special VM to fulfill my request. The security management. Okay, this is, I resume this aspect into two possible sentences. Okay, we need to do that. I have to ask to Mr. X that will be validated by Mrs. Y, who ask help to Miss Zeta. There is a chain into the company to have this permission, maybe not as admin, but or to create a table or modify a table. Or otherwise, I cannot do that. Why? Because this is like that. What does it mean? This is a fully blogged security rules that block completely the situation of the development. And this is one of the case that full stack the development, stack the resource of the project, both physical, for both software and hardware, and there is extra time, extra money to try to solve that. Okay, exists a possible solution or solution for that. Unfortunately, the SARS-CoV-2 doesn't allow me to ask you this question. So I mock some possible answer. This is the thinking state that normally we have if we have this meet face to face. Okay, possible answer by the audience. Let me Google it. Yes, I don't know the possible solution. I go to Google. Allow the teams to speak and schedule meetings to discuss the activities. Can be. I am the imposter of every team, so I can do all by myself. I have to do some access management activities, or the possible other that I like to add every time, none of above. Okay, how can solve this situation here? I cannot speak directly with you, so I give you a possible way to exit from this tunnel. Again, I give you the light. Okay, Microsoft Identity Management. The management for what? For the user. In Azure, we have the identification of the service principals. That service principal now in the UI is on the blade menu is mentioned as application registration or enterprise application registration. In Azure, start to have also the managed identities. And for each of these one, you can establish special group, roles, and permission. Default, you can use the default or define the special groups, roles, and permission. So you are able to define what is the user, what is a machine, or what is a credential that is used from one application that is registered, or give to an existing resource a special managed identity to allow it to do something. Okay, the concept is based on the type of the user, as I assume now. There is the user, services, or resource. We have a kind of role basic approach, and all the credential can be secrets based. Please don't use user a password or admin. Thank you. I appreciate that. Or can be certificate based. The administrator or who is in charge to manage all the structure give to you, use this certificate for this user, and everything is good. Someone prefer the secret, someone prefer the certificate. Honestly, depends about your approach of the security. There is differences, pro and cons, but now I don't want to enter so much in this aspect. This is the birth view of the configuration of the Microsoft Identity Platform. So there is specified by the actor that you are going to use, and there is all possible action that you can do or cannot to manage what is in the bottom of the line. Okay, Giorgio, you missed the DevOps. Yes, okay. For DevOps, for this meeting, I isolate some target. The PaaS as the serverless services that the Azure has, like the Azure function, the app service, the Kubernetes in serverless mode, or the Azure SQL Server. Otherwise, we have the principle of the SaaS in Azure itself that is provided by one of the application is the Azure Logic Apps. If you choose that, you have some common activity to do. So my DevOps is focused only on that. The configuration, the integration, manage the security, manage the logging, manage the scalability, manage the monitoring. That is the monitoring related all the other point before. And there is the testing. This is one of the possible pipelines that you can use for your DevOps scenario. Here is a possible thing that you can apply. This is taken from the Azure public documentation. So if you want, you can see everything about that. I choose this image because explain very well this point here, where, for example, here, who make the dirty job is Jenkins, GitHub and Jenkins, that call the registry, the Azure Container Registry, to spin up a container and manage, for example, my application in Kubernetes and manage the Cosmos DB of the Azure. After I receive my feedback of this activity from Jenkins, or by the panel of Jenkins, or by the here is showed by Azure Monitor, or that they collect everything into Grafana. Azure can do by himself. Azure Monitor can do also by himself. Here, this is one example taken by the public documentation. This is one possible chain. A possible pipeline, other pipeline here, is using the DevOps of Azure, where more or less have the same aspect into the computation part here. This part is pretty fine. Equal. The feedback here come through the Azure application inside. For example, the result is collected by the application insights, and the engineer can check the result of his test, or can check the monitoring about the performances of the database and the service that he is going to use for his when he run the performance test. So he can say, okay, no, maybe the database need more RAM, I need to increment the transaction unit, or need to increment the I need to refine my code for this reason. Here is there is another possible solution that is your pipeline, instead of use that, use the both here, use or an Azure container instance, or use a VM. You delegate the managed identities to do this VM to do the DevOps operation, and you execute the Python script or my script or my custom script into the environment to achieve my DevOps goal. This is another possible solution. Okay, now the virus cannot stop me to continue. This is one of the beautiful things of this virus. I am here for the question. So I ask to Jose, if you have the question, please submit. I wait you, don't worry. I know that Jose treat me very well.
Hello, Giorgio.
Hello.
A very nice, very nice talk. We really like it. If anyone has any question, you can drop in the chat right now. Giorgio, I have a question for you while we wait other people.
Okay, tell me.
How can I help? How can I help my clients today that they have a waterfall process of software development with everyone in your own silos? How can I help? How can I do DevOps on this scenario? What is your opinion about that?
That in the waterfall scenario, the DevOps, of course, is not fully managed into the all the parts. The DevOps is focused only on the last part, on the last fall of when there is the full testing. According to my opinion, in the first part, in the management, in the planning part, need to think about how we run our test. In this case, you open the option to the team to say, okay, guys, we already developed that. We need to test everything. Please think about. We need to speak now to make the feasibility of that. Of course, that during the first phase, the management need to speak with the other people involved, because if they don't speak, during the last phase of the test, that in the waterfall is pretty shortened as always, this kind of aspect is not considered yet. So please speak in the first part. Say, okay, we achieved that. We understand the requirement. Maybe during the dev there is some transformation. I always suggest to use Docker or Kubernetes or whatever. Why? For the nature of the container. And after, in the testing phase, start to speak at the beginning, during the entire phase, to achieve the possible best result.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Anyone has any other question?
Okay, good for me. Yeah.
Since no one has any question, I would like to bring some discussion with you since you have some time. How do you see Thailand in the terms of DevOps?
What you mean? Sorry.
The maturity of DevOps in Thailand. How is your experience, like in day by day? Is something that really happens in your experience, or is something you really don't see that frequently?
Honestly, okay. On the parties start always on the base level, because I see always the developer that start to speak with the test, with the tester, and start to speak with the infrastructure team. So it's not formally, they don't formally have let me say, the stand up or the meeting scheduled into the phase, but at a certain kind of point for the practice, you need to speak, because you need to achieve the solution of the point. After, there is the people that relate, there is the management, the project manager or the scrum master that, okay, raise the feedback into the normal flow of the management. So there is, hey guys, without this meeting, without this appliance of this tool, without this solution, we spend 5 days. With the adoption of that, we spend 2 days. The management is not focused about what you are doing, focus about, okay, I have the pecunia sonant. I have 5 days where my resources spend in this activity. With this adoption, I have only 3 days. So the cost, or the total cost of the product of the service, is a bit less.
Okay. Okay, Giorgio. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you very
José.
much.
Thank
Now
you.
I will let you go. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
No other questions. Okay. And now I'm going to bring Guide on the screen. Hello, Guide.
Hello, Jose. Long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see. Thank you
Yeah,
for accept our invite to be speaking today.
my pleasure.
Well, I'm going to drop, and the stage is yours. Good luck.
All right. Surely, let me share my screen. Okay. It's better to share the entire screen a little bit better. All right. So let's see. Is everything all right here? Okay. I hope that my screen is shared perfectly.
Everything is
Okay.
alright.
Okay. Thank you. So for my topic, it's going to be build and run an Azure static web app with GitHub Actions. So my name is Guide Warapat Nilamai. Just call me Guide. I'm a cloud solution architect at Microsoft Thailand as of now. So this is my profile and my social profile as well. Feel free to add me on any social platform you like. And just like what I told you guys already, I'm a cloud solution architect. So I have worked with many organizations and startups to build their platform and their architectures using Azure technologies. So for today, we're going to be talking about running static web app on Azure. So we know most of us probably know the differences between static web app and a dynamic web app. So basically, a static web app, it just hosts a lot of, hosts some static content only. And if we do need to require a backend call, you just push that to another services or another server that are totally different from the static website. So the benefit of hosting static website is that it's very cheap. So cheap, cost effective, and along come with differences between the traditional way of hosting. So in order to run a static website on Azure, there are a couple options already. And I believe I have talked about this during the last .NET conference Bangkok as well. So on Azure, we have two options to run a static website. First one is just to put all your website content into a blob storage or called Azure storage. So using that, we can just expose a HTTP endpoint from the blob storage. So for example, an index.html, and then everything will be managed by the Azure storage. Is this very cheap? Because normally when you store files on the cloud using the blob storage, whether it's other vendor or Azure, the cost is pretty cheap. So that's one way to do it. But there are some, some few challenges that you might have to encounter when using the blob storage at a hosting site. So there's something like you're gonna set your default document, and there might be some custom error pages that cannot be returned and what's not. So here comes another choice. So it's called Azure App Service. So in Azure App Service, you can just think of it as a web service like Heroku or EVS Beanstalk, something like that. It's quite similar. So it's a full-fledged web hosting cloud services. So when I say full-fledged, it's do more than just hosting static website. There are features like load balancing, auto scaling, and a lot more security stuff, and a lot of hardware that you can select, like a high performance one or a low performance one. So to host a static website on Azure App Service is kind of like an overkill. So given that we have these challenges with both the blob storage and app service, here comes a new service from Azure. It's called Azure Static Web Apps. So the Azure Static Web App is just like the name suggested, right? So we can host any static web app libraries that built using Angular, React, Vue, or Blazor. And I'm going to show the Blazor version of this, and it can be created inside your Azure portal or even in Visual Studio Code. So importantly, the things that we have to look at it here is that there are two pieces to it. Like first component of Azure Static Web App is going to be the static content, so your application, right? And then there's going to be a serverless endpoint using Azure Functions. So Azure Functions, I believe we do have a session about serverless things in our event as well. So I'm not going to go deep into detail on it, but Azure Functions is basically a serverless service on Azure, where you can just post a small bit of code into Azure Functions and let Azure Function handles the rest of the scaling for you. So it's pretty easy to set up and convenient. And however, the things that we really have to emphasize on here is that Azure Static Web Apps is still on public preview. What does that mean? It means that there will be no support or guarantee that the service will be up and running 24/7. It could be running 24/7, but it's still in preview. So there may be some downtime, some crashing, or some features are not supported yet, since it's still in preview. Second, it's free. It's free. The entire service is still free because it's still in preview. So I may not be able to answer to you yet if it's become generally available and how much it's gonna cost, but right now it's free. So please feel free to deploy your code on Azure Static Web App. Anyway, here are some features of it. Like it supports the hosting of static content, obviously, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, images included. And it also supports popular web application frameworks like the hot people, the hot guys, the hot framework nowadays. And of course, some static site frameworks like Gatsby, Hugo, and WordPress. And API support, already talked about that. And most importantly, it's a first-class GitHub integration here. So the premise here is that we can just host our static web app code inside your GitHub repository, and then everything will be handled by GitHub Action and Azure for you. However, a little bit sad, I really like Azure DevOps, but it's still not support for now. So let's see how it goes, right? Another sub features that I would like to show as well is that right now it's have free SSL certificate. So if you don't mind the domain names being a little bit, default, then you can just use a free SSL certificate that we just use. And also we support custom domain, of course. And authentication and security is already integrated in the PaaS model, and can be authenticated with many authentication providers. So that means you don't have to write your own login pages. You can just reuse the other authenticator for that purpose. And I really love this one, is can auto-generate a pre-production versions for every pull request. I'm going to show you how that looks like as well. So it's the simplest architecture here is that we have GitHub and we have Azure here, right? So on GitHub, you can just push and create a pull request to your repository, and then the GitHub action that just trigger the changes for you, and then deploy the changes to Azure Static Web Apps. And inside Azure Static Web Apps, we can see that there are static contents and there are the API using Azure Functions. So without further ado, let's jump into the demo, right? Okay. Here, I'm inside my Azure portal. So if you guys are not familiar with Azure portal, it's basically where you can provision all the services on Azure by yourself. So here, I have a service called Static Web App, which is still in preview, right? It's still in preview. And I already deployed my application on it already. What does it look like? So like if you can go to this URL, it's come with a free SSL. It's already come with a very default and Azure-ish name here. You can just click here. And then I have a very simple Blazor boilerplate that we are familiar with, right? So a Blazor is a .NET web frameworks where you can just write C# code instead of JavaScript. Sounds pretty cool, and I'll let the other speaker talk about that. So here we have home, we have counter, we have weather forecast, right? The counter is very simple, and the fetch data is a weather forecast, which fetch the data of weathers from the backend. And this backend is run inside an Azure Functions. So let's look at the code a little bit. Here, I have the code open here. As you can see, everything is pretty simple, right? Normally when we write a Blazor application, we usually separate into API and client, right? So if you see here, I have the client folder open, and the pages, they're just basic, basic starting of Blazor, right? Okay.
Can you zoom a bit? Can you zoom a bit the code?
Can what? Sorry.
Zoom.
Zoom on the code, right?
Mhm.
Absolutely. Why not? I'll zoom on the part that I want to zoom. Okay. Let's see on the fetch data. As you can see here, simple HTML, but this is Blazor, so that means we can fetch. We can inject C# code into a HTML code, which is pretty cool. So here I inject a HTTP client, and then here we have the weather forecast. We have the weather forecast object here, which we can call from here. So from what we see here is that we just call a native C# library, right? Just a C# DLL. We call a get from JSON sync into this part /API/weather forecast. So where is this thing? Let me go to the API part, and then we are in the API folder, and then we got the weather forecast functions. By the way, this repository, I didn't write it by myself. It is already in a GitHub repository, which you can just grab it and start it, and I'll show you where it is momentarily. So here, I click on weather forecast function, and it's just a .cs file, just a C# file, right? However, normally when we write C# function, it's not gonna look something like this, right? It's not gonna, looks weird. The weird part is the HTTP trigger. If you are not familiar with actual functions, you may not see this thing in C# code. So a HTTP trigger and a function name here is an indicator that this is an actual function service running as an API for your static web app. So a HTTP trigger, meaning that you can just call either get or post or whatever the HTTP request you want to call into the function, and it just return a result for you. So the return result is pretty simple. We just, randomly generate the weather forecast and then return a result array for that matter. So here, everything looks pretty simple for now. And if I go back to the website, I can see that the fetch data is using the backend API. So let's see a little bit into the Azure portal as well. So here, for those who are pretty familiar with Azure services already, you will know the concept called resource group. So a resource group here is just a folder in Azure where you can group every services that are related together into one places. So that is a little bit easier to manage. So normally inside resource group, you're gonna have an app service, a web app, you're gonna have a SQL server, you're gonna have Cosmos DB, MongoDB, or MySQL grouped together so that we can see this is for this project. So here I have a static web app Blazor resource group here. The things I want you to see here is that if I go to the resource group, the only resources that are inside the resource group is just the static web app. There are no Azure functions at all because the Azure functions is already encapsulated inside the static web app and managed by the service already. So if I go to the setting here, I'll have this thing called functions, right? And you can click on it and wait for it a little bit. Wait for it. Still wait for it. Here we go. It fetched that, hey, I have an API, which is an actual function under the hood called weather forecast here. So I don't even have to provision an actual function by myself. I can just write actual function code inside my source code inside the same repository here, and it just pop up. All right, so that's the very, very basics kind of things here. Another things, I have 15 minutes left, making an incredible time here. So here, I have just include a pull request to my code, right? So my GitHub repo looks kind of like this. So a Blazor starter application and what's not, and I open a pull request to it to add a sign in to GitHub functionality, right? So I just make a new branch, push it into this repo, open a pull request against the main or master branch. And then what you can see here is that the GitHub actions is already configured to create a pre-staging or a staging environment of your application already based on this PR. So where it is here. It says that your stage site is ready. So this is pretty convenient, right? I can just go to this link and I can see what's my app gonna looks like before merging to master. So I can just click on that. And then I see another tab called a GitHub sign-in. And if I click on it, you can see that the link is here, the path is here. So the path is pretty simple, and this is built in, right? I'll show you in the code how that's gonna look like. Here, I click on it, and it's gonna be unauthorized. Oh my god. Anyway, because I think I have configured, I haven't signed in yet, but never mind. That is something that's gonna look like. Look at the code here. If I go to the let's see, the share folder here, the nav menu. The thing is, it's just gonna be like this. So I create another navigation menu inside the website, inside the code, and then specify that I'm gonna log in using GitHub. And that's 401. That's GitHub pages. So that's yes. So there are multiple other authenticators that we can use as well. So here, if I go back a little and go back to my presentation. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the API. So Azure Function itself, it supports not a lot of languages yet. The main one right now that are support for Azure Function and static web app together is JS, TypeScript, Python, and C#. So that's one limitation. Another limitation is that the API route prefix have to be API. So the folder structure that you see here is actually conventional. So we have to list it here as an API folder for this is for C#, but for another languages it's gonna be different, right? So, and also we go here. The only HTTP triggers are support now. So that means the Azure Function, it can be scheduled as well. It can be triggered by HTTP. It can be triggered by another service. But right now, for static web app, you can use HTTP triggers for Azure Functions. All right. So, and this, of course, you can specify the routing, and for each framework and library, it's gonna be depend on the route.json, right? Okay. Let's go pretty quickly. And for authentication, I have already show you guys already how to include the authentication provider. It's just a simple link. And when we are authenticate, we can just do /.auth/me, just like that. Okay. And for environment that I have already shown as well is that we can just open up new pull request, and then a new environment will be created from GitHub Actions and published onto your Azure Static Web Apps. So, however, right now this is still in preview, right? So during preview, only one staging environment is allowed. So you cannot have multiple staging environment at the same time right now. And this is security reason as well. Your stage version will be public by the URL, even if your GitHub repo is private. So keep that in mind when you do a state version of the application. So it's public URL, right? It can be crawled, it can be attacked by the bot, and something like that. Anyway, I think I have covered most of the things that I really want to show right now, and let's see if I miss anything here. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Like, okay, so all right, I think I have an extra 10 minutes for me to answer a lot of questions, right? Let me stop sharing my screen. Okay, Jose, now you can help me. You're on mute.
Yeah, hello, I unmute myself. Let's see, no questions for a while. For everyone that is watching us. So if you have any question, these are moments. These are time.
Yep.
Guys, have you built anything yet with like the static web servers?
Not anything on production yet because this is still in preview, and I really don't want to, put sensitive stuff into a preview services yet.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Okay.
there are some more things that I would like to add as well. So this is not entirely specific to the Azure Static Web App, but just Static Web App in general. So we have to be mindful of when we are choosing between static web app and a dynamic web app, right? So a static web app, it might be cheap, but it may not be fit for all kind of application that require a lot of transaction, a lot of front end works and something like that. The reasons because that when we host the static web app either on blob storage or on Azure Static Web Apps, everything is handled by the service provider for you, and you cannot control a lot of things inside it. If the service provider, they can manage well and their features are good, then you are good to go. Then you are set to go. However, compared to the traditional web app, like just any other the dynamic web app, you have control a lot over the infrastructure and also the coding paradigm. You are more free to do a lot of things by yourself. Will, what's the coolest project idea you've seen planned for the Azure Static website? Do you mean by the from Microsoft or from me? Can you elaborate it a little bit more? Feel free to ask other questions to the other people. Happy to answer if I can. Either. So for me, I have worked with a lot of startups in Thailand that they are using Azure services. So this Azure Static website can help reduce the cost of those startups significantly, because instead, for example, if they are deploying their marketing website for the customer or even for the startup themselves, they don't have to create a full-fledged end-to-end application to just be promotional or marketing. They can just host it on a static website and host their static content there. Maybe they have to spend, like $500 a month. It can be reduced to just 50 or 100. This is my assumption. Yeah.
Like
Also, yeah, Jose, go ahead.
Yeah, like I see like as a good strategy for I really like static websites. I think like for startup maybe can be a good fit. You have like a few home pages that you could do as a static website. Few hot websites. We call it hot website. That promotional website that you do for few specific promotion, Black Friday or in any kind of thing like that. I think like good fit.
Yeah, exactly.
There is one other question here. I will bring to the audience. Can we integrate authentication and authorization with static websites?
Of course. Let me show my screen again. Okay, so I'm not familiar with this one. Share screen. share my entire screen here. Okay. So here, if you go to your favorite search engine, Google or Bing, you can just search Azure Static Web Apps. And then in the concept tab, you can see we have the authentication, authorization. And these are the available documentation as of now, where you can just build and try it out for free. So for authentication and authorization, we have the following authentication provider natively right now. So we have Azure AD, it's Azure Active Directory, and we have GitHub, which I just showed earlier, Facebook, Google, and Twitter right now. So in order to do that, we have all the basic documentation for you that you can try it out. So please feel free to check it. And I will include this link, this documentation page inside this presentation for all of us as well. So, yep.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe in no other questions. Is your last chance to ask a question? So if you have any. Okay, guys, thank you very much. It was an amazing presentation. Thank you. Take care. See you soon.
Thank you. Take care.
See you. Take care. Bye bye. Okay. So now I will bring our next speaker, Apple. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the .NET Conf. I will be leaving the streaming and the stage is yours. Good luck.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Hello, guys. I am Apple. You may call me Apple. I am a new speaker. This is the first speaker of mine in .NET Conf Thailand, and nice to meet you. Today, I will talk about high performance services with gRPC. To give introduction about myself a bit, as I said, oh, sorry, I forgot to share my screen. Sorry, share. All right, I will get back to the topic a bit. All right. Anyway, you will see the topic again next. So this is the information, some information about myself. As I said, you can call me Apple or Jasper in Thai, and I am a software engineering team lead with about 10 years of .NET experience, and got some my Microsoft certification and Azure certifications, as you see. And you may follow me in some channels through my personal website, or I also do blogging for Medium. So get in touch. Okay, all right. Okay. All right. Today, as I said, the topic is about gRPC. To give some basic information for someone that haven't heard about gRPC at all. gRPC is a new communication protocol between services. Thinking about REST API or GraphQL or something like that is a new thing in the area. So you guys can get the context about what topic I will talk about. And I will go into 3 main topics today. First, I will start with why gRPC was invented, which will consist of some information about API timelines and look into the problems of REST API itself. And next, main topic, I will talk about gRPC in detail, what it is and how does it work, and compare it to REST API. And the last topic, I I will talk about gRPC in .NET 5. Of course, this is .NET Conf, so this is the topic that we should mention about. I will walk you guys to some small demo to create a gRPC app services in .NET 5 and talk about what's new in .NET 5 in the gRPC area and also performance improvement of the gRPC in .NET 5. All right, let's start with why gRPC was invented. When we take a look at API timeline, I will just talk about HTTP 1.0. Actually, it have other like older version, but it's okay to just talk about 1.0. It was released in 1996, and in that era, it have XML RPC protocol released in 1998, and then in 1999, HTTP 1.1 was released, and then it's a long era for HTTP 1.1 because from 1998 until 1999 until now, it's gonna be like 20 years already, and there are so many protocol released in the era, starting from SOAP in 1999, and then REST, which was released in 2000, and JSON RPC in 2005, and then OData 2007. I'm not sure if you guys ever heard about OData, but you may have heard about GraphQL for sure in 2015. And finally, HTTP 2 was released in 2015, and then gRPC after that in 2016. You see that we kind of live with HTTP 1.1 for a long time, and then we have a new generation of HTTP finally. All right. So we can say that HTTP 2 is a game changer. Why? I would like to show you this website that it can demonstrate how good it is that HTTP 2 can improve performance of the website. Let me open this again. This is a small demo that it shows that it will fetch 200 small images and render to be a big image like this. When we run it over HTTP 1.1, it will use around 1.25 seconds. And if we run it on HTTP 2, it's a lot faster, like 3 times faster, you know, because in HTTP 2, there are some improvement over HTTP 1. First thing, they support multiplex, which means it's allowed to do multiple requests in, like, it don't block request sequence, so it can be like it don't have to be in order. That's what I mean. In HTTP 1, it have problem of request pipeline blocking in that, and it's allowed to do multiple requests in a single TCP connection. So it can be like multiple requests can be run in parallel on only one TCP connection. If we do it in HTTP 1, it have to be a new connection in order to do 2 requests in parallel. And next, HTTP 2 communicate between service using binary instead of textual. In this meaning is JSON for version for REST, right? and is do header compression, which can save bandwidth for us. And streaming in HTTP2 is kind of powerful. It's allowed to do server to client streaming, or even client to server streaming, or even bidirectional streaming. And the last one is have server push feature. All right, but the question is, can we just use REST over HTTP2? The answer is yes. Actually, we can use REST protocol over HTTP2. If we go to some website and do some like browser debugging, then go to the network tab, we can see that some requests have been like running over HTTP2 already. But what's the problem with REST then? If it can do with it can use with HTTP2, then what's the problem of it? It still have some problem that it cannot like make use and maximize the HTTP2 feature. For example, like REST is still use JSON, which is take like to communicate between services. And if we want to implement streaming in REST, it's going to be complicated. And if we talk about directional streaming, it's not possible at all at this time. All right. And if we need to implement authorization, log testing, tracing, load balancing, or health checking on REST, it still need to do it like you have to handle it manually. Of course, you may like use some third-party library to do that, but you have to do it and handle it on yourself anyway. And the last one, we'll talk about the client libraries, right? Of course, when we have a REST API and there are some client wanna talk or request to our endpoint, then we supposed to provide client API to the client so that they can call and build some like message model to be the right message that our API want. Nowadays, REST API may have some third-party library to let you create client library automatically, or for some languages that kind of new or anything, you may just implement the client library on yourself. Let's imagine that you have to provide and maintain like client library in multiple language. For example, like let me show, let's say PayPal here, which they are a public API, allow other developer from someone who want to call to the API, call to them correctly. They have to provide this kind of library for their client. For now, they have 6 client library to maintain. For example, like .NET 1, they have to have this kind of repository to do that, and they have to kind of maintain that and think about, let's say .NET have upgrade to new version, they have to consider to like support a newer version, something like that. So it's gonna like be a resource consuming, providing multiple client library, right? Okay. So that's why gRPC was invented. So I will go into detail about what gRPC is and see how does it work and how good it is comparing to REST. All right. gRPC, if we like give a short definition of it, it is a modern and high performance RPC framework. What is RPC framework? Actually, RPC framework is not a new concept. RPC is stand for Remote Protocol Procedure Call. It is a set of tools that enable calling code from client as if the code is in local, like it's just a class sit beside your code. You just call it in the same way as you call local class, local methods, something like that. And as I said, it's not news. You may like familiar or used to use SOAP or WCF or thrifts. It's the same concept, but as I said, gRPC is a enhanced RPC. You can say that. gRPC itself was initialized by Google. Actually, they developed this kind of protocol internally to use internally first, and then they published to be like widely used in community. And right now, it is a part of Cloud Native Computing Foundation, CNCF, the same foundation as Docker or Kubernetes. All right, so how does it work then? I would like to show this graph to let you like imagine that you have multiple microservices, Java services, Python, Golang, or C# or whatever, and you have clients like mobile here and desktop here, and actually microservice itself also be a client of other microservices like this. In client side, it will have some kind of library in the client side. We call it as gRPC stuff, and in the server side, it have a library or something that work like to make it be gRPC for you, calling gRPC service here. The same thing as other relation. So when it's have a like communication between them, it's happened over HTTP2, and the request is in the format of proto request, which is a protobufs request. I will talk about protobuf like a little bit. Protobuffer is a like library or stuff that allow you to serialize message in like in binary. So we can say that gRPC itself mainly have two parts. It's used HTTP2 as a transportation channel, and is used for the buff for to be interface definition language, and also uses as a data format data serialization stuff. So just that. All right. And next, I will go into detail about gRPC vs REST in some main topics, so that you can see the like information and comparison in details. First of all, I will highlight this one that I have already mentioned about it already, is that REST cannot maximize using HTTP2 feature like compression or streaming, blah blah blah, while gRPC make better use of HTTP2. It can use all of those, and plus it can do selective message compression or first class load balancing, and it's heavily optimized. When we talk about the message that it is used to communicate between services, REST still use JSON, which is good for debugging, you know, because we can read JSON, we can understand that, while gRPC communicate using binary message, which is machine readable, while human cannot read it, so it's hard for debugging. That's a bad point. But it can save bandwidth, of course, because it's smaller. It can save bandwidth for about three times comparing to JSON, and of course it's faster, right? And when we talk about some kind of authorization or stuff that we would like to plug into our system, gRPC have those kind of pluggable feature for us. kind of it's easy to use that, and it's like standard to just apply that. And client libraries, I have already talked about that. For REST, if you want to support more language for client library, it's mean you need more resource to provide to maintain that libraries. While in gRPC, from the protobuf files, you can use the protobuf files to generate client and server code. Like it can be auto-generated. I will demo this in next section, how to like create a protobuf files, and then how the framework can generate the client and server automatically for us. Right now, the auto generator is support 12 languages, which consists of main language already like C#, Java, Python, Node, Kotlin, or Ruby, blah blah blah. So it just like standard. If you want more current library support your API, you just like auto generate it. And when we talk about browser, I mean JavaScript on browser as a client, which is like web, normal web nowadays. gRPC is still not as good as REST for now, I mean currently, because gRPC is not officially support JavaScript on browser as a client yet, but it is in progress. You can follow the link, but I will skip this. While REST, you already use that for like 15 years, so it's there. You just kind of use fetch or like eject to call to that, and it's kind of relevant to this topic as well about coupling between client and server. When we want to do REST call, we just actually we don't have to set up anything on client side. We kind of can skip client library. We just create a new call, new HTTP call, saying that what the method we want to call, what the endpoint, and then create a data model without knowing anything. Without using client library, it's still like possible to do that. You just make that request. While in gRPC, it's not possible. If you want to call to gRPC endpoint, your client needs to import the contract, which is the protobuf files, into the system, and then let the gRPC library to create client codes for you first before you start creating a request to gRPC API endpoint. All right, that's the details comparing between gRPC and REST. All right, then we will talk about gRPC in .NET 5. In this section, I have 12 minutes left. So in this session, I will do some small demo, and we'll talk about what's new in .NET 5 in the gRPC area, and also performance improvement in .NET 5. All right. Okay. I have better to go with lab one. It's not that long. So in this demo, I will create a gRPC service, and then I will create a client to consume the services. All right. In order to create a gRPC service, you can search for the template here, gRPC service, and then click, and then you give the name to the solution, and then I recommend you to select .NET 5 here. Actually, gRPC exists in .NET 3.1 as well, but .NET 5 is a lot better. And then you just where is the button? All right, let's just create for us. And all right, here, this is the project directory. I'd like to highlight some files, starting from the proto files here. The protobuf files is a, like, you can treat it as a data contract. It's will it's a service contract. It will define that what's the name of your service. The syntax, like, is straightforward like this. For example, this one is just saying that this is the greeter service. It have one method name say hello, and then it receive one parameter, which is hello request here, and it will return hello reply here. And in order to define like data model, it just define like this. You can go to into the internet to search for protobuf syntax. It's not that hard. It's kind of straightforward to you to play along with. So just to get a like rough idea of how this is do in this demo. All right, straightforward, right? So this is the like API contract, and then this is the real implementation of the API. I would like to walk you to the greeter bit here first. This class is kind of auto-generated class that reads definition from these files, and then it's auto-generated by the framework, .NET framework itself for us to be a base class for the service, saying that this is a service and this is the method that we are going to have. Then we can implement anything in this area, like it inherits from the base class, for example. I will leave it as it is right now, just to take a look in the method itself. It's in the method itself. You can see that this is a super simple method. When you call to the method, it will just return a message saying that hello and whatever name that you put into the request. All right, so I will create. That's the server side. Then I will create a client, add new project. In this case, I will just use console app to be a client. Then all right, just a simple console application, and then I will that connect the service to the gRPC itself. Look familiar, like if you guys used to do SOAP before, it's look kind of the same when you add reference to a existing definition or kind of contract files. In this case, you are going to create a client code, so you just select client in to let the framework create a client library for you. All right. And then I think I'm run out of time, so I will just copy the message. Factory. All right. I will just call the gRPC service from main method like this. It's gonna be okay. Just I will just walk you through some syntax here, that when you want to call to gRPC endpoint, you just say that which URL that you want to connect, and then you create a client object, and then you just call the method. The method itself is gonna have you can call in a sync or just in a normal way, but in this case I will call in a asynchronous way. So just call that, and then it's supposed to call to the server, and then it will respond as a hello, and the name is NET Conf Thailand 2020. All right, so I will start this project first. I'm not sure will I get the port 501, no 5001, but I believe so. Yes, it is. Then I will move it out first, and then why not write anything to the console? But it seems like the server itself have get a request for method say hello, and for the client, why it's not print anything. Let me try it. Oh, it says yes. That's that. This is the client side, and this is the this is the server side. Another request to method say hello, and this is just a small demo. Okay, I will get back to my slide for the summary. Okay. Oh no, just we'll talk about what's new in the NET 5. I have 4 minutes left. In terms of gRPC in the NET 5, it's already support gRPC web, which is I have talked about it already. In general, like other languages, gRPC web is not officially support yet, but the NET 5 is kind of one step ahead. It supports gRPC web on browser, and it's kind of have some server-side middleware to handle that. So you can go for gRPC web with browser. It's gonna be like work perfectly, and it supports hosting gRPC services in IIS and HTTP .sys. This is the alternative of Kestrel host, and it supports inter-process communication with some like protocol, which is in this case unique domain sockets and name pipe, besides TCP. And the last one is about aggressively trimming unused assembly when publish a new app. For all of those, it's come into performance improvements of gRPC in .NET 5. And there are some key things that they did as well, like they reduce latency and improve concurrency for like service communication, and HTTP2 in .NET get improved as well. When we do HTTP2 server, is like reduce allocation of memory and also CPU to like reduce 92% of server allocation comparing to the .NET version 3.1. And right now, Kestrel already support response header compression, which is a feature for HTTP2. And photo buff files right now is serialized using span object. This one is kind of advanced technique to do object serialization. Using this one allow to to stop using temporary buffer when for the buff serialize or deserialize message. It's kind of help to like save buffer allocation in the system. As a result, when compared to 3.1, in terms of requests per second, .NET 5 get better performance. For server requests per second is increased by 65%, and for client requests per second it increased by 220%. And if we talk about the performance of gRPC in .NET 5 comparing to other languages like Go or C++ or Java, you will see that .NET take the second place of the highest performance language for gRPC. The first one is Rust, and actually we can beat Go and C++ and Java as well, so it's good. Right. There are some special resource here that you can follow. It will share some kind of information and some conference in the 2020, and we'll share about the gRPC using in production for some big company. You can go there and see why they use that and the use case that they use that. And for summary, I will go very fast. I could say that HTTP2 is the next generation of the HTTP1, and the same way as gRPC is the next generation for REST. And the gRPC in .NET right now is breaking fast. And when we talk about use case, if it is like if they are internal APIs, you may try using gRPC on a new service that you are going to create, and then gradually migrate existing service to use gRPC instead of REST. But if you are a public API, for example, like PayPal, you may have to wait for your client to get used to gRPC first and wait for gRPC to be widely used until you kind of make your API to serve via gRPC. But it may have some exceptional case here that if you want your API to be queryable or aggregate data from multiple sources, GraphQL will still be the best choice. All right. Thanks for joining, guys. That's all. Okay, you are on mute.
Thank you very much, Apple, for your talk. If you can reply for us something very, very fast. I know we are running out of time, but when should we consider use gRPC over REST? When should we consider use gRPC over REST?
I will get back. Sorry. I will get back to the slide. I may say like it's not be a strict pattern, but you may consider moving to gRPC, because as I said, gRPC is a next generation for REST, and it can like maximize using HTTP2 in many points. So if you have a chance, you may try it in your services that you are going to create a new one, then you may consider doing that. If it is a internal services, then you don't have to handle or communicate with multiple parties, just internal service, then you can go with that first. But if you are a public API provider, you may like wait for it first. And for this case, you may go with GraphQL. Is maybe better for you in the case that you want your API to be queryable. GraphQL still be the best choice. Yes.
Okay, Yapan, thank you very much. We are going to follow up now with Bond. I know we have some questions in the chat. We are going to try to reply a few of the questions in the chat, but we are running on the schedule already. So thank you, Yapan. Bye-bye. See you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sawadee Krab.
สวัสดีครับ
Hello, Sawadee Krab.
ครับ
Bond.
เดี๋ยว
I will be leaving the screen and the stage is all yours. Okay, good luck. Yes, let's go.
โอเคก็เซสชันนี้ภาษาไทยนะครับผมใครที่ฟังเป็นภาษาอังกฤษมาก็ วันนี้ขอพักสมองพักหูนิดนึงครับเป็นภาษาไทยหน่อยโอเคก็ผมนะครับอาจารย์บอลครับสุรศักดิ์อัครมนพงศ์นะครับวันนี้มาพูดถึงเรื่องของ securing browser web assembly นะฮะโอเคก็ รีซอสทั้งหมดเนี่ยผมว่าเก็บไว้ใน GitHub นะฮะก็คือใครที่ต้องการที่จะเอารีซอสของผมเนี่ยตอนนี้ผมยังมีเป็นรีโปเปล่าอยู่ซึ่งเดี๋ยวหลังจากทำเสร็จก็จะอัพขึ้นที่นี่ให้นะก็อยู่ที่ github.com/code/bangkok/bracer-secure โอเคตัวผมเองเนี่ยชื่อสุรศักดิ์อัครมนพงศ์หรือชื่อบอลนะฮะเป็น Microsoft MVP นี่9 ปีแล้วครับปีหน้าไปขึ้นปีที่10แล้วนะครบรอบ10 ปีแล้วก็มีเซอร์ติฟิเคตตรงนี้นี่คือตัวผมนะก็เข้าไปดูรีซอสตรงนี้กันได้ว่าเป็น MCP โอเค Resource Certified Trainer เซสชั่นทั้งหมดนี้เนื้อหารีซอสทั้งหมดอยู่ที่นี่หมดแล้วนะใครที่อยากที่จะเข้ามาทำตามหรือย้อนหลังเนี่ยก็มาตรงนี้ได้นะฮะโอเคคอมมูนิตี้ของผมก็มีโค้ด Bangkok นะฮะโค้ด Bangkok เป็นเพจแล้วก็มีกลุ่ม Microsoft Thailand โอเคนี่คือแนะนำตัวเบื้องต้นก็เดี๋ยวเราไปเริ่มกันเลยซึ่งวันนี้เนี่ยเรามีเวลาครึ่งชั่วโมงซึ่งเป็นเรื่องที่ยากมากในการพูดครึ่งชั่วโมงตรงนี้เนี่ยโอเคเรามาลองกันดูซิว่าจะได้ไหม ต่อไปครับเรื่องของ Bracer Roadmap อันนี้ทุกคนน่าจะได้เห็นมาตั้งแต่ปี 2019 แล้วที่เขาพูดถึง Bracer มาซึ่งตัวแรกที่มาให้เรารู้จักก็คือตัว Bracer Server นะแล้วก็เมื่อล่าสุดเมื่อปีที่แล้วเดือนเมษายน 2020 ก็ออก Bracer Web Assembly มาแล้วก็ตัวล่าสุดตอนนี้ก็คือเป็น Bracer ที่อยู่บน .NET 5 นั่นเองครับBracer Web Assembly อัปเดตใหม่ล่าสุดก็ เดี๋ยวนี้เรามาลองเล่นตรงนี้กันนะโอเค Bracer มี2ตัวก็คือจะมี Bracer ฝั่ง Server Side และ Client Side นะก็วันนี้เราไม่โฟกัสที่ฝั่ง Server Side เราจะมาโฟกัสที่ฝั่ง Client Side นะฮะวิดีโอย้อนหลังถ้าใครอยากจะรู้เรื่องเกี่ยวกับ Bracer ผมพูดไปแล้วครับอยู่ที่วิดีโอตัวนี้นะก็จะมีตัว Bracer Web Assembly จะเป็นที่ผมรำไลฟ์โค้ดไว้ก็เข้าไปติดตามดูวิดีโอตัวนี้ได้นะครับผมพูดไปหมดแล้วแล้วก็เรื่องของ Bracer Web Assembly Bracer Server ก็พูดไปแล้วนะก็ไปติดตามดูย้อนหลังได้จากวิดีโอตัวนี้โอเคผมมีรีซอสให้หมดแล้วโอเคต่อไปประเด็นของเราตรงนี้ก็คือประเด็นของการทำตัวauthentication หรือการทำ securing กับตัว Bracer ฝั่งของclient นั่นเองคือปัญหาก็คือว่าแต่ก่อนเนี่ยเราทำเว็บ ASP.NET Core เนี่ยเราอยู่ใน environment ของเซิร์ฟเวอร์เป็นหลักเวลาที่เราจะเขียนทำเว็บเข้าไปทำอะไรกับ resource ของฝั่งเซิร์ฟเวอร์เนี่ยเราจัดการได้เลยแต่พอมาอยู่ทางฝั่ง client เนี่ยปัญหาก็คือว่ามันไม่สามารถมีสิทธิ์แบบนั้นได้นะฮะอย่างเช่นตัวอย่างของ Bracer Server เองก็ตามเนี่ยสุดท้าย Bracer Server ยังคงต้องใช้ resource ทางฝั่งของเซิร์ฟเวอร์ได้อยู่เหมือนเดิมเพราะว่าตัวดอมทุกอย่างมันอยู่ที่ฝั่งเซิร์ฟเวอร์มันคุยฝั่ง client ผ่าน Signal มันมีการอัปเดตสุดท้ายก็วิ่งกลับเซิร์ฟเวอร์อยู่ดีแต่ทั้งหมดของ client side หรือ Bracer Web Assembly เนี่ยมันโยนมาอยู่ที่ฝั่ง client หมดเลยนั่นหมายความว่าทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างที่คุณเคยได้มาจากฝั่งเซิร์ฟเวอร์คุณจะไม่มีสิทธิ์ครับคุณจะไม่มีสิทธิ์ที่จะเข้าไปเอารีซอสของฝั่งเซิร์ฟเวอร์ได้เหมือนปกติเพราะนั้นวันนี้เราจะมาพูดถึงตรงโฟกัสกันที่ Bracer Web Assembly กันตัว Bracer Web Assembly เนี่ยมันมีอยู่2โหมดด้วยกันก็คือโหมดแบบ Hosted กับโหมดแบบ Standalone เดี๋ยวผมให้คุณดูแบบ Hosted ก่อน Hosted เนี่ยก็คือมันก็จะเกือบคล้ายๆผมเดโมให้คุณดูเลยแล้วกันนะ.NET New ผมจะใช้ตัว VS Code นะแล้วก็ใช้ Command Line C .NET CLI ทั้งหมดนะฮะเราจะไม่ใช้ตัว Visual Studio แต่เราจะใช้ตัว Visual Studio Code แทนโอเคตัวนี้ครับตัว Bracer อันนี้ไม่พูดถึงนะเราพูดถึง Bracer Web Assembly ตัวนี้ก็คือตัว Bracer Blossom โอเค .NET New Bracer Blossom ถ้าอยากรู้ออปชันให้กด -s เข้าไปแล้วไปดูออปชันกันว่ามีอะไรบ้างสิ่งที่เราต้องการก็คือเราต้องการตรงนี้ครับ hosted นะ authorize authentication มีออปชันอีกตัวหนึ่งที่น่าสนใจคือตัว PWA นะก็เราจะเอามาร่วมด้วยโอเคมี3ตัวงั้นก็ .NET New เลยมันจะดูเรื่องแน่งนิดนึงนะเดี๋ยวหลังจากนี้ถ้าเกิดว่าไม่จบหรือไม่ทันเนี่ยผมจะ Paralyze Code อีกรอบหนึ่งเต็มๆให้นะโอเค .NET New Blazor Blossom Hosted นะจะมี PWA ด้วยนะในเมื่อเราเป็น Blazor Web Assembly แล้วน่าจะทั้งทำ Progressive Web App ไปด้วยก็ใส่ไปด้วยกัน Authorize ใช้เป็นแบบ Individual นะผมตั้งชื่อว่า Blazor Authent โอเคอันนี้เป็นแบบ full ก็คือมีเป็น hosted มี ASP.NET Core host ให้กับ host Blazor Web Assembly อยู่นะฮะโอเคซึ่งในโปรเจกต์นี้เนี่ยถ้าเกิดคุณพิมพ์ตามผมเนี่ยคอมมานด์ไลน์ตามนี้เนี่ยคุณจะได้ทั้งฝั่งเซิร์ฟเวอร์และฝั่ง Client นะก็ฝั่ง Client ก็คือตัว Blazor Web Assembly ฝั่งเซิร์ฟเวอร์ก็เป็น ASP.NET Core นะซึ่งมีระบบ Authentication ASP.NET Core Identity ให้คุณด้วยพร้อมเลยมี Database ให้คุณพร้อมนะพร้อมใช้งานโอเคผมจะลองรันให้คุณดูครับง่ายๆก็คือผมใช้ Thai ใครไม่รู้จัก Thai เหมือนเดิมครับผมมีอีกแล้วนะขายของวิดีโอตัวที่ชื่อว่า .NET Microsoft with Project Thai อันนี้ไปฝึกใช้ซะเพราะว่าอนาคตคุณอาจจะต้องใช้มันเพราะว่าในนี้เป็นโปรเจกต์ที่อยู่ในขั้นอัลฟาอยู่นะแต่ว่าอนาคตจะสำเร็จแล้วคุณจะใช้จัดการ Community Test ได้ง่ายโดยผ่านโปรเจกต์ Thai ตัวนี้เลยคุณว่าใช้โปรเจกต์ Thai นี้ deploy ขึ้น Community Test ได้โดยง่ายโอเคผมใช้ Thai Run นะโปรเจกต์ Try นะถ้าเกิดใครสนใจเนี่ยมันจะอยู่ที่นี่ครับผมทำลิงก์ให้คุณแล้วอยู่ที่ Resource ตัวนี้นะคุณแค่ไปติดตั้งตัว tool ตัวนี้นะเป็น tool ให้คุณติดตั้งเป็นซึ่งพอคุณติดตั้ง tool ไปเสร็จปุ๊บเนี่ยสิ่งที่ได้มาก็คือว่ามันจะได้.NET tool list จะเป็น tool ชื่อ Microsoft Thai ตัวนี้นะถึงจะใช้ Thai ได้โอเคพอผมรัน Thai เสร็จปุ๊บเนี่ยมันก็จะไปสร้างตัวแดชบอร์ดเราขึ้นมา1ตัวทีนี้ตัวฝั่งเซิร์ฟเวอร์เห็นไหมแล้วจะมีตัวเว็บไซต์ให้เรานะอยากดูหลอกของเซิร์ฟเวอร์ก็ดูตรงนี้ได้นะสบายๆไปดูวิดีโอของผมได้ผมสอนเรื่อง try ไปแล้วระดับหนึ่งแต่ว่ายังไม่ทั้งหมดนะซึ่งจะมีภาค2แต่ว่ายังไม่ได้ทำโอเคเรารันเนี่ยคือฝั่งรันตัว Blazor นะWeb Assembly นะตอนนี้ไปอยู่ที่ฝั่ง Client แล้วแต่ว่าเรา hosted ก็คือมีตัว ASP.NET Core รันอยู่ข้างหลังมี Identity Server อยู่ข้างหลังให้เราพร้อมเวลาใช้งานง่ายสะดวกมัน seamless มากเห็นไหมพอผมจะเข้าไปที่ Fetch Data ที่ Fetch Data เนี่ยถ้าเกิดว่าคุณไปดูตัว template เนี้ยตัว controller ของตัว Vector Forecast ตัวเนี้ยมันมีการไป auto ไหลเห็นไหม auto ไหลอยู่ซึ่งมันบอกว่าคุณต้องทำการ auto ก่อนนะโอเคพอเรากดไปปุ๊บมันจะทำการ redirect ไปที่ฝั่ง identity server ข้างหลังให้โดยอัตโนมัติคุณแทบไม่ต้องทำอะไรเลยนะก็คุณสามารถที่จะไปทำการ register ตัวโอเคผม register มันปุ๊บโอเคผมสามารถที่จะกด confirm อีเมลทีนี้ ผมกลับไปผมจะไป fetch data ปุ๊บเขาจะให้ล็อกอินถูกไหมผมมีอีเมลล็อกอินแล้วคือมันซีมเรทมากมันทำงานเหมือนกับคุณอยู่ในทำงานเหมือนคุณเป็น Blazor server เลยนะคุณเหมือนกับคุณอยู่บน ASP.NET Core ซึ่งคุณมีเหมือนมีเซิร์ฟเวอร์resource ของคุณให้คุณใช้งานเนี่ยได้เต็มที่ซึ่งตัวเนี้ยเขาจัดการให้คุณหมดแล้วซึ่งก่อนหน้านี้ตอนที่ผมเคยถ้าเกิดคุณกลับไปดูวิดีโอผมเนี่ยผมน่าจะยุ่งยากพอสมควรในการจัดการเรื่องนี้ได้เพราะว่าสมัยก่อนที่เป็น.NET 5เนี่ยมันจะไม่ได้ง่ายขนาดนี้โอเคไหมซึ่งตอนนี้เนี่ยเขาก็จะมีตัวการจัดการให้คุณหมดแล้วข้างหลังคืออะไรข้างหลังคือนี้ถ้าอยากรู้เนี่ยผมจะลองทำให้คุณดูผมเปิดเว็บนี้นะแล้วผมก็ไปต่อท้ายตัวนี้ด้วย well known เห็นว่าสิ่งที่อยู่ข้างเบื้องหลังก็คือ identity server นั่นเองมันมีตัว identity server running อยู่ข้างหลังให้คุณนะพร้อมกับทำการ config ทุกอย่างคุณพร้อมหมดแล้วพร้อมใช้งานนะประมาณนี้โอเคผมสามารถที่จะไปดูตัวโอเคนี่มีการจัดการ key token ให้คุณเห็นไหมตรงเนี้ยมี ID token จริงๆทำทุกอย่างทำงานอยู่เบื้องหลังหมดแล้วโทเค็นพวกนี้มันจัดการให้คุณเองคุณแทบจะไม่ต้องเขียนโค้ดอะไรเลยเขาจัดการเรื่องโทเค็นให้คุณหมดแล้วนะในการทำงานเรื่องนี้โอเคเพราะนั้นคุณเลยรู้สึกว่ามันซีมเล็ตและง่ายดายมากแต่วิธีการนี้มันไม่ดียังไงไปดูกันหน่อยคือเบรเซอร์แบบโฮสเต็ดเบรเซอร์แอสเซมบลีแบบโฮสเต็ดเนี่ยก็คือจะมีสามารถที่จะ secure with same cookie ได้นะsecure ผ่าน token based security ได้ซึ่งเมื่อกี้เราใช้ token based security ถูกไหม identity provider เนี่ย indicate in backend that host with the WebAssembly app ก็คือตัวidentity provider เนี่ยอยู่ข้างหลังให้คุณอยู่แล้วแต่ว่าตัวมันเองเนี่ยจะเหมาะกับการที่คุณใช้งานอยู่บนของคุณเองคุณทำอยู่คนเดียวไซต์เดียวง่ายๆทุกอย่างเนี่ยคุณจัดการแบบโฮสเต็ดเนี่ยจบเลยในตัวแต่ว่าในสภาวะของWebAssembly เนี่ยอย่าลืมว่ามันเป็นตัว client ตัวหนึ่งจริงๆแล้วคุณอาจจะไม่จำเป็นจะต้องไปใช้ Web ASP.NET Code ก็ได้คุณขอไปวางเป็น HTML ไฟล์วิธีนึงได้ไหมแล้วก็ไปขอใช้ Authent กับ Identity Server ที่มันมีอยู่แล้วenvironment ที่มีอยู่แล้วในองค์กรคุณอาจจะมี Identity Server running อยู่คุณไม่มีสิทธิ์ที่จะไป hosted Identity ของเองถูกไหมคุณต้องไปเชื่อมกับเขาแบบเนี้ยคุณต้องใช้แบบ standalone ซึ่งแบบ standalone เนี่ยคุณแทบจะไม่ต้องมี ASP.NET เลยก็ได้คุณมีแค่ HTML คุณไปวางไว้ Azure Static Website เหมือนที่คุณที่พูดเมื่อกี้ก็คือสามารถที่คุณไกด์พูดเมื่อกี้ก็สามารถใช้ได้เลยเหมือนกันโอเคเพราะนั้นเดี๋ยวเราจะมาโฟกัสกันตรงนี้ครับก็คือตัว standalone กันนะก็คือผมจะมีภาพเป็นภาพนี้ก็คือจะเป็นภาพ3ส่วนด้วยกันแต่ว่าผมคงทำส่วนที่3ไม่ได้ผมจะมีส่วนของ identity server กับส่วนของ client ทางซ้ายมือก็คือจะอยู่ส่วนนี้ที่จะทำคือตรงนี้กับตรงนี้ส่วนตรงนี้เนี่ยน่าจะยังไม่ทันเดี๋ยวผมจะไปเดโมให้ดูทีหลังจากที่เราจบเซสชันแล้วกันนะก็คือเดี๋ยวอาจจะมีไลฟ์ต่อท้ายโทษทีไลฟ์สักครั้งหนึ่งเดี๋ยวผมก็ว่าไปเดี๋ยวผมจะสร้าง identity server ขึ้นมา1ตัวเสร็จแล้วก็ผมจะไปสร้างตัวbrowser WebAssembly เนี่ยไว้1ตัวเป็น client ผมจะไป authent ที่ identity server เพื่อไปได้โทเค็นมานะจำลองเหตุการณ์ว่าตัว identity server เนี่ยมันมีอยู่แล้วในองค์กรประมาณนั้นนะโอเคงั้นภาพนี้เหลือเวลา15 นาทีงั้นเดี๋ยวเราไปต่อเลยครับผม stop time ผมไม่ใช่ตรงนี้ละโอเคผมมีไซต์ของผมเนี่ยเดี๋ยวใครก็ตามที่สนใจคือไปโคลนดูนี้มาก็ได้นะตัวโปรเจกต์ตัวGitHubตัวนี้เดี๋ยวผมเสร็จปุ๊บผมเอาขึ้นตรงนี้ให้นะโอเคผมโคลนมาเรียบร้อยแล้วผมก็จะเริ่มเลยนะตัวโปรเจกต์แรกครับก็คือ .NET New Browser Wasm นะ Browser Wasm ตัวนี้เนี่ยผมจะไม่โฮสเต็ดนะแต่จะใช้ PWA ให้คุณเพื่อเดี๋ยวพอผมทำเสร็จผมจะไปทำเป็น standalone ให้คุณดูนะแล้วก็ใช้name เลย name เป็น Browser Wasm โอเคแค่นี้พอที่ได้มาคือได้อะไรมาโอเคผมจะได้ง่ายๆเลยครับนะมันจะเป็นindex.html ง่ายๆนะสามารถที่จะรันโปรเจกต์นี้ผ่านเว็บเซิร์ฟเวอร์ง่ายๆสักตัวหนึ่งเช่นผมสามารถรัน.net publish ผมสามารถ publish เว็บตัวนี้ได้เลยนะโอเคโทษทีผมขอเข้าก่อน Browser Wasmโอเคผมสามารถ .net publish มันจะทำการ publish ไปไว้ที่ตรง publish ตัวนี้นะ ทีนี้พอ publish ไปเสร็จปุ๊บเนี่ยผมก็ไปหาเว็บเซิร์ฟเวอร์สักตัวหนึ่งขึ้นมาผมมีตัว200เว็บเซิร์ฟเวอร์ตัวนี้อยู่ใน Chrome ง่ายๆเว็บเซิร์ฟเวอร์ธรรมดาครับไม่ต้องเป็น ASP.NET นะไม่ต้องเป็น IIS อะไรทั้งสิ้นนะก็จะto server ไปที่โฟลเดอร์ publish ตัวนี้นะจะมีโฟลเดอร์พอเรา publish มาเสร็จปุ๊บเนี่ยจะมีโฟลเดอร์ web root ตรงนี้ขึ้นมานะโอเคผมสตาร์ทเว็บเซิร์ฟของผมขึ้นมาปุ๊บไปดูซินี่ publish จะมีโฟลเดอร์ web root เห็นไหมตัวนี้เป็น HTML ธรรมดานะผมสามารถที่จะรันเว็บbrowser web assembly ของผมขึ้นมาได้ทันทีนะนี่คือง่ายๆนี่คือแบบ standalone สามารถที่จะติดตั้งหรือ install แบบ PWA ตรงนี้โอเคมีปุ่ม install ไหมตรงนี้มีปุ่มให้ก็จะกดปุ่มนี้เพื่อ install ลงเครื่องได้เลยโอเคช่างมันไปดูต่อครับได้แล้วหรือคุณจะใช้ .NET รันตรงนี้ก็ได้นะก็สามารถที่จะรันก่อนได้เหมือนกันในการทดสอบต่อไปโปรเจกต์อีกโปรเจกต์หนึ่ง.NET New เนื่องจากว่าตัวโปรเจกต์เทมเพลตตัวนี้ครับที่ชื่อว่า Identity Server ตัวนี้ Server 4ตัวเนี้ยปกติถ้าเกิดคุณลง .NET 5 ปกติจะไม่มีนะถ้าอยากได้เหมือนเดิมครับกลับไปที่ resource ของผมนะที่ปิดที่รีโปของผมนะผมเขียนไว้แล้วนี่ครับ Identity Server 4 Template ครับคลิกตรงนี้ปุ๊บคุณติดตั้งเทมเพลตนี้เข้าไป ด้วยคำสั่งนี้ copy ไปวางปุ๊บคุณจะได้เทมเพลตของ Identity Server ขึ้นมาเลยทันทีปั๊บผมจะใช้ตัวนี้ครับIdentity 4 in mem ก็คือ in memory และก็มีตัว test user ให้ด้วยผมก็.NET new is 4 in mem ใช้ชื่อว่า Blazor IDP โอเคมี2โปรเจกต์แล้วทีนี้ผมขอกลับไปที่ข้างนอกก่อนตัวนี้เนี่ยโทษBlazor Secure โอเคโค้ดจุดที่นี่เนี่ยมี2โปรเจกต์ด้วยกันเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาตรงนี้ขึ้นนะจะมี IDP กับ Wasm 2ตัวนะฮะตัว API ยังไม่มาเดี๋ยวไว้คราวหน้าเดี๋ยวผมทำเสริมให้นะโอเคทีนี้พอเราจะมี2โปรเจกต์ปุ๊บเนี่ยคุณจะรันด้วยไทยเนี่ยคุณจะรันไม่ได้แล้วเพราะว่าถ้ารันด้วยไทยตรงนี้ไทยมันจะต้องมีเขาเรียก solution file ด้วยถึงจะรันไทยได้เพราะนั้นผมขอสร้าง.NET new SLN นิดนึงครับ ผมได้ไฟล์ solution มาแล้ว add .NET SLN add ตัว Blazor IDP เข้าไปใน solution แล้วก็ Blazor Wasm .NET ใครจะต้องมีไฟล์ solution นะเพราะว่ามันจะดูที่ solution ไฟล์ตัวนี้ในการทำงานโอเคถ้าผมมี solution แล้วผมต้องใช้คำสั่ง try run ได้ผมจะรันตัว IDP ขึ้นมาด้วยนะ โอเคก็รันขึ้นมาทีนี้พอเรารันขึ้นมาปุ๊บตัวเนื่องจากตัว try ตัวนี้มันเป็น alpha อยู่ตัวมันยังไม่ support ตัว Wasm Web Assembly ซึ่งเดี๋ยวผมจะทำได้แต่ตอนนี้ดู IDP ก่อนครับ IDP รันขึ้นมาแล้วครับผมก็รันขึ้นมาดูโอเคผมได้ตัว Identity Server มาแล้วซึ่งเป็นเดโมง่ายๆมันอยู่เป็น in memory ทั้งหมดเลยนะก็คือสามารถที่จะทำการไป authent ได้นะซึ่งใน Identity Server ตัวนี้เนี่ยมันจะมี demo test user ให้คุณใช้งานอยู่2คนหนึ่งก็คือตัว Alice กับ2ก็คือ Bob นะเพราะนั้นผมจะใช้ user Bob เข้าไปอินเข้าไปปึ๊บโอเคเรียบร้อยตอนนี้สามารถที่จะ authent ผ่านแล้วนะก็ประมาณนี้นี่คือสิ่งที่เราทดสอบโอเคงั้นทีนี้ตัวโปรเจกต์ Wasm มันรันไม่ได้เพราะนั้นผมจะไปคอนฟิกมันหน่อยครับในวิดีโอของผมเนี่ยผมไม่ได้พูดถึงเรื่องโปรเจกต์ try เนี่ยผมยังพูดถึงไม่ถึงเรื่องนี้ยังพูดไม่ถึงเรื่องนี้นะคือการใช้ try init init ก็คือมันจะไปสร้างตัว YAML ไฟล์ขึ้นมาคอนฟิกให้คุณนะเราจะไปคอนฟิกเพิ่มเติมนิดนึงครับเช่น IDP ผมขอเป็นรันbinding binding ตัวพอร์ต5,001นะแล้วก็ใช้โปรโตคอลเป็น HTTPS ตัววัตซัมตัวนี้ผมจะใช้ binding พอร์ต5,002นะใช้โปรโตคอลเป็น HTTPS นะเหลือ6 นาทีเราไปต่อพอเราทำ binding port เรียบร้อยปุ๊บเนี่ยเราลอง .NET รันดูโทษที Thai รันดูจะเหมาะมากถ้าเกิดคุณมีในโซลูชันคุณมีหลายโปรเจกต์คุณต้องการจะรันหลายๆตัวเพราะคุณทำ Microsoft ถูกป่ะ Microsoft คุณจะต้องมีตัวโปรเจกต์หลายๆตัวที่คุณจะต้องทดสอบซึ่งทั้งหมดนี้ที่คุณทำทั้งหมดเนี่ยคุณสามารถใช้ try deploy ขึ้นไปใน Kubernetes ได้เลยได้โดยง่ายโอเคผมมีนะฮะผมมีตัว Watson คือพอร์ต 5,002 ตัวนี้กับตัว Identity Server เป็นพอร์ต 5,001 โอเคไหมมี2ตัวพร้อมใช้งานแล้วต่อไปครับเรามา config กันหน่อยครับconfig อะไรบ้างเดี๋ยวผมไป config ที่ตัว IDP ก่อน IDP ผมขอไป config ให้มันมี client ให้อนุญาตให้ใช้ client ของเราก่อนนะผมทำเป็นเนื่องจากผมมีเวลาน้อยผมจะต้องใช้เป็นsnippet ไว้เพราะผมจะได้เร็วนะเดี๋ยวคุณเอา source code ตัวนี้ไปดูได้นะผมเอาขึ้นให้โอเคIDP client โอเคผมคอนฟิกไว้แล้วว่าตัว client ตัวนี้คือพอร์ต 5,002 ใช่ไหมจะมีการ redirect UI ไปที่นี่แล้วก็มีการโพสต์ log out ไว้ที่นี่มีการ allow call origin ไว้ให้แล้วก็คือพอร์ต 5,002 เรียบร้อยโอเคผมคอนฟิกทางฝั่งของ identity server ซึ่งอนุญาตให้ client ตัวนั้นสามารถเข้ามา connect ได้โอเคต่อไปครับเราไปคอนฟิกฝั่งของ Watson กันดีกว่าโอเค Baser Watsonฝั่งนี้ครับต้องทำอะไรบ้างนะหนึ่งเลยก็คือผมจะต้องติดตั้งตัว RIP ตัวนึงครับแพ็กเกจตัวนี้ชื่อว่า Web Microsoft ASP.NET Core Component WebAssembly Authentication ตัวนี้จำไว้เลยครับก็ copy resource ทั้งหมดอยู่ในนี้ครับคุณก็ไปดูได้เนี่ยผมมีให้คุณแล้วนะอยู่ที่นี่โอเคก็จัดการรันเลยครับ .NET add package ปึ๊บโอเคติดตั้งแพ็กเกจตัวนี้ตัวหนึ่งตัวเดียวพอพอติดตั้งเสร็จปุ๊บเราไป import กันเลยครับ import ปุ๊บผมมีตัว using ตัวนี้2ตัวนะก็คือต้องการ using ตัวนี้2ตัวที่ import ไว้เลยครับจะได้ไม่ต้อง import ซ้ำหลายๆที่นะต่อไป3ก็คือเดี๋ยวผมจะต้องไปที่เพจผมต้องไปสร้างไฟล์นึงขึ้นมาเพื่อสำหรับทำการ redirect ไปที่ตัว identity server มันชื่อว่า authentication.laser โค้ดนี้ง่ายๆก็คือเป็นโค้ดชุดหนึ่งนะที่เอาไว้สำหรับ redirect ไปที่ฝั่ง identity server ส่ง action มาเดี๋ยวก็ทำการredirect แค่อย่างเดียวหน้านี้ไม่มีอะไรครับหน้านี้ทำการ redirect อย่างเดียวเลยทั้ง login ทั้ง logout เห็นไหมโอเคต่อไปเราไปแก้ที่ index.html index.html ตัวนี้นะคือเราต้องไปทำการไป use ตัวอ้างถึงสคริปต์ของตัว authentication file เมื่อกี้ก่อนสังเกตนะครับที่โฟลเดอร์ bin publish ตัวนี้หลังจากที่เรา publish ไปแล้วมันจะได้สิ่งนี้ครับสิ่งนี้ขึ้นมาอยู่ในโฟลเดอร์ก่อนนะอยู่ไหนนะโทษทีผมขอ publish ใหม่ .NET publish โอเคหลังจากที่เราติดตั้งตัวWebAssembly Authent แล้วเนี่ยพอเรา publish ทุกครั้งเนี่ยมันจะได้สิ่งหนึ่งขึ้นมาเดี๋ยวดูนะแป๊บนึงโอเคเราเหลือเวลาอีกเหลือ2 นาทีขอเล่นหน่อยนะแป๊บนึงนะโอเคนี่จะได้โฟลเดอร์คอนเทนต์ครับในคอนเทนต์จะมีไฟล์ JavaScript ตัวหนึ่งเห็นไหมตัวนี้โอเคผมก็จะทำการไปที่ index.html ปุ๊บผมจะใช้ตัวนี้ครับใส่สคริปต์นี้เข้าไปอ้างถึงตัวไฟล์นี้ครับอยู่ในโฟลเดอร์คอนเทนต์เห็นไหมผ่านตามนี้เลยครับก็คือผ่านตามที่ถูก publish ไปนั่นแหละโอเคพอคุณทำอย่างนี้เสร็จแล้วเนี่ยต่อไปสร้างเมนูกันหน่อยครับเมนูแชร์ net เมนูโอเคผมจะไปทำลิงก์ตัวล็อกอินนะคือทำลิงก์ล็อกอินง่ายๆครับก็คืออ้างไปที่ authentication เมื่อกี้ไอ้ที่เราทำเลเซอร์เมื่อกี้ login นะ ส่งแอคชั่นว่าล็อกอินเข้าไปปุ๊บ แล้วเนื่องจากเราไม่มีเวลาแล้วเราล็อกเอาท์เลยครับล็อกเอาท์ก็คือทำลิงก์ตอนนี้อันนี้ไม่ใช่ลิงก์นะอันนี้เป็นปุ่มคลิกแล้วนะเป็นปุ่มคลิกผมก็จะไปทำการ inject ตัว net navigation manager เข้ามาแล้วก็ตัว sign out session manager อันนี้ไม่ได้มาจากตัว WebAssembly Object ที่เราแพ็กเกจเมื่อกี้นะเขียนโค้ดเพิ่มครับเขียนโค้ดปุ่มนี้ครับก็คือเรามีการไปสั่ง on click แล้วสร้างฟังก์ชันชื่อว่า sign out ถูกไหมแล้วไปสร้างฟังก์ชัน sign out ขึ้นมา 1 ตัวปึ๊บนะฮะ sign out ก็คือสั่ง sign out manager เนี่ยสั่ง sign out เลยนะครับแล้วก็ navigate กลับไปที่ไอตัวauthentication เมื่อกี้นี้ส่ง action ว่า log out กลับไปเท่านั้นก็จบก็คือการผ่านการ log out เรียบร้อยโอเคเรารันเลยครับโอ้การพรีเซนต์แบบนี้เหนื่อยมากครึ่งชั่วโมงเนี่ยเหนื่อยที่สุดละถ้าเรามีเวลามากกว่านี้ก็จะเหนื่อยน้อยกว่านี้หน่อยโอเคไทยรันโอเค2ตัวนี้รันอย่างอิสระนะโอเคผมก็รันเปิดรันนี้ขึ้นมาปุ๊บนี่คือ identity server นี่คือตัว Watson โอเคผมจะทำการไปรันสินะมีอะไรผิดพลาดหรือเปล่าโอเคไม่เป็นไรผมมีโปรเจกต์สำรอง เรารีบจัดโอเคแล้วเราไปที่ตัวนี้ครับไฟล์รันโอเคปึ๊บWatson 5,200มาแล้วนะก็คือพอเรากดปุ่ม login ปั๊บ มันจะทำการอันหนึ่งตัว Watson ตัวนี้ผมไป config นะตัวโทษทีผมขาดตรงนี้ครับขาดไปสเต็ปนึงครับก็คือว่าทางฝั่งของWatson เนี่ยจะต้องไปแก้คอนฟิกที่ตัว program.cs นิดนึงครับ program.cs ตัวนี้โอเคฝั่ง Watson จะต้องไปแก้ตัวนี้นิดนึงคือเพิ่มอ้างถึงตัว identity server ก่อนซึ่งตอนนี้เนี่ยเรายังไม่อ้างถึงตัว identity server เลยก็คือตัวนี้โอเคอ้างไปที่ตัวฝั่งเซิร์ฟเวอร์ครับว่าฝั่งเซิร์ฟเวอร์เนี่ยจะเป็นตัว5 พอร์ต 5,001 นะนี่คือ redirect URL ของเรานะนี่คือ logout ของเรานะโอเคเมื่อทำตามนี้เสร็จปุ๊บผมสั่ง Thailand มีเวลาเลทด้วยนะ2 นาทีนะเราก็จะ1ปึ๊บโอเคโอเคผมล็อกอินนะอันนี้ Network Error แป๊บหนึ่งระวังด้วยเวลาเราใช้ Blazor เนี่ยมันเนื่องจากมันเป็น Client เพราะนั้นไอตัวที่คุณได้มาคนไหนเป็นตัวเก่าคุณกดอย่าลืมกด refresh กันด้วยโทษทีมันรัน try ไว้2 ตัวผมก็ว่าอยู่ไทยตัวเก่ามันก็รันอยู่โทษทีครับขออีกรอบหนึ่งนี้ได้แล้วโอเคมาใหม่ปึ๊บrefresh เพื่อความชัวร์ว่าเป็นตัวใหม่โอเคผมจะล็อกเอาท์ใหม่อีกรอบหนึ่งนะดูนะพอผมกดปุ่มล็อกอินปุ๊บเนี่ยสังเกตว่ามันจะredirectไปที่พอร์ต 5,001 ก็คือตัว identity server นั่นเองนะนี่ user ที่เรามีอยู่คือ user Bob ใช่ไหม Bob กับ Alice พอเราล็อกอินเสร็จปั๊บมันก็จะredirectกลับมาที่ฝั่งของตัวนี้ให้ซึ่งเราจะได้อะไรครับถ้าเกิดเราไปเปิดตัวนี้ดู จะเห็นว่าเราจะได้ตัวโทเค็นตัวนี้มาเรียบร้อยแล้วนะตัวใบผ่านทางไอใบผ่านทางนี้คือไปทำอะไรก็เอาเอาของที่ฝั่งของ resource ก็คือตัว API หรือฝั่งที่ใน API หลังบ้านหรือที่ไหนก็ตามคุณไปเอาโทเค็นนี้ถือติดตัวไปได้เลยเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวทางฝั่งนี้ก็จะไปเช็คเองว่าโทเค็นนี้ถูกต้องหรือยังอะไรเงี้ยเป็นนี้เป็นต้นถูกไหมเพราะนั้นนี่คือวิธีการของเขาก็คือเราจะทำเรียบร้อยแล้วต่อไปล็อกเอาท์ครับสังเกตครับตัว Network จะทำการไปเรียกตัว end session เพื่อเป็นการเคลียร์เซสชันทางฝั่งเซิร์ฟเวอร์ให้คุณเรียบร้อยเลยนะโอเคเรียบร้อยโปรเจกต์นี้จบได้แล้วจริงๆแล้วผมจะต้องเดโมต่ออีกนิดนึงก็คือตัวติดตั้งเป็น install ดูหน่อยก็ได้นะติดตั้ง install เลยครับเนื่องจากเป็น Razer Web Assembly เพราะนั้นคุณติดตั้งลงเครื่องได้ครับคุณได้เป็น client app แล้วฮะตอนนี้แอปของคุณนั้นอยู่ภายใต้ตรงนี้เรียบร้อยคุณสามารถที่จะ keep in dock ได้เลยครับวันหน้าจะเปิดแอปนี้เมื่อไหร่ก็ได้ก็ใช้งานได้เหมือนปกติล็อกอินได้นะล็อกอินได้ใช้งานได้เหมือนแอปเหมือนเว็บเลยครับเพราะว่าตอนนี้คุณอยู่ที่ client แล้วคุณอยู่นอกรีซอสของทุกอย่างแล้วก็ล็อกเอาได้นะโอเคตามนี้ครับโจเรียบร้อยแล้วฮัลโหลโจนี่มีคำถามนะซึ่งเดี๋ยวโปรเจกต์นี้ผมจะเอาขึ้น
Hello. Hi, Saraswati. Yeah, very, very nice presentation. Very good. Do you have any other comments? Any other comments? Any last message for the audience? Okay. So thank you very much, Bond. Hope to see you. Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Bye. See you. Hello everyone again, and now I would like to bring to the call Aaron. Hello Aaron.
Hello.
Can you listen me?
Hello,
man. Proud of
Hello.
you.
Good to see you, man. Can you see my t-shirt?
Yeah, very, very nice t-shirts. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me too.
I will be leaving the streaming. The stage is all yours. Have a good luck. Take care. See you soon.
All right. Okay, everyone. Good to see you today. So welcome to .NET Con 2020 again. So this session, I will talk about the feature in EF Core 5. So before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Aaron. Here is my blog post, coach.com. I have a Facebook page for the Cosmo page, which is almost 19,000 Facebook like. I have a GitHub, and the same thing, Cosmo, that most example and all resources that I share to community will go here. And I am also the admin of .NET Thailand group, which has almost 6,000 people. And I hope everyone can go and join this group to share knowledge every day. And I am also the freelance software engineer. All right. So let's start it. So what is EF Entity Framework and why do I care? So Entity Framework, actually it is a data access API. It is object relational mapping. As you can see, I put the relational in parentheses because right now the EF also support the non-relational database, which is Azure Cosmo DB. So that's why I put that. But the major supports are the database. It made with the .NET standards and its cross-platform free open source software. You can use it for free and can use both Windows and Linux. It supports major database, for example, like SQL Server, MySQL, Postgres, Oracle, SQLite, and as I mentioned before, Azure Cosmo DB, and many other databases. You can check from this link. It supports the thing that we call LINQ, which is Language Integrated Query. This is how we query the data in EF. So it is strong Thai syntax. So we don't need to write raw SQL to get data back to our applications. And it's also implement unit of work for us about the tracking change. We don't need to write any update statement, and it also make the concurrence easy. For example, it has a optimistic update for us. There are many benefits of ORM, so you can check this link that I put here. All right. Okay, let's start with the basic EF Core 101. When we want to make a EF Core project, the thing that we need to have a model class, which is the class that we create to map with our table. It just print on C# object class. And we will create a data context, which is the entry point of our entity. And as I mentioned before, we can query data with the link, a strongly Thai query language. And when we update, we just only set the property of entity, and everything entity framework will do updates for us. Apart from the basic of model mapping, so with EF5, you have an easy way to debugging, diagnosis your application. For example, you can use something called debug view when you are in debugging mode. So it has a window that you can see the expression. It's like a programmatically syntax of query. And you also can see the query, the raw SQL that EF generated for us. In addition, you can also use the dot to query string on the link statement, and it will show the output SQL statement. And to get more information, so right now EF support this easy way to logging more information. For example, the create statement, the index created, or other stuff that we can configure easily on the DB context option builder. Okay, before we jump into the demo, let me show you what we are going to do today. So we will create a blocking system, which is very simple, and I'm pretty sure that many people familiar with it before. So in the system, we will have admin that can create many blocks, and each block can has multiple articles, and each article is created by a user in the system. This brings us to the models in the system. We start to the very simple, only 3 models at the beginning, which are user. So end up with the admin and normal user in the system. A block, like a container of article, and the article to this actual contents. And at the end, we have the entry point, the root entity, which is block DB context. It is a custom class that we created from the DB context. All right, it's time for demo. Okay, let me bring the Visual Studio. All right. So I think everyone can see it clearly. So so this is very simple console applications. So I have the first method represent the first demo. So let's jump into this method. So we start with create a DB context. So let's see very quick how we create this DB context. So we just define the option. In this example, I use SQLite. So that's why I have the option use SQLite. And I create a custom DB context, what I mentioned before, the block DB context. If we jump to inside, we will see we have defined the DB set of the model in our system. So let's go to see each model quickly. So we have user, very simple, just his name, email, and go back. We have blog. We have name, description created by, and we have the link to the article. Yeah, here we go. Here, article. It's just actual contents of our system. We have content, we have title. Okay, and we have the reference. Sorry, we have the reference back to the blog. Okay. All right, we have everything ready. So now let's go back to the programs. Jump to the top. Back to the method. After we have DB context, we just create object easily, like we create the normal C# object. So we create admin, we create user, and then we save that to the database with the DB context, the DB list, and add range. And then we create block, we create 2 articles, and then we add each article. And then we save the block at the end. To save everything, we need to call save subject change. All right, and then we want to query. So as I mentioned before, we have 2 ways to query the database with EF. So I start with the thing called the method syntax. So like ... method. So in this query, I want to get all article title of the block, which has name EF. All right. And then after that, I will iterate through the title to output the result. Apart from that, I also want to show you how can I update the first article by just calling the property titles. And I save chain again to have everything saved to the database. But this time, instead of use the method syntax, I use the query syntax. As you can see, for me, in some situation, I found myself the method syntax is easier to read than the method syntax above. All right, and then get result again. You will see in this time with a new value of the title. I will run this program with the Control F5 without debugging. And you will see the result in the console. Here we go. The first one you see, we have title of all articles in that EF block. Okay, and how here I changed the title of the first article with EF is fun, and then you get the result back. Okay, now I want to show you how can we diagnose our system. For example, I want to see SQL output. So let's put the breakpoint. I put the breakpoint here, and I will press F5 to debug mode. And here, let me hover this query, expand, and you will see the debug view, right? Expand it again. You have expression. If you see that, it's nothing, it's the same at here because it's expression syntax. But if you try again and query this time, you will see this is the output, SQL output from this statement. All right, as everyone expected, it's inner join. And let's continue debugging. Now on the method syntax, something interesting is on the expression. You will see it's the same, it's output the same as method syntax because at the end, the link query will generate the expression the same as method syntax. All right. And we have another way to output the SQL. Here it's introduced in EF5. You can use the 2 query string like this. All right. on the query syntax, query variable, and Control F5. Here we go. You see the query. And the last one that I want to show you is you can log more information on DB context option. Control F5 here, and if I move above, you will see you have create tables like tags, user, block. The syntax you may not familiar because this is specific from SQLite, but it's share the same idea, right? And at the end, you will find the same thing as before. All right. I think we finished for this. Let me bring back the presentation. All right, the next thing that I want to talk about is specific for EF5. It's about mapping a many-to-many, a table per hierarchy and table per type. So let's start from many-to-many. In the past, for example, if we want to introduce a tag in our system, for example, we want each article has a tag. Before EF5, what we are going to do is we need association class. For example, we can create the article tags model, and then each article and tags needs to have the list of the article tags, which is the collection of article tags like this. And then we also add the DB set of article tags. But with EF5, we don't need to do that. If we doesn't care about the association table, we can remove that and let EF make something like magic for us. However, in situation we may need to information to the link table, we can bring it back, but it's not necessary for the map for the requirement. It's just how we explicit set the mapping. Okay, it's time for demo. Okay, let's jump back to the code. Now, I will comment this and uncomment the demo too. So we can go to it very quick. All right. So the same thing as above, right? But just only that I create a tag. All right. I define an EF tag, and then I add it to the database, and I create a new article. All right. And I set tags to the article. So let me show you what it looked like. Here, we define the association tags to article model, and here. And then we save article, we save change, and then we query it again. All right, and this unnecessary. Okay, and we query it back. Just only the article with the tag name above that I define, the EF tag. And then we project only title. And let me run this code for you. Here we go. And you can see we have a select statement, and we have the output, only the title of article in that tag, the EF tag here, in this query. And if we go above to see the magic, here we go. NET framework automatically create a linked table for us, which is article tag, and has the reference to article and tag. All right. However, in some situation, you may need to put some information in the link tag, in the link table. Sorry, you may bring that link model back, but just only the way that we explicit mapping. It don't necessary. All right. Let me comment this and show you the demo tree. Everything looks the same, right? Except this time we will have article text. So let's see what it looked like. We have created UTC field that we want to store the time that we create the tag, right? And not only model, but we need to do some stuff in the DB context. Let's jump into this. Here, what it looked like. We need to explicit set the mapping. So let me go through this very quick for you. So we start with the entity article, and each entity article we had many tags, and then let's go back to the article text. All right, article text, and then is article tag. The link has articles, and we use the entity that we want to have is a link table, and we set it article text with many article and article text. Swap the size, and then we get it. Go back to the programs. But now we will use the article text, and we will add the created UTC time. All right, and we will create back with the article that created from 2 months ago, and we project only title. Here we have the result, and the query had a condition by date time. All right, so we are getting run out of time, but I think we can finish it. All right, back to the slide. Talking about the table per hierarchy and table per type. Table per hierarchy means that all types in the hierarchy saved to a single table. For example, we have a block model, and then later we can introduce RSS block, which is derived from block, and we add property like URL, for example, to the RSS block model. And if we use the table per hierarchy, it will end up only one table, the blocks table. And how do we distinguish the type? It's use the discriminator column. For example, that column we put the block type, RSS block type, for example. And this feature available since the beginning of EF core. And with EF5, EF core 5 is introduced table per type, which means each type in the hierarchy saved to individual table. For example, the block, we have the block tables and RSS block table. However, on the RSS block table, it will have only few that define in the type. With the table per type, it will create an inner join. So when we query, so prefer to use type per hierarchy. It's demo. Oh, right. So before doing that, I want to show you a new model. Here, I will create two blocks, the block and RS block. So let's check this model. So here is derived from block. So same hierarchy, right? And what I'm going to do is I need a little bit set up on the DB context. Here, what I need, we need to explicitly set that to tell EF. And let me run this for you and see what it looks like. All right. We have a block name, okay, and URL. But let's check the table. Above, we have block. And as I mentioned before, we have URL here, right? All tied the same table. And discriminator column to put the Thai name to distinguish between block and RS block. Yeah, this is because I query only RS block. And I have block name and URL. So next to the next example. Okay. Now we want to try the way that we can make table per type. And what it look like, the thing, the difference is only in the DB context. We need to tell the table, just fluent syntax dot to table and put the name of table. So I want to separate this to RS blocks table. So go back to the programs. It's the same. And let me run that for you. Here, we get the result. But if we go up, here, as you can see, we have block here as normal block table, and we have RS block here, and it's only URL, which is property that we define in the RS block type. All right, I think I have finished everything for my presentations. So thanks everyone for joining us, and I hope you have some basic knowledge of EF in the introductions and the new feature in EF5. There are much more features that I couldn't cover, but you can check it here. And I will keep updated on CodeSnoop and .NET Thailand group community. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and you can leave the questions in YouTube comments. And if I cannot, okay, I think I got questions. Hi, Jose. Jose, I couldn't hear you.
We have a question for you. I added on YouTube. Can use SQL syntax command carry with dynamic of number column to carry DB set with EF?
I don't quite understand questions.
Yeah, is
can we use SQL syntax? I mean the raw SQL, right?
Yeah, I believe is with raw SQL.
Raw SQL.
Something using the dynamic API as well.
Columns. Yes, EF support the raw SQL,
And I think you have somehow to construct this. Yeah, you can send the raw SQL to the EF, but you will lose benefits of the link query, right? But there's a case that sometimes we need the raw SQL, for example, complex SQL syntax like aggregation, something like that. I think it's a trade-off. You can use it, but just a minimum.
Okay, yes, we have not also say that he prefers
that you can use Dapper.
Yeah, good question. Okay, Aaron, thank you very much. You may
You're welcome.
Everyone here proud of you. I hope see you soon in Bangkok.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
and thank you everyone joining us. Thank you for questions. Bye.
Bye. See you. Okay, now we finish with Aaron and some anti-framework. Let's talk a little bit about the games. Do you like or you are a game developer? I am with GT here. Hello. You are on mute.
Oh, hello.
Okay, yeah. So I believe you are bringing some games development for us, right?
Yeah.
I will be leaving the screen and the stage is all yours. Good luck and yeah, let's play.
Yeah. So I'm on the chat. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my session. UniRX, Unity plus RX, Reactive Programming for Game. My name is Kititat Echanhut. I am a former senior engineer developer at Technowave Asia. So before we start, I think not everyone know about reactive programming, right? So I will talk about what is reactive programming. Reactive programming is programming with a synchronous data stream. And in my opinion, reactive programming have 4 core: observable, subscriber, operator, and stream. For me, observable is some kind like a messenger that sends out a message to receiver. Subscriber is receiver of the message. The next one is operator, the middleware of observable and subscriber. The last one, stream of event of observable and subscriber. There are some people called reactive programming is a newspaper publisher because they have a reporter, editor, news, and reader. Yeah, so look easy, right? So let's hop into UniRX. What is UniRX? UniRX is a reactive extension for Unity. But why for Unity only? Because the official RX, .NET Reactive extension is great, but does not work on Unity, and it had issue with iOS IL2CP compatibility. So we have UniRX instead. That UniRX is a re-implementation of the .NET Reactive extension, and UniRX is a support multiple platform, same as Unity. In my experience, I use UniRX in many platforms like PC, Mac, and Android, iOS or WebGL, but I never use it on HTML5, but I think it will work fine on HTML5. So now we know about UniRX, right? The next one is why. Why we should use UniRX? What special is this? So, number one, about coroutine. Coroutine is not a asynchronous function in Unity. So coroutine is not a good practice for do asynchronous operation. why? In this slide, you will see an example of asynchronous in Unity. It is not good because coroutine can return any value since its return type must be enumerator only. Yeah, and coroutine can handle exception too because use statement that in coroutine cannot be surrounded by a tie-cat construction. So if we use UniRX, UniRX will help us escape from the coroutine of Unity. So number 2, RX use link style query operator. I think everybody ever used link before. Link make our code clean and easy to read, right? Good code is easy to read, right? And because of link operator, it's easy to start for .NET or RX user. If you never used Unity before, I think this is a good chance to start Unity for now. Yeah. In the example, you will see we can use link as many as we want. So the next one, if you use RX, it will improve your UI programming. The first thing I will tell you about typical pattern in Unity. The typical pattern in Unity is the MVC pattern. So in the example, if you want to do some UI that update every time after some of our value change, that means you must call your UI update function every time the value is changed, right? But if we use RX, RX use pattern called MVRP, not MVVM, not MVP, but it actually the same as kind of like MVP. But we can use MVVM instead because of Unity does not provide us a UI binding mechanism. And if we create a binding layer is too complex and cause a lot of performance. That's why we use MVRP, Model View Reactive Presenter Pattern. Yeah. We do this by we use observable to enable subscription, to notification to act like a fake binding, to update our view in the example. That's why we call it reactive presenter. Yeah, it's different a little bit from MVP. If we back to our UI programming in this slide, let's see the example of the code. First one is MVP and second is MVRP. Difference between these two is the first one we must call this update score function every time your score is changed, but the second one you just binding it and leave it like it. If your score change, your UI is changed. Yeah, so look easy. Yeah, so the next is a demo, but before that, I will explain about Unity 101 fast as I can. Unity is a cross-platform engine, not only for game anymore, but Unity can do something like VR, AR application on mobile or something you want. Unity is independent nowadays, but every object in Unity use mono behavior as their base card. So mono behavior is a Unity core. I will explain a little bit about mono behavior life cycle for this demo. We have a start function. Start function is called one before the first frame update. Talk about the frame. So about who don't know about Frame in Unity is Frame in Unity is a screen update in our game. So if our game run in 60 FPS, that means our screen refresh 60 times in 1 second. The second one is a update function. The update function called once per frame. Mean this is our main core of Unity, but everything UI or movement or physics used to in this function. So the next one is on trigger enter. Trigger enter will call when object collide with the author. And the last one is on destroy. On destroy will call when the last frame of the game object existent. That means if this method call your object is no more, it will gone forever. So let's look onto my demo. I will show you about my demo right now. So let's get started to the demo. This is a spaceship game that here with UniIX. It's a typical spaceship game that you shoot enemy ship for the score and dodge the enemy bullet. After you shoot the enemy and their HP fall into 0, you get score. Yeah. On the top left of the screen, you will see UI of the HP and score. Yeah. So let's talk about fire, your gun, our ship gun. We can shoot bullet, right? But I will show you about my code that how player fire the bullet. Oh, sorry, bullet. I mean, let me bring you to the side. Yeah, I will split the code into one is the old-fashioned way of the Unity. The next one is UniIX way. So let's get to the old-fashioned way. We have a lot of if and how to redo the fire delay, reduce the fault, and then we can fire. Right? You see the cooldown in here. Yeah. No. If this cooldown fall into 0 by the time, the time delta time in millisecond in Unity. So this will reduce our cooldown. If it's to 0, we can fire. But if we use RX, you will see this. The first thing you will see is goodbye if. Yeah, we use link operator, make our code clean and easy to read. About the fire bullet, all we do is just use timestamp and add delay to that timestamp. After that, we fire bullet and stamp time again. Yeah, you see this. This is an observable, and this is operator. Yeah, so we have a subscriber that and the stream is input that you input to our game. Yeah, so this is how RX works. Yeah. To the next one. The next one is on trigger event that happen when our bullet hits some object and stop detect trigger. Stop detect trigger mean stop detect bullet collide with other object. If we don't want to use this trigger anymore, so what we do in old-fashioned way is disable collider or check if we does not get hit before. So if we use Rx, the difference between these two is Rx has observable. So we can use this port function to stop our collider detect. And again, our code had no if. Yeah, sounds great, right? Yeah. So the last example is our UI on the top left. Yeah, top left of the screen. I will show you about how we get the score. How we get to the score issue enemy, right? I will spawn the enemy now. Yeah, you will see. If we shoot the enemy down, we will get score after the enemy explode, right? Yeah. So you stop the spawn and go to the slide. Yeah. So if we look to other slide, you will see the method about my UI. I will show you how to get a score and load HP after getting hit. The both side old-fashioned way and my UI is based on my UI manager card. The first one, we have a update score function that has integer as an input parameter, and we set the score label with parameter, but it's never enough. It's not enough. Sorry. In my enemy controller class, after every time enemy get hit and destroyed, you must call UI manager to update score. So you see this, every time you get hit, UI manager update score every time. But in the Rx, all we do just game data score and subtract that value. Yeah, and after that, our score label will update automatic. Yeah. So I will move you to the our game again. So you will see. So you can get Unity in their GitHub, or you can search Unity Asset Store with UnityX. So if anyone had a question, don't feel free to ask any question in Thai or English. Yeah.
I'm looking for questions. Let's see if anyone asks something. We have a little bit of time.
Yes.
Very nice example. Jit, I really like it. Very it's very interesting to see the difference about code using the observables.
Yeah. I think if you are .NET user and you use Rx or Link before, it's easy to start some application with Unity. Yeah, and this sort of demo is available on my GitHub. I will bring to it. Yeah. So then you can go to code it on my GitHub.
Okay, we have one question for you.
Okay.
Are you able to unit test units with reactive extensions?
Sorry.
Are you able to do unit tests using unit?
You mean unit test?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've do unit test before, but I'm not use RX because Unity is depend on the UI. Yeah, you see that we can test our UI, but if we use to test an API, it's okay. You can use HTTP get post or something like that. You can test as if not a mono behavior. You can use mono behavior class. This is a base class of Unity. You can do something like you can do like it. You get a warning.
Okay.
So if you want to do the unit test, so all you can is some normal class. Yeah, you will see this is game data. Game data of my game. Where you will see this is the active property, but instead of we use subject or behavior subject, we use reactive property because reactive property does not emit the same value if the value is equal to current value. Yeah, but we can use subject or behavior subject as well. It depends on the work.
Okay, thank you. We have one other question. Can you use units for build business app?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. This is a little bit surprised from
You
you.
can use everything. You can use it as a asynchronous or API or something that you want. Yeah. I think it's like .NET reactive extension. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You can use Unity to build business app. Yes, you can. Unity. I will show you about Unity fee. If your salary is income is not that I think I'm not sure about the value, but you can use it free as if you not have an income allow. I'm not sure about the number, but it's about $100,000 or $10,000. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. So you can use it free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can check on the Unity website.
Okay, GT. Thank you very much. Was a very joyful presentation. Very nice game. Thank you again to accept the invite to be speaking. Take care. Bye bye. See you.
See you.
See you.
See you
Bye bye.
Bye.
So I will be removing you from the screen, and
Thank you.
I will be bring our next speaker.
Oh,
Hello.
hi, Jose.
Hello, Pom. How are you?
Yeah, feel a little excited.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited to see this new service from Azure. Okay,
Yeah.
I will be leaving the screen, and you have total control of the stage.
Okay,
See,
thank you. Okay, I'm going to share my screen here. Okay. Is this on? Oops.
I cannot
Is the
see
screen
the screen
already
yet.
shared? Mm-hmm.
It's not shared yet.
Is not shared? Okay, okay, let me see. Ah. It still work. Okay, share screen again, and this. So the screen recording. Okay, I fix this a little bit. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Let me see. Okay, this will be true. Okay. I'm going to try it again in 1 minute, okay?
Okay. We have a technical problem. Pong is going to join soon. Just a minute. He's fixing some problem with his screen. So while we wait for Pong, I would like to be passing few messages for everyone. We are getting almost in the end of the conference. We have another 3 talks. We have the introduction to Azure Form Recognizer by Pong. Then we have breaking the monolith and serverless application with API first approach. Okay. Also, I would like to do an invite for you if you are in Bangkok. If you are in Bangkok on February, depending on the COVID situation in Bangkok, we are pretending have the first edition of the .NET BKK meetup. Okay, I believe Pong come back here. Are you adding hello, Pong?
Hello.
Yes,
I'm back already.
now.
Yeah.
Yes, but for a while is empty, the screen. I don't know if this was intended.
Yes. It's still empty now.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm going to start my
Okay,
session.
can
Thank
start
you,
when you are
Jose.
ready. Yes.
Okay. You see the stereo. Okay. Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Pon, and I'm going to introduce you to Azure Form Recognizer. So about me, that you can call me Pon, just like that. And currently I am Microsoft MVP. You can reach me in the following links on the GitHub, LinkedIn, or even on the Facebook. Okay, let's start the session. So in this session, I will talk in 3 parts about the form recognizer. The first is problem that this service wants to solve. The second, what is it actually? The final part is how can you really use it? That we are going to try out the application that integrates with the form recognizer. Okay, so
Let's start with the problem that form recognizer want to solve it. So when we talk about the form, we often think about the paper that you need to fill in the information, right? But if we get more specifically, the form that we have in our organization, most of them are receipt, the invoice, or even the business card. So the point is, we want to take the information on these documents into our digital system to make it available and to be used in our system for our business. So we may ask, what about the apps? We are living in the time that computer reduce its size into our hand. Why don't we let our user fill the data on the apps? Because it is easier to extract and manage the data from the app that we can control everything, right? If that is your idea, we are on the same boat. But the story I want to share may change it a little bit. Few weeks ago, I went to meet my client at a medical center to discuss about a new project. So in the meeting, a team member asked an interesting question. Why do we need to open and try to fill the form on the screen? Because we got better speed and already familiar with the paper sheet. So that made me remember a truth. It is not everyone who wants to use the app. They just need a solution that can make their work easier, not harder. So I think our challenge is, if the information is already on the document, how can we extract them? So I think you know already, we have to deal with two major types of documents, the paper and the PDF file. The information on this document has been printed or typed in. And that is the one we want to take them into our system. The method that we use to extract information from this document is quite obvious. We have to do it manually. So this kind of work consumes a lot of time and our resource, and sure, maybe our health, right? So from this point, maybe you are going to think about to ask me the question that, okay, Pon, why don't we use the OCR? We already have it. The OCR stands for Optical Character Recognition. The OCR is good. I love it. And I think everyone loves it. But we still need to identify the data that OCR can extract from our documents. Let me show you an example. If there is a number like this on the document, it can represent anything. It can be an invoice ID number. It can be a part of customer address, or it may be an amount of product price. So we need something special here. And yes, we need the power of AI. We need the power of machine learning to help us extract the data from the document and turn them into a ready-to-use information. So that takes us to the second part of this session. So what is the form recognizer actually? The form recognizer is a resource that you can create it on Azure portal and use it with your application. So it's very easy to set up like other Azure resource. And there is an option to choose such as a pricing plan as well, okay? So the form recognizer also counts as a cognitive service. If you don't familiar with the cognitive service, it's okay. Let me explain. It is a category of Azure service that utilize the power of machine learning and AI to provide easy-to-use solution that you can integrate into your system. So the form recognizer goal is to extract the text, key value pair, tables, or any information from the document, and to reduce the manual intervention. And most important, you don't need to be the data science expertise to make form recognizer do what you want. That is the best part, okay? So the form recognizer service, there are 3 services available at the moment. The first one is the preview model that is ready to use with trained model of 3 popular document types: the receipt, the invoice, and yes, the business card. The second service you can use is the layout API, which can analyze and identify the layout of your data on your document. It's very clever, and we will see. But if you ask me, what is the service I really like? It's the third one, the custom model, which you can combine layout API with the machine learning to make form recognizer understand your special document that you cannot be used with the preview model. So we are going to take a look on each service to get overview of them. So start from the preview model. What you are seeing on the presentation here is the demonstration of a preview model, the business card. You can see from the left that form recognizer is able to extract the text on the business card and match them with the field name. The field name that represent each information that often be found on the business card. For example, the company name, the contact names, job titles, email, website, mobile phone number, etc. And when come into action, form recognizer can return this information in JSON format. So you can use them in your application. If you think the preview model is cool, let's see the layout API, which amazed me in the first time I met it. And here it is. As you see, when we need to work with more complex layout, for example, the table or the documents, the layout API has come to help us here. Because in the bigger document, like invoice or receipt, the information spread over the big area, and we need to identify each part of the document, match them with the information we need to take it into our system. You can see that layout API is clever enough to identify the table on the document. So you can use layout API independently, which the analyzed data will return in JSON format too. Okay, I will keep the most exciting part of the demo. But now we are at the final part of the session. So what if you want to get started with the form recognizer? How can you do it? In using form recognizer, you can try a web application which utilizes all 3 services. So you can learn the workflow that how to use the API. So here is the link, okay? And yes, the form recognizer also available in REST API, which you can use any programming language to integrate its power into the solution. But if you're not satisfied yet, Microsoft also provides a set of client library in popular programming language. For example, Python, yes, .NET, of course, Java, okay, and JavaScript. So from this point, you may realize that the power of the form recognizer can be accessed like other REST API of the Azure resource or another cognitive service. So is it easy to use it? Let's try. Okay, what I'm going to show you here is the part that how is it easy to find the form recognizer on the Azure portal and create it as a resource. So I am at the new resource section. You just need to search for the form recognizer like this, and here it is. You can create it. You can set up the resource setting and yes, the pricing plan, of course. And after that, the recognizer service will be available to use. So I already created here. Let's see. Here it is. And you can notice that this is a cognitive service, as I say. I'm going into the resource here. Okay, if you are already familiar with the Azure, this is going to be more easier, because what you really needed from the form recognizer resource is a key and endpoint section here, which has a key and the endpoint UI. You can use it in your application, but from this demo, I'm going to show you the web application that already integrated with the form recognizer service. So you can try it later. So here it is. This is the web application that you can access with the link that I put in the presentation. And you see here there is three different services to start with. I'm going to start with the preview model. And here it is. As you can see, in the form recognizer service endpoint, you just need to go to your service and copy the endpoint, come back and put a URL here. And next is the key. Copy it, and here is the API key. That is what you need to use the preview model. So let's see. We have form type, there's receipt, there's invoice, and business card. These are three models that are ready to use for you. So I'm going to try with the business card, and you may notice about the local here. And I'm going to browse for a file. Okay, this folder. And I am load an image file here. So what you see here is not a scanned document. It is a photo that took a business card. So let's see if I click this button, the run analysis button, is going to upload this image file to the form recognizer service, and the analysis has begun. And as you see in this progress, and voila. So you can see here that it matches the text contents on the document, the business card in this place, and put the content to match with each field name, which is the information we want to know. For example, the first name. You see when I hover the mouse here, the color on the text on the photo has been light up. And this, the job title, the department, the email, website, mobile phone, auto phones, fax, like this. Okay, maybe you will notice that there is some of the content that didn't recognize. This can be happen. It depends on the source that you put into the form recognize the service. Okay, but I think you will get the big picture here about the preview model that you can use with your resource via your application. Okay, so let's take into the most exciting part, because it is about to train and use model with the label. This is what I really like, because maybe the preview model cannot handle your document. Yes, obviously. Okay, just kidding. But finally, maybe you want to make the form recognizer service get familiar with your document in your organization. You can use this part. Okay, but to start with this, you can choose to create a new project, or you can open the cloud project. Okay, are you going to explore the new project section a little bit, so you can realize that when you are going to try with yourself at your home or your office, there is a display name, there is a security token, but this part is very interesting. It's source connection. What is the source connection, right? So I'm going to add a connection here. So it will show that it's a Azure blob container. Yes, you can put an example of the document file, maybe PDF, into the blob container and connect to the form recognizer service. And I already created here, right? And from this point, you see that I already create a blob container, and I already put some of a document file in this container already. What you really needed is the get a share access signature here. This is what you want from the blob container, and come back to the web application. And you need to put the SAS UI here. That's it. That is all you need to connect to the blob container. Okay, because after that, you need the form recognizer service UI and the API key, okay, to connect it with the form recognizer service. Okay, so after you create it already, I will use the project I already prepared here, okay. After you create the new project, the project will pull document file and put it into your dashboard like this. And you will see a little, just a moment ago, there's a running layout. So this application try to apply the layout API with the document file and show like this. So you can see here that this is a document file, the PDF file that I put into the blob storage. And you will see that is a tag section here. For example, the invoice number is already tagged here. The invoice date already tagged here. Invoice due date. As you see, when you run the layout API, it can detect the content of the document, but it don't know what is the information at this place. So from this point, you can create a new tag, as I going to show you. I create a new tag, and okay, we still need the company name and the company address. Okay, for example, from this point, I can select it here, right? This is a company name, so I will select the tag like this, and this part is the address, right? You just select the information that the layout API has already detected and add it to the tag like this, and go to the next document and do the same thing. So how many of documents you need to train it? At least 5. 3 is okay, but 5 is better. Like this. Okay. You see, it's like that you are going to tell the form recognizer that, okay, this part of the document, you can call it the company name. This part of the document, you can call it the company address, like this. Okay. So what will happen if I going to upload a new document here? For example, I have the 5th document here, the 5th one. Upload. It's on here right now, and I come back to the editor, and hopefully it's here. And you see there is a button that asks us to run layout on unvisited document, and you see the document that already tagged will show this icon, but this no. Okay, I'm going to running the layout API on this document, and hope this okay, we need a little bit of time here. Okay, and you see when you run the layout API on the document, it will recognize everything here. So I'm going to do it more faster. I'm going to select the company address. Okay, show it here. This is an invoice number. This is the invoice date, invoice due date, and this is the chart, and finally the VAT ID. Okay, So after we complete this, okay. Let's try it again. Okay, it's not safe. Let me try it again. In the faster. Okay, it's worked now. You can see it recognizes that we already put a tag with this icon. Invoice number, invoice date, invoice due date. Okay, it maybe you are going to feel that okay, this may be a little bit of work here, but the more you give to the form recognizer, the more you get, the more accurate. Okay, short and what ID? Yes. Okay, we have 5. Okay, sorry, we have 5 documents now. We already tagged with the information. So I'm going to train it here. I'm going to choose the model, for example, invoice A, and train it just like that. So from this point is put the document that we already tagged with the field name into the progress to train the model here. And yes, you can see that there is the tag result here and estimate accuracy. And you may notice that company address is at the 80%. 80% is quite okay, but if the estimate accuracy percentage is very low, you can put more document, give it more example, and train it again to get the better model. But I'm okay with this, okay? And okay, let's try to use it. So we are at the analyze, and we use the invoice A model name here. So at this point, you can analyze with Python script. You can download the script of Python here, or we are going to upload a test document. Okay, maybe the invoice 6 like this. This is the similar pattern like the 5 ones before. Okay, I'm going to run analysis and see if the form recognizer can identify each field on this document. I hope so. Okay. Yes. Okay, it's here. As you see here, this work quite very good here. So as you see, this is the company name. You see on this part. And this company address and invoice number, invoice date, invoice due date, and chart and the VAT ID. That make us more confidence that we can use this model. We can use this service with another similar document like this in our application, in our solution. So I think this one will get you more clear about the form recognizer service. If you want, you can go to the link I put in the presentation. Okay, I'm running out of time here. There is a API reference here that you can choose to test the API. And if you want, there is a Docker container that you can deploy it and test it. But at the moment, it has a limit access. But there is a container for you to do that. Okay, so from this point, I think it may answer you that is it easy to make the application that can extract the information on the document, take it directly and put into our system, maybe directly to the web API, directly to the database, and can be used by using just a photo or a file of it. Okay, so I think that is all for my session. Thank you for joining. I don't know that do we have time left? We have 1 minute left, I think. So back to you, Jose.
Hello, very interesting talk. I really like it. Sounds a very interesting service. Yes, we have a question for you. This one comes from Giorgio.
Uh-huh.
Can I inform
Yeah,
understand Thai
I
language?
expect this. Not right now.
Okay.
But the latest language that they support is Japanese. So I think maybe not too far from this. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions from the audience? Very nice presentation, Pon.
Thank you. I hope everyone enjoy it.
Okay, sounds no one has any questions. Pon, thank you very much. Hope
Thank
see
you.
you around. Take care.
Okay. See you again, Jose. Thank you very much.
See you. Bye bye. Okay, I will be removing you from the streaming. I will be bringing now our next speaker, Vlad.
Hi guys.
Hello,
Nice to
hello,
see you.
Vlad. How are you?
All good.
Good, good.
Enjoying the Saturday evening together with Joel.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Hey, Joe. You can share your screen at any moment. Okay. I will be leaving the streaming. Now you are the on of the chat.
Hello. I want to know about the voice. All good?
Yeah, well, he heard you, so it should be okay.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So first of all, I want to say that I'm really happy to be here. This is the first online conference for me and the basically first conference in Thailand, to be true. Yeah, and I want to say hello to everyone. I also want to say hello to the Peter Jabo. I know for sure you're watching us right now. Yeah, and let's start. The topic that I pick up today, it's a redesign of Agoda website. It's the ongoing process, and this is an ongoing project that we're doing like right now. And the story isn't called like breaking the monolith. So I want to say that I expect from this topic that the complex things gonna be explained in an easy way. I hope on that. So for me, this is the main goal, to make sure that all of you guys enjoy the session and like this topic. Not more than this. So let's go in deep and a little bit understand what we're talking about and who I am, first of all. So my name is Vlad. I'm a Belarusian citizen. I'm from Belarus. It's a small country in the Eastern Europe. In my free time, I'm a husband, I'm a father, and I'm a medium writer. At least I want to think like that. So in last year, I have just 4 articles. In the 2 years ago, I have 36. So I think I need to improve this a little bit in this year. Yeah, and what about the things? Right now, I'm working in Agoda and I'm living in Bangkok for 4 years. My role is technical lead in the front-end department, and my daily responsibilities is modular redesign that we're going to discuss today, traffic migration that we're going to discuss today, and the web app infrastructure that also covered in this presentation. So let's move on. The structure is pretty simple, just 3 main things. First of all, I will explain you some kind of background of how the thing's working right now. Then I will explain you the problems and our approach to these problems, how we're going to solve them with our new design. And after that, we're going deep to this modular architecture, going through the high level of it, take a look on the server side commons, and take a look on the front-end side, client side, and somehow we touch in the micro front-end area and micro front-end topics. So I hope that is going to be interesting to the guys who really client-side developers. But just small notice, there is like the presentation with 0 lines of code. So everything is just diagrams that I draw with these hands. So please don't blame me. And let's start. How we work in Agoda in front-end department. What technologies we use? So Agoda front-end department, we are web guys, and we are using the .NET stack. Also using such modern technologies as React, Redux, GraphQL, and Webpack. What the projects? The main project is Agoda website. So this website is supported by the browsers, all types of browsers, and mobile browsers. So this is exactly area that we are responsible in the front-end dev in the web department. How the desktop works. We have one monolith app, which is an ASP.NET framework on the server side, and we're using React and Redux on the client side. So what we have is just a bunch of the controllers to render the pages and some API controllers for the business logic, for some stuff for the pages. Just a backend for frontend. Nothing complex yet. So let's go in deeper. To support mobile version, we have a different repo, and we're using single page app. It's kind of mobile single page app. So in short, we call it MSPA. So we have a dedicated repo for just MSPA UI with the Redux and the React in it. And we have separate API and separate repo, which is currently is in .NET Core, and it's used to serve the MSPA needs. So this is the picture that we have. And now let's think about what's the problems with this picture. Are these problems been all the time, or it's somehow like coming up problems? And in reality, that the problems is just, if we look at the past, there is no problem with our website repo. So we have small number of teams, and we have a website that can be handled by them. Everything was perfect. In the last 4 years, Agoda rapidly grew. So we have much more products, and we have much more services that we do. So we provide to our customers not only hotel bookings, but also home bookings for the non-hotel accommodation, the villas and apartments. And then we also start selling flights ticket. After that, packages where you can buy hotel and flight in one click. So all this complexity of the products coming in, and all of this developed and developed and developed in the website repo. So you can imagine, instead of several teams, currently we have 20 teams. 20 teams that all together working in one repo on one app. This is amount of the small icons to scare you a little bit, because even here it looks a little bit scary, like so much. Yes, that's true. It's so much teams. In each team, you can imagine like at least several devs. So you can imagine how much things we're doing. It's if we count, it's per day, we have about dozens of pull requests, and in a day we release our website several times. We're still moving fast, but we want to make it faster. And this is why the monolith is the thing that's slowing us down. We want to solve it. Another one problem here is the project structure itself. So you can see, sorry. You can see we have mobile side, standalone for desktop, and MSPA repo and API. So let's imagine that a developer working on some particular page for the desktop. He did the changes, he working on this repo. Then he need to go to another one repo and working there, and then the third one working there. So time to market is dramatically increased. So we want to solve this problem, we want to solve the problem of the cross repo development. Let's move on. Let's think about what we can do with these problems. So we step back, we plan, and here the key principles of our new design on the top level, the concept that we believe help us to get better future and get this better future that happened already right now. First of all, we decided we will isolate domains. What does it mean? So let's say in one website we have all these domains that collaborate together, like we have something about the hotels, the search things, we have some landing pages, we have some flights channels, we have channel for manage our bookings for the customers that who already did the booking and they watching for the vouchers and the gift cards, for example. So here, example of 3 separate dedicated domains. So this is our first key principle. isolate domains, and reduce the impact from teams to each other. You don't have to run all the tests on your app when you're doing the change just for flights. So this is the thing that we want to address in this separation. Next thing, fix the problem of cross repo development. Have a full stack repos. So in one repo, you have UI for desktop, mobile, web views, all the consumers of your application. You have controllers for page rendering, controllers for your API calls as well. And then you also have all the unit test, jest test, feature tests, and integration tests in one place. Again, it's going to improve how fast you are when you develop new features. The last thing that I should mention is the ownership. So we're going to have end-to-end ownership. There is no more one CI for all. We're going to build, and we're already working on this, and we have examples of the first iteration where the team own how they test and define the test strategy for their applications, like one application. They have deployment environment, they have pre-life environment, they manage all the environment they need. They do testing, CI, CD by themselves, and they do monitoring. So if you look at the whole things of like what the team need to do now, it's a lot. But here, actually, we can help a lot as well. We can prepare all the templates and reduce all the boilerplating here. We can help the teams, and we need some kind of a framework and tools to solve these things if we want to scale in the products that we have, and we want to. So let's move on. Let's take a look on what is exactly the solution. What is exactly the modular architecture? We're going to talk about the proof of concept, how we start, how we move on. Then I explain you what is a module in our language, in our terms. What is a bootstrap? Not the CSS framework, guys, no. And what is a micro frontend that we're doing? Okay, so let's imagine we have website repo and everything is working with our monolith ASP.NET framework app. So you can see this colored circles, it's the different domains that we have in it. So we start with the POC. We want to move fast and fail fast, understand what we can fix as fast as possible and bring to our user new experience. So we create in the same repo, new app, web app, .NET Core app, and put just one domain inside. That domain was very, very teeny domain. It's just one page, city page. What the challenge, the main challenge here? Middleware. Because compare the .NET Framework request pipeline, we almost rewrite like 90% of our middleware and bring it to the .NET Core. All the rest was smooth because we can extract the code, we can put it to the standard libraries, and everything just shared across both end applications. Everything was pretty fast. This is one of the biggest advantages of using .NET Stack technology. So once we have this page, we immediately start to send in traffic on it. So what we do, some part of our users still go to the Windows machines and some part of our users go to Linux. So we start working on our traffic. We start working on increasing the number of people who touching our new environment. And when we start this in September, we have just 1% of users hitting Linux. We start migrating. More teams start migrating. More teams building their own modules. And right now we have 40%. We're still working on this traffic migration, and I think we can finish it around like middle of the year, maybe. So let's talk about what the model is, what the team's building, how it works. So let's say an example, we have a flights domain. So we're building a web app just for one page, probably several pages. We know for sure that this is going to be just direct concern of one team, and this team own it. We put these controllers, we put API if they need, we put client side as well. We put tests here as well. If This module needs some external dependencies. Okay, let it be. They own this. They control it by themselves. We not provide them all these product APIs, like two examples, customer API, booking API. So they control it. They have responsibilities to decide how to communicate with them. And for sure, they control the app settings as well. Like this is a required part of like any app. So this should be on the top level. So if you remember like all the stuff about the clean architecture, this is exactly the infrastructure, which is the higher onion layer in the diagram. So this is here. App settings is here with us as well. So how we can improve and help teams to build this stuff faster? For sure, we need to provide some kind of tool, kind of framework to build it fast. And we start with something that we call a Bootstrap NuGet package. And let's go in deep with this package and understand what we can give to the teams for free so they can focus only on the business layer, only on the business logic. Bootstrap. What is it? What is contained? First of all, it's host. So our Bootstrap is responsible to start up. It's responsible to manage all the connection, connect to the external systems. It's also register your app in the kind of distributed network. So imagine like right now we scale, we have not one domain, we have like 6 domains from the 6 domains from beginning. And we want to control, we want to know which version is used. Is it alive? Is it healthy or not? And so on. So this is kind of distributed network. Then the middleware. The middleware that was mentioned before, we prepare the pipeline that every request go through it. The middleware in this pipeline is super fast. For us, it's like 10 milliseconds for the page rendering and 3 milliseconds for API call. So for this small period of time, we collect and we inject all the required services. We collect all the required information that going to be used by the controller level. So we enrich HTTP context with our object that contain all specific information through these middleware steps. And this guy is a context-specific data. So you can see, this context-specific data contain information about the request, traffic, user, page information, pricing, and many more. So all this you have in your controller. All you need to do is just map it down to the business layer and move on. How you're going to do it? Up to you. For sure, you can apply DDD. You can do event sourcing. You can use mediator. This one, it's not strictly. Every team can decide and use their own way how they build a small domain app. What else can improve? What else can be bring to the teams? It's core services. So let's say we have not only the product services where we connect to the different systems, but also the systems that help us to build like the share the common experience. Like you connect to database, you connect to experiment platform, you connect to service discovery, you need to register your app, you have some measurement tools, you have some CMS, you have logs. All of these things is kind of core things. It's technical system things. So we bring it to you as a services. You just need to inject them. Super easy for the product teams. That was about the server-side concerns. But what is left is a client-side concerns as well. So how to solve them? Well, we can provide the Razor layouts, and it will work. We'll provide the layout for the desktop, for the mobile, for web view to kind of spawn the primitive HTML structure for you, and then you will enrich it with your own page and pick a route, put a route, and start using your entry with a React and build the application on top of it. Everything is up to the team. We just provide layout with some initial things. What is the piece that we want to think more? It's a header and the footer. So this is a kind of the common experience of every page. How we can improve here? Let's discuss this in the details. And this is the last thing that I want to mention in this high-level overview of the things. Well, again, example on flights. So we have a flights repo, you have a controller that you build, you have this dependency on the NuGet Bootstrap package that doing for your host middleware, context, core services, Razor, it's everything here. And you have your client side to get the video. Then you build a page. So the Razor came from the Bootstrap, all good. Your UI, you build by yourself. So you're building the bundle, and you have it on your page. Now we want to think how to share header and the footer. Well, let's use NPM. Just provide it to all our apps. Can we do better? We can. And here, how we decide to improve this thing. What we did. Have a standalone repo to build our NPM package of business components where we have your header and the footer. Your React, your client side, have a reference to that NPM. But in the runtime, when you build your bundle, you exclude it. So it's just a dev dependency. It's just to have ability to manage and communicate with the contracts from that NPM package. But when everything is built as a page, that will be not there. They will come through the CDN. We just, at the same time, when we build a new version of the header and the footer, we build the NPM package and put it to Artifactory, and we put it to the CDN. So then it's mean on the runtime, everything is merged together, and your page will find the header and the footer, and it will work. Why we need this thing? Because it's super flexible for us. It gives us the biggest benefit. We can deploy the new changes on header and the footer. It's like the on common areas of every page, just in one click, in all apps. We don't need to update them. It's dramatical change. And one thing that we need to think about here and control it is the versioning. So no breaking change versioning, no breaking changes in the version. So you can see your NPM can still be something like, for example, version 1.1, but in reality, the version can increase. Even you don't know this. For sure, we're monitoring this, we're controlling this, but this is how it works, and this is give us the main benefit of using this micro front-end approach. I think that's it. That's it for the slides. That's all the things that I want to mention in this presentation. And then I want to say that I have an article on this topic where I put much more information. I show the stuff about the web proxy that we built. I'm explaining the things, how we measure our success. So we have lead time and dev feedback, how it's impact on us, how we measure the success of this project, of these things. And for sure, you can find this in our Go the Tech blog. You can find this as well as any other interesting articles that we wrote so far. And that's it. Thank you very much for joining. I hope that you like these things. And I think that I hope that it's going to be useful for you. Thank you, guys.
Questions?
Yeah, sure. Any questions?
Okay, Vlad, thank you very much. Someone sent you a hello from Abidjan, Ivory Coast. Not
Sorry,
sure.
where?
I'm adding on the screen if you have the.
So let me stop the presentation, right?
Hello from Abidjan. I don't know if he's any of your friends or just hello, Ledger.
Hello. Glad to see so many people around the world. It's amazing.
Yeah. Anyone else has any question? We have some more few minutes before Vlad leaves us. So if you have any question, and this may be your last moment. Vlad, I have a question for you. Since you have a little bit of time available, can you describe a little bit more the Agoda front-end stack for us? Is only React and C#? How only that? Can you tell me a little bit more?
Yes, it's only that. Yeah, what we have, like, for sure, we have a legacy, some legacy JavaScript that we use. It's for some specific pages, and we slowly get rid of this. I think it's just maybe 1% still left. But in general, what we use right now, we're using the Webpack as a tool to bundle all the stuff together. We're writing in the TypeScript only, and we're using React. We also have our own like home-brewed NPM packages to speed up the development. So we have something like on very, very low level, and we have also something as a high level. So we have two different libraries for different concerns for the tooling and for the UI commons. So let's say like the UI framework, we also like kind of build this stuff. So yes, and we use a Redux and yep, to manage our state on the client side. I think that's it. This is the main technologies that we use. Ooh, Peter asking.
Yeah, there is one other question from Peter. If Teams ownership is specific to certain code areas or repos, how do you manage the ownership of cross-cutting concern or shared modules? Interesting.
Yeah, so the thing is, for the cross-cutting concerns, if I understand correctly, is the question if you need to prove that from one domain you can go to another domain, let's say, and you need to share the state and you get to test these things, right? If this is the question, so the answer is every team responsible to build the testing environment and testing strategy to cover cross-cutting concerns. So if for module A, I need to somehow send user to module B, I'm writing test in communication between A and B in my A. The B guys also, as a consumer, they also expect that something can coming outside, so they're writing also the test. So they're kind of covered from the both sides. And this one is like the approach that we decide to put in every domain and every responsibility. And about the shared, I can say that the shared, what we have right now, we have one team which is dedicated to all the shared things, all the client side and the server side. It's like just two main owners. For the client side, we use specifically the team who are owner of the funnel, of the client side funnel. And for the server side, we kind of have an infrastructure team who own this. And then all the concern that other teams may come, they are not owners. So for them, they can come up, but we have a restriction and we have a rules when we can say that this domain can be shared. That one cannot.
Okay.
I see a question from the Joel. May I answer this one?
Yeah, is which question?
I put it in the private chat.
So the question is, are you concerned about this causing a lack of consistency between system and making things harder?
Yeah, because you give each of the teams a lot of independence.
Yeah, so the main consistency that we provide is the middleware, again, for the server side. And for us, when the team, they own their business logic, and we faced this a lot, every team have own opinion about how to do stuff, how to build layer by layer, how to communicate with them, which technologies, let's say, to use. So we don't want to jump to the area and dictate that every of you need to follow this concept or this paradigm. What we want to make sure that we have a base layer where we can collect all information about the running app, where we can speed up development by providing the core services. And we want to make sure that the user experience also going to be same, so we not impact on the performance, we not impact on the different UI for the user when you go from one page to another page and you see absolutely different thing. This one should not happen. This one we are responsible to keep consistent.
Nice, good explanation. Okay, Vlad, thank you very much. Really enjoyed
Yeah,
the talk.
I really like the flow. I'm watching right now all the videos here. Good luck to all guys. See you again.
Yeah, see you. Hope see you soon when I be back to Bangkok. See
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye, Vlad. I will be removing you from the streaming. Okay, so I will be bringing to the streaming our last speaker from today, Nicholas. How are you, Nicholas?
Very good. And Jojo is next to me.
Okay, nice.
So if you can hear some noise on the background, it's Jojo.
Okay, it's okay, no problem. We know how Georgia is. So you have talking about serverless, right?
Yes, and API first approach principally. So yeah, we will dig into this.
Okay. Good luck for you. I believe in the spring. The stage is yours. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you. So yes, this session is about API and API first approach. So I'm Nicolas Pierson and I'm a solution architect at 7Peak Software. So what do we expect from an API? So first is to be able to understand them easily, to be able to onboard the developer easily on them. So when we need to make an integration, they don't spend too much time on it. So it's good for some customer. We want them to be secure. We want them to handle the spikes in traffic, and we want them to have like a high performance. So we are looking for response time under 300 milliseconds, something really quick, and we will see how we can monitor this. We are looking also for something that is always available. So we will look at a specific component that will allow us to make an API available even if the backend is not available. And what we are trying to do also is to decouple front-end and back-end and to make reusable component. So you may have noticed the API are in the center of the discussions. So on the left side, basically, it's like everything that will be connected to an API. So we have like three big type of connection. The first one is a server to server. The second one could be a website or a mobile app. And the third one could be like a IoT, could be your TV, could be everything smart. And then behind, you can plug a plethora of services. Could be Kubernetes, could be app services, could be functions, event hub, messaging. So how can we solve this integration issue? And how can we reuse those API to ease the integration with them, so we can turn the API as a product and innovate faster? So who I am, I'm Nicola, and yeah, I'm working design, build, and run platform in Azure, and I'm a runner. So what we are looking today is, what is API first approach, how to approach this approach, and what are the benefits? And last is how to put this approach and use what Microsoft Azure provides us. So we will look at Azure functions, because serverless is a hot topic in .NET, and how to monitor those APIs later. So in this talk, everything is about API. So APIs will be treated as first-class citizen. So how can the APIs benefit your organization? Because sometimes some organizations think like their product is just my website or my mobile app. But thinking of the API as a product and something really special in an organization can facilitate the innovation and deliver product faster in production. So we will see how we can have a method to implement this and what resources we can use to implement this. So the benefits of this approach. So everything is oriented around the API. So what we can do is like think about API before any implementation. What we will look at is what is the design of my API And once the design is fixed, then we can just prepare something for the one that will integrate with the API. So we can maybe mock the response, and then the other teams, the three big categories, IoT, server to server, and mobile or website, can easily integrate and let the backend work on their side. So we can have development in parallel. The second point is we can reduce the cost of the platform or applications, because what we are looking at is my API is a product. So everybody can use it, and it's customizable enough to be reused on multiple clients. And we don't have to spend time to rebuilding multiple platform or rebuilding or adding a platform next to an existing one that do the same things. With this, you can then increase your time to market, because you don't need to re-architecture each time you need to implement something new. Everything is already provided outside the box with the API. This one is always, or kind of, not how to, it's not always considered. So this one is how well is the API defined, how well the documentation is written, and how is it easy to use the API and to integrate it. So this one is really important, because in most of the job of the developers are integrating the components together. So if we can ensure a good development experience, we can reduce the cost and the time of the developer spend on task like integration. And the last one is really interesting as well, is for trying to reduce the risk of failure. So if you consider your API as a main block, and you are monitoring this API carefully, and you know like when it's failing, when it's not, or you have a kind of backup system. So in case of the backend is failing, you can have your API that just replies 200, but just send a response. So your API is still available. So now we will look into one of the documentation that you can see. This one is generating with Swagger. So this is a default portal. You can have like different UI for API documentation. So this portal is used by the developer to integrate the API. So they can see, oh, the APIs are grouped by namespaces, or this is the path for the API. I have some parameters, I have some comments, and I have some response. So you can have a bunch of them, and at the end you have the models here. So let's come back to the slide. So for the API first journey, what you want to do is to try to first brainstorm with the business you're working with. So try to find the offer. What are you trying to offer? For example, if I take the previous example that we saw, Agoda. So we are talking about travel. So what are my key objects? What I'm trying to achieve? What the user will do on the website, on the mobile app. So first, work on this. Work on what are the use cases, and then trying to find what kind of API you can write based on those use cases. So brainstorming is something that needs to be done. That needs to be done with the business, and they will help you to have the correct API. And it's really hard at the beginning. Second point is like when you have a set of API, or at least a vague idea of them, is to find the stakeholders who will be responsible, who will take care of them. So this one needs to be a company vision, like the API is a product. So the stakeholders then will participate in a design, will make sure that the design is consistent. We will see later how we can ensure this. And then the stakeholder will say, oh, you can use my API for this, this, and this, and this. So API is really the product here. The third one is define a set of standard and best practices for the API. So everything that is how you describe them, describe all of them, and ensure that all the APIs have the same name. So you can be at the end just put /hotels or /booking or just agree on something, but everything needs to be consistent, because when someone will try to use it, they want to have the same definition on the object. So then you will dig in, like start to create a style guide. So what are the default HTTP status? Work on the versioning, error handling, what do you want to see, error messages, code, something more. And yeah, make sure everything is standardized. So this is really key. And then we go for governance. So API or the governance around them is like, you need to make sure that the APIs are consistent in your organization. So each project can have like people that are designing the API, but make sure that you have an instance or a meeting that group all of them, and they can do peer review, start to check, oh, there is something wrong, or maybe you can reuse something that other team used. So if I come back to the Swagger, there is some things at the bottom, models. So make sure that the models are reused in your company and across all the APIs. So when someone wants to try to implement a functionality regarding the user model is always the same. First name is always written like this. Username is always written like this. Then once you have defined what are the APIs, the design, your style guide, and the governance, what you want is, oh, how can I automate everything? How can I generate the documentation for everybody? How can I validate that my guidelines are respected? And we want everything to be out of the box. So then with everything that we have defined before, we can deploy an API gateway or a website where someone can use it. So everything needs to be automated to follow the DevOps approach that Giorgio talked before. And then you need to track and manage your API portfolio. So it's like aggregation of everything we talked about before. Everything needs to be in kind of a catalog, and everybody can take a look and say, oh, I want to reuse this object, and my user will not be confused. And it can ease integration between the services that you have in your organization, and everybody can use your API more easily. And the last one is create a central place for internal developer. Yes, so create a portal. It can be used by the one that integrates your API, can be used by the QA team when they want to create the APIs, everything. So Azure. So on Azure, there is a resource called API management. So it's divided in 3 big categories. 3 categories. So the first one is the developer portals that we will see. So it's where you expose your documentation on the web, and you can try the API, get more information, and you can request access. Because some company like Stripe or PayPal, they expose the API, but you need to register an account. So that's where you can register an account and you can find their contact information, so you can call them and ask for assistance. We also have a management portal. So that's where all the API providers architect, because there is some API architect or API designers, API developers. So that's where they can, on the Azure portal, manage a version, secure, and protect, so they can integrate O2 or basic authentication. And they can also plug some monitoring tool. So Application Insight could be a good example for Azure. And then, because you started to consider your API as a product, you can then monetize your APIs. So you can say, oh, if someone calls my API, I can maybe just pay a few cents, 2 cents per API call. Or I can give like, okay, a bunch. Like if you call me 100 times, I can give you $10, and then that's it. And you can manage this on the API management. And then the last one is a component for the integration. So you plug your website, mobile application, or server to server, and then you call the gateway, and it will integrate with your backend. So here on the gateway is kind of a mapping layer where you can configure the integration. So you can plug as many services as you want. The key thing here is you have one single entry point. So when someone needs to integrate your API, they have only one endpoint, one documentation, and they just need to care about this. They are not confused about, oh, you have one server over there, you have one server over there. They don't need to. Everything is on the same portal. So on the developer portal, so like I said, this one is a basic template. So when you create a API management resource, you have this one, Contozo, that you can find again this company in the certification, Azure certification. So you can sign up to use the API, and you can explore the API and some other things. So this page can be customized like you want. You can put your logo, you can change the name of the company, and it will suit your need, and the developer will just jump right on this home page. So API management. So basically, before here, you can click on Explore API. What you have here is like the namespaces. So this view is another way of presenting the documentation. This one is a way provided by Swagger. So we have exactly the same information on this web page and this page here. It's just presented differently. So here you have your namespace, and here you have like a list of endpoints that you can click in. Then you can change the version, and then you have the endpoint, the definition, what are the parameters, and what are the response type, the objects that you want to manipulate, and you have an example. So what I enforce when you do API first is to document everything as much as you can, because normally the developer must be able to integrate the API just by reading the documentation. It should be the target. In special cases, you can attach a sequence diagram or more documentation. But the best solution is to have the documentation here in one page. So on the back side for the management, so when you are an API provider, API designer, you have this page. So here you can manage, like we discussed, authentication, user groups. But here, most importantly, you can manage your API. So here are the namespaces, and you can put multiple versions below. And here you can list everything. So like I said, the API management can be a mapping layer. So you can add some custom policies. So here what we said is like, oh, I want to validate. We have a auto authentication. So we want to validate a GWT token. So, okay, let's put this in a policy. Oh, and we need to call a backend services. So let's define a backend services. And here it's an Azure function. So you can map everything here. So you can have one endpoint that calls a function. You can have one path that can call, oh, an app service, or one endpoint that can just call another API from my other provider. So these components bring you flexibility internally for managing the API. But for the consumer, it's like one portal and one access point. So how we did it with Azure function, because a function is just a function with input and output. But how can you generate the documentation that we see here? How can we generate automatically and provision the content of the API management? So what we used to do here is to use a NuGet package. So there is an Azure extensions swashbuckle. So you can add it, and then you can put on top of the definition of your function the API documentation. And then it will generate a function. You can define later functions that will generate documentation. And the documentation is in JSON and can be imported into the portal here. So there is a add API endpoint, add API button. So you can click here and just import the JSON file. But that's not what we are doing, because we want something following the DevOps principle. So let's jump a little bit more. So this is the process. So here is developer or API designer. So in case you need to mock and you already, in case you need to mock the API. So first step is you define your API. Then if you need to mock it to make it available directly, just go to API management, do some clicks here, define your endpoint and everything, publish it, and then it will be available. And while someone is integrating your API, what you can do is start to write your function. So write your function. What we used to use is to use .NET, because Azure function is really fast with .NET. And we use a snippet of code that I showed you to generate the Swagger. And then when the development is done, it's pushed to the Git repository. Jenkins will consume it and then deploy the code. But deploying the code will not update the API management. So what we are doing is we are using Terraform for saying, oh, API management, please update the API based on the latest code that we deployed. So step one, deploy the code here, and then ask Terraform to update the API management. So coming from here, you have your API, you have everything that is defined, but you want to ensure that everything is correctly working. So you can plug the API management with Application Insight. You can plug every Azure services with Application Insight, so Azure Function, App Service, Kubernetes, and everything. So you can push all this data inside Application Insight. Then later, you will be able to monitor and watch what are the response time, how long it takes, is my API available? You can track this here. And you can even see the flow from the user session. So this kind of view will allow you to have more API consistently and to improve them. Because what we are doing here at 7px is we monitor every 500 errors that we have. And since from the development to the production, so when a 500 occurs, it means that something went wrong on the backend side. So it's really something that we should fix. And the target is to not have any 500 in production. And you can even define something in the API to reply like 400 or just reply something else or mask the message when the API, when the backend is not available. For example, you have a backend that is not available because maybe connection timeout or the server is overloaded. So the API management can just return a 500 and just don't wait for the backend server. So thank you. That's the end. So if someone has a question.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas. Let's see from the audience, anyone has any question? Let's wait a bit, see. Nicholas, do you use a lot of serverless and Azure functions in 7 Peaks?
I want to say it depends on the use case. Actually, we can like categorize like the customer in like 3 groups. The first one is when you have a project that needs like an API, but you don't have a huge traffic. So in this case, you can prefer Azure functions, even if the response time of the function is not fast, or you don't want to spend too much money in provisioning them. So for some projects internally, yes. For some customers that have platforms that doesn't have much customer or back office application, yes, we prioritize serverless application. After, if there is a huge traffic, then we will go for Kubernetes, everything that is container based or VM. But yeah, actually I really like serverless because it's like less management for the DevOps team on infrastructure team.
Agree. Okay, Nicholas, thank you very much. I will ask for you, don't leave the screen yet. I will bring some other speakers here. Hi, folks. Hi, Will.
Hello.
Paul, Georgia, can you turn on your screen? Hello, folks.
Hi.
Hello. I will ask for you, don't leave the screen yet. I will bring some other speakers here. Someone has a echo. Yeah.
It's us.
Yeah. Okay. So how are you, Tarek? How was the experience?
Yeah, it was really fun. I really liked all the presentations.
This year is very exciting.
Yeah. What do you like more, online or presential?
Face to face.
I prefer offline.
Yeah, I made face-to-face presentation as well. I will take some. I'm taking some screenshots from everyone now. Since we do not have picture, big group picture, so I use the moment to take some screens.
We're not getting a big group picture this time.
I also.
This is a big group shot. But we can add also.
Well, what happened?
Hi.
Hello.
Wow.
Hello, folks. Okay. Your last message for the audience, one by one. What do you would like to say? Your last message for the audience.
What's our last message for the audience? Who's going first?
I will go first. Keep learning. Easy.
My message is it's really not hard to do a presentation, right? As long as it's .NET is something we all know and love, right? Like it's really a lot of fun to do a presentation. So I encourage everyone next year to give it a shot. It's a very sort of low stress way of getting involved in the community.
Yeah, it's well said.
Yes, I will. This is my first time public speaking and also in English. And to be frank, it's kind of excited and a little bit stressed, but I can kind of unlock myself already. So, of course, I will enjoy the next year.
Oh, we are going to be super happy to have you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to say thank you very much for all the speakers and also for all the audience that stay here with us for this 8-hour streaming. Thank you very much. I'm super proud of any one of you. We finally did it. And after postponing one time the conference, finally, is delivered .NET 3.0, .NET Conf 3.0. Yes.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Jose, for all your work putting this on, getting the streaming, getting everything
Thank
set up.
you.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jose. It wouldn't have been possible without you. You've done a great job.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone that they help as well. Microsoft.net Foundation help as well with the streaming. I would like to say thank you very much for that. Also, Giorgio and Pla helped a lot with the organization. And I hope I see every one of you again this year for the .NET Conf 2021 then.
We are ready.
Oh,
For
yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
hey, let's do it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Thanks,
Bye.
everyone.
See you
Bye
next
bye,
year.
Conf Thailand.
See you next-
See you next year.
See you
Shall we
next
kind of
year.
capture screen for by that?
Oh, I capture. I capture. Bye bye. Take care.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
See you.
Everyone that is still online with us, bye bye. Enjoy your night. Take care. See you in the next .NET Conf.